We are live at Cassette for tonight's Facebook sale. Welcome everybody to the chaos that is about to happen. Good chaos though. Good chaos. Not bad chaos. I'm going to set these 10 billion CDs over here. Tonight is going to be action-packed and full throttle for about 5 hours. Wow, is this all new stuff? Holy moly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, great. Uh-oh, why is the chat bar in the middle of the screen? That doesn't look good, does it? Where's Jake at? There we go. That would have been difficult, wouldn't it? I'm glad I know a little bit about this software. Otherwise, when something small like that happens, we'd be in trouble. All right. I've got 4 towers of CDs to move over here. I also need to make a note that some of these were already pre-sold. Somebody at the very end wanted Live Throwing Copper and one more CD, and I forgot to pull them. I pulled Aaron Andrus's Alanis Morissette's. I need to see if I can find those last claims. Hardline, that's... Can I get Live Throwing Copper and Garth Brooks' Greatest Hits? That was Scott O-Man. Okay. Scott O-Man. I got to find that Garth Brooks. I hope somebody already didn't buy that. They're going to I'm going to leave these CDs up for a while in the group. So there's a post in the group with about, what, 200 CDs at $6.99 each. And there's been a ton of comments. I'm going to move them in here on the table. But right at the end, there was a couple claims, and I didn't pull them out last night, and I hope no one's already bought them because I took pictures of them before I posted them, and probably some people's gonna be like, "Wait a minute, why didn't I get Garth Brooks?" And I'm gonna be like, "Well, somebody was actually like hours ahead of you. Here it is. All right, I got them all pulled out. That way, G's not hunting them on Monday morning. Probably one of the last things they do was pull these. I'll go ahead and tell who got them right now. Perk of watching early or late, you might get first grab. Perk of trying to catch them in the morning, you might get them cheaper, but a lot of stuff may be grabbed already, so it's kind of like one of those things. Welcome everybody to Friday night. There is 5 crates of new vinyl over here. Looks like 2 Hatchet Ed crates. I just seen Laura picking stuff out. I see John picking stuff out. Paul has Fridays off. And I'm going to have tomorrow off to go to the football game. And I'm going to end tonight. I'm going to go ahead and get everybody situated and get everybody knowing one thing. The show is we're going to try to pack in a lot of stuff, so I hope I can get everybody watching and not go anywhere for about 5 hours. And then I got to end early, but basically to get prepared for these videos and to head home. Let me head up front. I've got a couple things to tell you. I got to pause the music first. That's one of the biggest things I always forget. the car's cruiser is playing right now in the store over the PA system. I just paused it. I'm going to grab this crate right here. Oh, that felt good. Good knee pop, good knee pop. All right. Just had some Demuses, some salad and steak and rolls. I got my baked potato for post-game quick snack. That's my new thing now. I eat the potato after. Okay. So there's big new vinyl announcements today, for sure. Big new vinyl announcements today. But I got one thing to tell you right now. I am now loading the chat right now. So unless whatever's on my screen, I really hadn't been able to see anything y'all sent. So if you got something maybe to tell me, you can let me know right now. Okay? And here comes John with the loot. It's just like he's looted some records. All right. So there's that. I guess that's the only thing I had to tell you. I feel like I was about to say something else. 5 crates of new vinyl, 2 hatcheted crates. John just dropped off new arrivals. Lord just dropped off new arrivals. We have, wow, a lot of auctions from Laura, it looks like. They filled up the entire bin and might have more claims. Okay. All right, good. Of course, I'm sure y'all seen all the cassettes. And what we're going to do right now by the way, I ordered all of our Rocktober stuff. Ordered all of our Rocktober stuff. So I gave it about, well, as long as everything's been posted. Okay. I'm looking for Atreyu, Bloister Colt, Linkin Park, Dwight Yoakam, Blink-182, Atreyu, Steel Panther, Korn, Batman, BLC, Yoakam, Rage, Elvis, Steel Panther. Okay. Shipping is actually pretty much caught up, I think. No, everybody's been getting tracking within a couple days. So no, they're on top of it and then some. All right, first thing we have is a Faster Pussycat. Wake me up when it's over. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Faster Pussycat. I have some CDs that were claimed last night at the end. Scott Oman, Garth Brooks The Hits, $9.99. Scott Oman Live Throwing Copper, $9.99. And then 3 Alanis Morissette CDs for $20 to Aaron Andrus. 3 Alanis Morissette to Aaron Andrus for $20, okay? That was some stuff from last night. And let's go ahead and get started. Make sure you watch our videos every morning at 6 a.m. That's where you can see the recap of the newest new vinyl. And you can watch all the way up until, you know, what? You can watch it all the way up until, I guess, when I go live. And then that's when I start pulling stuff. And then I check it every Monday morning, and I go through every video, make sure everything got pulled and everybody's on waiting list. So, there's Faster Pussycat. There is Icon. We're going to do a couple cassettes first, and let's get started with Linkin Park, which already sold, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, James Young got Linkin Park. Linkin Park, this is sold to James Young. That is Meteora. That's on gold and red splatter. That's a gatefold jacket, $33.99. $33.99. Also, 2 copies of Blink-182. This is Enema of the State, $38.99. Razman, your package might have already shipped and you don't even realize it, because if you've paid recently, then it's definitely already on the way. You can message Ed and make sure, but there is nobody's order that's really lagging behind. Everybody's shipping within a first, maybe just a day or 2 after you pay, it seems like. Nirvana Bleach is $29.99. you should get an email to your tracking to your email, and if you don't, that means you may have gone to your spam or something. I'm not for sure how all that works. Also over here we have Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, that's $34.99. I got one copy here of Operation Ivy, 2 copies available. There's one right now in my hand, and then here's the other one. Those are $29.99. Slaughter Revolution. Slaughter's $38.99. I got a couple of those. Etta James at Last, that's on clear vinyl. Etta James is $29.99. And over here, we have Cake Fashion Nugget. Cake Fashion Nugget, that is a 180-gram remastered, $33.99. James Young got Linkin Park, and he got a Blink-182. Yes, Blink-182 as well. I was about to scroll back down to the bottom and see what I missed, and you were the next person there on Blink-182. And also, we have 2 copies of Ray LaMontagne, and this is $33.99, 20th anniversary. Yeah, we've got 5 crates of new vinyl. To answer John Robb and Mark Morris's question, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates of new vinyl, 2 Hatchet Ed crates. John just dropped off 4 crates, and Laura's working on marking stuff right now. I've got 3 trays of cassettes. I've got a stack of DVDs, and we're going to be selling all that stuff tonight as soon as possible, okay? Also, Depeche Mode Violator, $33.99. $33.99, Depeche Mode Violator, and Sex Pistols, never mind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols, $33.99. And then Metallica in the City of Brotherly Love, $39.99. That's an unofficial, that's Metallica playing live, all doing all covers. These 2 cassettes can be bought for $10 buy it nows. That's Icon, Night of the Crime, and Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. You can pick those up for $10 and $10. Also, I got Snoop Dogg Doggy Style. That's a 30th anniversary 2 LP. Snoop is $34.99, and Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell's $33.99, 180-gram Bernie Grumman remaster. Outer Heaven, Infinite Psychic Depths. Outer Heaven is $33.99, $33.99. I'm gonna try to be done by 10 o'clock or whenever we've gone through new arrivals. I'm not gonna leave any new arrivals behind, so if it takes till 11, I'll go to 11. But all auctions sold and all new arrivals gone through, yes. So we got a lot. Fridays it's tough for me to stop early on Fridays, honestly, because most people get on later and we have so much new stuff show up. 5 crates of new vinyl, 2 Hatchet Ed, 4 John crates, and whatever Laura marks, plus all the auctions. So a lot to get to. Elton John, Captain Fantastic, $36.99. And as soon as I do these recaps of this right here, we'll start with the new stuff right off the bat. Jane's Addiction, Live and Profane, that's on orange vinyl. Jane's Addiction is $28.99. The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99 for The Cure, Disintegration. Charlie Brown Christmas albums, $29.99. Pearl Jam Binaurals, $38. And then Bathory, Hammerheart. I could have swore Sean Lee Hooker was going to buy one of those. Bathory is $44.99. All right, so here's our first couple LPs. Here is Elton John. This is a 1973 OG pressing of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Benny and the Jets. 73 OG VG, a $15 start on Elton. And let's also go ahead and put up Mississippi John Hurt today. Mississippi John Hurt is a 66 mono OG. Unfortunately, it is in VG minus condition, but always been a tough one to get. If it was high grade, it would be exceptionally rare, probably. $15 start on that. Make sure I didn't miss anything in here. I think most of the stuff is in the other crate. Yeah, most of the other stuff's in the other crate, which is some of our newest stuff. This is actually the only new thing from yesterday still left in this crate, Bathory. The rest of this is older titles, and I'm going to read those one more time. So there's Bathory for $44. We have Pearl Jam. We have Charlie Brown Christmas, The Cure, Jane's Addiction, Captain Fantastic, Outer Heaven, Joni Mitchell, Snoop Dogg, Metallica, Sex Pistols, Depeche Mode, Ray LaMontagne. Also, we have Cake, Etta James, Slaughter, Operation Ivy, Jimmy Buffett, Nirvana, and Blink-182. Love, hate Hatchet Ed. I know. Everybody's like, I can't believe we have Hatchet Ed crates and people's aren't paying their bills. And then at the same time, everybody's like, I love Hatchet Ed crates, because they know there's probably going to be some stuff people didn't pay for, auctions, etc., etc. Luckily, we don't have many auctions. I mean, that's good. If we started having a lot of problems with unpaid auctions, then the whole system would be at jeopardy. But luckily, that's why every time somebody new starts bidding on an auction, y'all probably hear me get quiet. And I'm over here like looking them up and making sure they're either established or they've contacted us, or they just go ahead and pay us right away, because I'm like, but I understand maybe new vinyl putbacks and stuff like that. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Let me go grab this other crate. Oh my gosh, y'all hadn't cut into this yet? My mom always bringing out the goodies. What should I get? A fall party cake or a couple Oreos like last night? Okay. Let me grab over the next crate. Give me 1 second. I gotta bring some stuff back here to me right quick. Yeah, I sent a picture of this out. Mom, I might have to take this on the road with us tomorrow. Let's see. There's that. We got double stuffed Oreos. Got fall party cakes and brownie pumpkins. Here we go. All right. Got us a Monster upside down. And there we go. Da 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 da. Carry me home, ba-da. Shooby dooby doo ba. Dun doo dun deep bum bum. Da 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 da. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Doesn't look like it's been ate yet. Let's lay that over here on top of the David Bowie box set. Okay. Not for sale. I'm going to tear into one of those. Not all of it, but at least one thing here in a second. I got to have my morning sugar. All right, here we go. So Elton John's a final call. Preston Rose has it for $18. It's in VG condition. That's my last trip I have to take up front. I have my Monster and I have the last crate, so I'm good to go now. Elton John is an OG pressing from 1973 with the original inner sleeves. And Mike Bartlett's out, so that's a final call for $18. Mississippi John Hurt is a $15 star. Yes, Melanie, $15 star. It is OG 1966 mono, but it is VG minus, okay? It is VG minus. Next thing is Atreyu lead sales paper anchor. And Atreyu, we sold 2 copies of Baptized, but I think this one's still available. It is. Atreyu is still available. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. Steel Panther, in fact, did get sold. Steel Panther was sold to, let's see, Atreyu, Ballistical. Carol Keys was first. All right, so Carol Keys is first on Steel Panther. Let's put Randy Jr. Taborn on a waiting list. Randy Jr. Taborn on a waiting list, okay? So that is sold to Carol, and Randy Taborn's on a wait list for Balls Out. I've got Anthrax for All Kings. That's $33.99. Gatefold 2LP, and then Elton John is sold for $18. And thank you, Preston Rose. That's sold to you for $18. Mississippi John Hurt has one bid for $15. There we have it. All right, our next cassette's going to go up right now. This is Halloween, I Want Out Live. Here's one I won't see too often. Halloween, I Want Out Live. That cassette's going to go up for a $10 start. Next, I've got 2 copies of Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls. Iron Maiden is $64.99. Hope everybody's went ahead and hit the like button for me. I've also got 2 copies of Atreyu Baptized, and both of these are sold. Okay, we got 1 to Matt Shiker, and we got 1 to Carol Keys. She's the same person just bought Steel Panther. Mississippi John Hurt already has a bid for 15, so we're about to sell it. Halloween Live, I Want Out. That's a $10 start. There's no bid yet. We're also going to put up another auction right quick, which is Debbie Harry, and this is French Kissin'. Debbie Harry's an 86 OG 12-inch single. We're going to put that up for a $10 start. Also, Elvis, A Date with Elvis. Elvis Presley is the gatefold green vinyl, new reissue of that on green vinyl for $44.99. Natasha wants on the waiting list for Atreyu Baptized. Natasha, I got you down for Atreyu Baptized. And then ZZ Top's first album. This is a Rhino High Fidelity series cut from the original master tape, $39.99. And we have Still Got Faces, Ooh La La. We sold one last night. There's another, $39.99. And Pretty Boy Floyd, Leather Boys with Electric Toys, $38.99. All right, so let's go ahead and sell Melanie Jennings, Mississippi John Hurt for 15. Final call to get a bid on Halloween for 10 or Debbie Harry for 10. And let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is Van Halen, and that will be a copy of Fair Warning. Van Halen's an 81 US Jacksonville original, VG condition, a $15 start for that copy of Fair Warning. Johnny Burnett's Rock and Roll Trio, that's $39.99. Jamie Wheels wanted a copy of Elvis. Thank you, Jamie. I've got you down for Elvis. Appreciate that. I've got you down for Elvis. Also, we got Blues to Colt Spectres. This is sold to Matt Shiker. He got a copy of that, and that was the one with Godzilla on it. So if anybody wants that, Spectres is a 1500 limited edition red vinyl. Go, go, Godzilla. He picks up a bus and he throws it back down. Batman over here is sold to Aaron Andrus. Aaron Andrus, you're going to go on a waiting list for BOC. So make sure Aaron Andrus, he was next on BOC from the comments. Make sure he goes on a waiting list for that. And then we have Dwight Yoakam, which I'm pretty sure both of them sold. Dwight Yoakam's, we got 1 to James Young. And then we have 1 over here to Gary Wellman, okay? So those are sold and sold. Van Halen 15, Van Halen 17. Also, I've got 2 copies of Oceans of Slumber, $44.99. Reverend Horton Heat, smoke them if you got them for $29. This last copy of Rage did sell. That was sold to Jamie Wheels as well. So he got Rage and Elvis. Rage and Elvis. Wow, if you listen to those back to back, your moods will change greatly. Sabotage, Japan Live 94, $54.99. And then Korn self-titled Day P. How about LP? This is sold to Dan James Kika. Kika. K-A-C-A. Kika. And we have 2 copies of Korn for $49.99, or 1 copy left. It's a 2 LP. And then we still have Entombed for $39 and Megadeth for $34. John, you're out on Van Halen. Mark Stanley has it for $17. Halloween is a $10 buy it now. And then Debbie Harry is also a $10 buy it now, okay? So I've already got 3 cassettes with no bids. And let's go through the list and make sure I got everybody what they wanted, okay? So Matt got all of his comments. James got all of his comments. Carol got all of her comments. Aaron Andrus is on a wait list for BOC. That's Spectres. I'm going to let him know right now. And then Randy Taborin's on a wait list for Steel Panther. Okay? So we got that taken care of. And let's put up some more stuff. I'm going to knock out this short. There's a crate over here Laura's got next to me. $15 starts approximately. So I'm going to try to knock all those out first early here. Then we'll get into everything else. Here is Flash, Aha, Queen soundtrack, 1980 USOG with the insert, VG condition, $10 start on that. Natasha Pickett on Oceans of Slumber. That's sold to Natasha. We've already put up 3 cassettes. They're now buy it nows. Halloween $10, Icon $10, and Faster Pussycat $10. I'm really surprised. I figured a couple of them would still be getting bids. Bill Samus gets the Debbie Harry for $10, and Flash has a bid for $10. Final call since John's out on Van Halen for $17. Okay, is it too late to get a pre-order Mac Tusk on pre-order? No, if you're in a whole lot of records, especially Rocktober stuff, you can pre-order at any time. and I encourage it. So I just submitted our Rocktober order, and I ordered 5 or 10 copies extra of everything. So this morning, because I was replying, some stuff got bumped up. A couple things already has 2 and 3 more pre-orders since I submitted my order. That means whenever that title comes in October, there's going to be maybe 4 or 3 extras. And I'll try to keep an eye on it. Some things that night, by the time October rolls around, because people's still going to be pre-ordering and pre-ordering and pre-ordering, especially after I made that post today on our main page. I woke up and there was like 20 new pre-orders. I'm going to have to go back and reorder everything else because I ordered everything, submitted 7, 10 extra copies, and then I woke up this morning, I think it was the Stone Temple Pilots. One of them already had a bunch of new comments. I was like, wow, how did this happen? So yeah, you can pre-order Rocktober stuff all the way up until the day we go live, and even after. And if I see it after and we have it in stock, then I pull it for you. But yeah, you can pre-order all the time, okay? Is Black Sabbath with Seam Slit still available? It is. It's right here behind me, $34.99. All right, Van Halen is sold for $17, and that is sold to Mark Stanley for $17. Flash 10, Flash 13, Flash 15, Flash 11. Clay Moore wants the Icon cassette. First cassette of the night sold to Clay for $10. Thank you, Clay. And then Flash is at 18, and now Flash is at 25. Let's move that right over here. Mark, and now Flash is at 27. Mark wants the Black Sabbath with the seam split. I got you. All right, let's get into our newest new stuff. Let's get started with our newest new stuff, okay? Here it is. This is sold. And all the cassettes, Michael, are going up for auction. None of those are for sale right now. They're all being sold one at a time until they're all gone. If there's any leftovers, they'll be posted. They'll be posted in the morning. And I'm going to go through over here the leftovers from last night, which there's some great ones. Hurricane, and this one's called Slave to the Thrill. Hurricane is going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is anybody else in here? Megadeth, Entombed, Korn, Savatage, Reverend Horton Heat, Oceans of Slumber, Batman, Johnny Burnett, Pretty Boy Floyd, Faces, ZZ Top, Elvis, Iron Maiden, Anthrax, and Atreyu. Okay, that's everything left for those. Hurricane has a bid for $10. Let's put up another LP. Let me pick out the first crate of new vinyl I'm willing to go through right now. And let me pick that out. Let's put up Stevie Ray Vaughan. Unfortunately, he's got quite a bit of cover damage. The cover's really beat up. It's an 84 US Pittman OG. The cover is pretty chewed up, but the disc is super clean. Just a $5 start on that one. All right. And let me bring over the first crate. And I want to kind of clear off these cassettes back here because I hope to not have hardly any left over tonight. Because if I pick one out tonight, it's probably going to be a premium title for auction. Okay, so first of all, let me grab the first new crate, and let's see what this is right here. And we probably have some metal titles from last night that came from a different distributor. Yep, this first crate here is pretty much all metal. So, Metal Might Part 2, question mark. Hurricane's a final call for $10. And then, all right, let's go over Flash Gordon again. The most recent bid was Matt Nichols at $30. It is OG. It's 1980. It does have the insert with it. It's in VG condition and about a VG plus cover. Matt Nichols has it for $30. The Stevie Ray Vaughan record, the disc is fine. If that cover damage, you don't care too much about that, you got a beautiful disc, $5 start. Hurricane is sold to Clay Moore for $10. Thank you on that. Why is the monster upside down? I'm letting the T get mixed up. You got to mix up the T. It settles at the bottom. Trust me, I am a professional monster drinker. Faster Pussycat is a $10 start. There's another cassette, $10 start. All right, brand new vinyl. We got more Ginger. We sold out of the title we had last night. This is Macro. Ginger is $29.99. $29.99 for Ginger. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death is $34.99. That's on colored vinyl. That's Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death. I've got 2 of those. Over here is our next auction, and this is Helix, back for another taste. $10 start on that as well. There's Faster Pussycat. Final call to get a bid in for $10. Stevie Ray Vaughan has 2 $5 bids. Mortgage Guy Rob bid $5. Dwayne Caldwell bid $5. Chase Arnold wants a Ginger. and that is sold to Chase Arnold. These are leftover ones from last night we're about to do for $6.99. There's only been 2 no bids tonight, Halloween Live and Faster Pussycat. Gregory, you went to sleep last night. You've probably missed 250 hair metal and glam metal and metal cassettes, because I was like, all last night, I was like, where's Gregory Roberts? He's missing hundreds and dozens and thousands of hair metal cassettes. I was like, he's elected to go to sleep. Worst decision of his life. Over here, we got Foreigner 4. This is new for Friday. This is new for today. Foreigner 4 is $29.99. It's a new remix. It's the original album recording remix, $29.99. There's a hard and fast rule here. Never go to sleep or you're going to miss something. I mean, I posted pictures. You should have seen this collection. We just bought it. We bought it last night during the sale. Skid Row Subhuman Race, $39.99. Skid Row, $39.99. Flash has a new bid for $33. Also, we got 2 copies of Ginger. This is Cloud Factory. Ginger Cloud Factory is $33.99. Over here, we have Faster Pussycat, no bid, $10 buy it now. Helix, no bid, $10 buy it now. I'm going to put all those right over here. Jerry Stone on the new Foreigner 4. Paul Brothers on the new Foreigner 4. Right now, we've sold 2 copies of Foreigner, and we've sold 1 copy of Ginger. There's those 2. Next thing, I've got Stephen Piercy. You may know him from Rat. This is a solo album called Overdrive, $29.99. All right, Mortgage Guy Rob, you are out over here on Stevie Ray Vaughan. It has a bid for $6. Flash is sold to Brian Elkins for $33. Brian, that's sold to you for $33. Next thing is Jerry Stone got a Foreigner, Javi Soto on Helix. That's sold to Javi Soto, and Hiram Aponte wants Ginger Macro, Ginger Cloud. I've already showed 2 Gingers. I did. There's the other one. Ginger Cloud Factory is sold to Hiram Aponte. Stevie Ray Vaughan's about to sell unless there's new bids. Next auction is Wasp. And Wasp is a 1985 UK OG VG Plus condition. Wasp, Blind in Texas. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next auction going up right now is Femme Fatale. That one's going to go up for a $10 start. Femme Fatale. I have 1 copy of Flotsam and Jetsam, No Place for Disgrace. $44.99 for Flotsam and Jetsam, No Place for Disgrace. This is Super Joint Ritual. This is Phil Anselmo, $38.99. Olive green, they're numbered on the front. Super Joint Ritual, $38.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of that. I've also got 3 copies. This is new for today. This comes out today. It's a Grateful Dead picture disc, Blues for Allah, 50th anniversary, limited to 7,500, and this is $34.99. Next thing is Ivan on SJ, Super Joint. That's sold to Ivan R. Super Joint Ritual. Wasp, no bid yet. Femme Fatale, no bid yet. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold for $6 to Dwayne Caldwell. Dwayne, that's sold to you. Next thing is going up right over here. This is Devo. Duty Now for the Future. Duty Now for the Future is a 79 U.S. Winchester OG with the original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition. Devo is a $15 start. Also, we have 1 copy of Avatar, Dance Devil Dance. Avatar is $36.99. The hop sticker says, the greatest metal circus on the planet is coming for you. Join the madness, join the fun. $36.99 for Avatar. Also, I have 3 copies here of Cryptic Slaughter, Money Talks. Cryptic Slaughter from Relapse is Black Ice with splatter, limited to 1,000 copies. I can actually show you what that color looks like right over here. This is super cool. Cryptic Slaughters now for bid. Wasp has a bid for $10. This sleeve is also super statically charged. Chad, can I have some of the empty cardboard boxes in the hallway to use for packing in my apartment? Sure thing. Otherwise they're probably going to get thrown in the dump trailer. Next thing over here is Wasp is at 10, Devo's at 15. Nobody bid on Femme Fatale. It's a $10 buy now. Also over here we got Ginger, King of Everything. Ginger's $33.99. And we have Cryptic Slaughter again, Convicted, $29.99 for Cryptic Slaughter. Boy, I wish I would have had all that stuff last night. John said now, thank you. John, I probably won't see you till Monday then. Okay. Let's go over here. Let's go over there. Let's do this. First thing we have is Paul Catrich on Avatar. Paul Catrich gets Avatar. That was my only copy. That's sold to him. We got Wasp at 12, but there's already a bid for 12 of Clay Moore, so Brian, you're out. Jeff Brindley gets Femme Fatale for $10. How much are the Cryptic Slaughters? $29.99 each. Devo has one bid for $15. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Great White Shot in the Dark. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Great White Shot in the Dark, $10 start on that one. Okay, and let's read through this crate one more time very, very quickly. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably need to get ready. First thing is Wasp has bids now for 14, and Devo's the final call, and Devo was at 15 with Gerald Whitworth. Next thing is this, Ginger, Macro. There's a few different Ginger albums. Here's the first one. Macro is $29.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death, $34.99. These are all metal suggestions. There's a few new things in here, but most of these metal suggestions that I pulled from the group post that I made a while back saying, hey, what metal should I order? Next thing is Wasp. Alonzo on J for Ginger. That's sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Also, those are sold out, so now we can start waiting lists for Macro. Ginger Macro will now be a waiting list. Flotsam and Jetsam, both copies still available. This is the new Foreigner 4. This is a gatefold jacket, $29.99. It's a new remix of that classic album, $29.99. Gregory has Great White for 10, final call. Devo got one bid, and that's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Now Wasp is at 19. Now our next auction is Scorpions Animal Magnetism. Scorpions is a 1980 USPRC Richmond. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus, so just a $1 start on that one. Henry's Choice, you just missed Devo. Skid Row Subhuman Race, I've only got one. Blue and black colored vinyl. Skid Row, $39.99. Here's the other Ginger. It's called Cloud Factory. That Ginger's $33.99. I still got all three Stephen Piercy. That's on red vinyl. Overdrive is $29.99. One Flotsam and Jetsam, No Place for Disgrace. That's a music on vinyl press for $44. And I still got all three of Super Joint Rituals. I figure these would have sold out immediately based on what I was seeing, but that's $38.99. Alonzo gets the other Ginger, so now we're sold out of both Gingers. Gregory gets Great White for $10. Wasp is at 19 with Brian Elkins' final call. Scorpions is a $1 start, and as of right now, there's no bid. So final call for $1. Final call for $1. Let me put these DVDs right here. I'm about to read through some of those. Please don't fall DVDs. Let's start trying to do some lots. As y'all know, sometimes I start bundling these things in lots to kind of move through them faster. So here are these right here. We have Great White, The Angel Song, which is a single, Once Bitten, and then Twice Shy. So there's three Great White cassettes there for a $15 start, okay? $15 start on that. And then I get a Super Joint. You did. And then Scorpions 1 Super Joint album title. It's called Use Once and Destroy. Use Once and Destroy, yeah. $38.99. Grateful Dead is Blues for Allah. That's new for today. 50th anniversary picture disc, $34.99. Cryptic Slaughter. I still got 3 copies of Money Talks. I also have Ginger, King of Everything. Still got both of those, $33. And we have the other Cryptic Slaughter, Convicted. That one's $29. Okay, 3 Great White cassettes, $15 start, and Wasp is officially sold to Brian Elkins for $19. Moving over here is our next auction, Leadbelly. Leadbelly, this is the original soundtrack from the motion picture, Leadbelly. It's a 76 USOG with the original on her sleeve. EX, a $10 start on that one. Hiram Aponte does want Super Joint. Scorpions is now at 2. And we have Alonzo on the 3rd and final Ginger. He's 3 for 3 on Ginger. That is now full. Chad, did you see they're doing a Dr. Dre Chronic one-step? I have not seen that. I've been pretty much flooded with some announcements today. I woke up and it was like Pink Floyd, this and that, and seeing messages coming from customers like, holy moly, I'm going to have to take a week off to post pre-orders. All right, it's time to crack open this monster and crack open a Little Debbie before we get into crate number 2 of 5. I got to have some energy. I got to have my dessert, okay? First thing I'm going to do is do this right here. And Alonzo, it might have been your comment on that post where I pulled all those Ginger titles from, okay? Might have been where I pulled that from. So make sure if you ever see me make a post like that, I may not order them right away, but I use it as a reference whenever I'm trying to find new material for the show. All right, I'm back. First thing we have, Scorpions 6, Scorpions 10. Ivan says, I'll take money talks. That's Cryptic Slaughter. Thank you, Ivan R. And then these 3 Great Whites are a final call for 15. What's wrong with the Scorpions? It's VG minus. That's the grade, VG minus. VG minus means many, many scuffs and marks, maybe even a fillable mark or 2. Scorpions at 10 with Matt Nichols. Final call on Lead Belly, final call on Great White. All right. Anybody else on anything in here? We got Cryptic Slaughter, Cryptic Slaughter, Cryptic Slaughter, Ginger, Cryptic Slaughter, Cryptic Slaughter, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Super Joint Ritual, Flotsam and Jetsam, Stephen Piercy, Skid Row, Forder, Flotsam, Jetsam. All right. A fillable, yeah, or feelable. A fillable. You could fill it up too. You could fill it and fill it. All right. Next auction, next crate. Moving right along. Let's go through this one right here. You may ask yourself, how did I find myself living in yeah. All right, Scorpions at 11. They have not released any information on wings. As of today, I click on 2 or 3 major distributors' website. Laura can double check right now to see if anything's changed. It's as if that album doesn't even exist yet. So they're trying to get all the pre-order money they can directly from their own website. And then Paul's like, okay, go ahead and let the other stores have it. I want to let everybody know I just absolutely killed those Little Debbies. I apologize to Little Debbie and everybody associated with her, but those things just got destroyed. Okay, Iron Maiden, a live unofficial. Iron Maiden live in New York, the Palladium. We've sold dozens of these. Fantastic. New York, 1982, $29.99. Nobody bid on Great White, $15 buy now for all 3. Nobody bid on Lead Belly, $10 buy now on that. Scorpions is at $12 with John Bobing. Greg Beddinger, You're Out. Also got Pulp Fiction soundtrack. Tough OG to come by. It came out in 1994 as a club only, I think. Pulp Fiction's $36.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace is $36.99. And John Prine, this is new for today. First time on vinyl, his 1995 album, Lost Dogs and Missed Blessings. New for today, first time on vinyl, $36.99. John Durden says, I've been on Lead Belly. I might have completely missed that. John Durden did bid on Lead Belly. This is so to John Durden. Also see where somebody asked a question. Who was that person who asked a question? Zane Crace. Oh, that was just somebody replying to Hiram. Okay. So that's sold for $10. Condition of Scorpions is VG minus. It's at $12. VG minus. Chad Schneider on Pulp Fiction and Jerry Stone on the new John Prine. That's new. Comes out today. First time ever on vinyl. Remastered. Never was released on vinyl. Next auction is going to go up right now. Psychedelic Soul, spelled P-S-O-L, The Freak Scene. A 1967 Santa Maria OG. The bottom seam is split. The cover does have damage. It's VG minus. $15 start. Look how hard it is to find high-grade copies. The most it's ever sold for was $50, and it was just VG plus. That means if you found a super nice copy of that, it could demand as much as $150. That one's a $15 start. Next is Pink Floyd live at the Britton Dome, 1972. This is the first time they played Dark Side of the Moon live. $44.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. That's also an unofficial. I also have 2 copies of Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains is a double LP, $39.99. Scorpions is sold to John Bobing for $12. Psychedelic Soul is now a $15 start. We've already knocked out that crate of auctions. Let's slide this right over here, and let's get into the other stuff and some of the other DVDs. All right, first thing, let me get this stuff off the table. Here are some cassettes that are $6.99. that I need to take off the table. For these are left over from last night. White Snake Slip of the Tongue, ZZ Top Deguelo, ZZ Top Eliminator, ZZ Top Afterburner, The Best of ZZ Top, Doucette Mama Let 'Em Play, and Contagious Be Ready. Those are all $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Dave Matthews Band is a 2014 individually numbered limited edition with book. That's a $35 start on Dave Matthews Band. I also have Faith No More live 1990. Now, as y'all know, I had a Faith No More album last night. Their stuff is really tough to come by. This is a live unofficial, $44.99. Also, Bolt Thrower, we sold out of those copies last night. This one's called Those Once Loyal. Bolt Throwers on cream white colored vinyl, includes bonus track and giant poster 20th anniversary, $39.99. This is live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. We are live. Our main platforms are Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. You are live watching right now. This is in Lebanon, Tennessee. My name is Chad Williams. I'm here to sell you records. The most amazing records you've ever seen in your life. Faith No More is sold to Tom Sullivan. Contagious is sold to Clay Moore for $6.99. Dave Matthews Band has a bid for $35. Nobody bid on Psychedelic Soul. You can pick up that VG minus record for $15. That's a common grade for that one. Godsmack is $39.99. Godsmack is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And now there's Dave Matthews Band. Next thing over here is, what is this? Lorna Shore. Did we have a, oh, this is a pre-order, right, Laura? Yeah, this is a pre-order. Let me pull this up in the group. Lorna Shore. And let me pull this up and let me look it up in a whole lot of records. Lorna. Final call on Dave Matthews Band. Tom Emick wants a Godsmack. And here's some more $6.99 cassettes. This is Dawkin, Breaking the Chains, Dawkin Back for the Attack, Dawkin Beast from the East, Cinderella Heartbreak Station, and Tesla 5-Man Acoustical Jam. All those cassettes are $6.99 each. Lorna Shore, here are the first people to get one. I've got Brandon Lack, Daniel Buzide, and Autumn Betts. That is Brandon Lack, Daniel Buzide, and Autumn Betts, okay? And then over here, we've got Justin Deckelman and Steve Howe. Justin Deckelman and Steve Howe. And Steve Howe commented again, so he only needs one. And then the last two people is Matt Shiker and Cody Gray. And I'm pretty sure Laura's already ordered more. So that's it for right now, unless there's more in some of these other crates. If not, there's probably a good chance there's more on the way. Over here, we have next, we pulled Godsmack. Michael LeBlanc wants Dawkin Back for the Attack for $6.99. Michael LeBlanc also gets Tesla 5-Man Acoustical Jam for $6.99. Also, Javi Soto gets Cinderella for $6.99. Jim B offered $10 for Psychedelic Soul. Jim B, I'll do it for $14.50 if you want it. $14.50 on Psychedelic Soul. Next auction is Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Lita's going to go up for a $10 start. There's our next cassette auction. Dancing on the Edge, Lita Ford. And Laura has ordered more. So what that means is if anybody else wants a Lorna Shore, I'm not too familiar with this, but it seems like it's pretty popular. I feel the Everblack festering within me. Gatefold 2LP Light Marble Vinyl. Let's make a note and make sure Matt Shiker and Cody Gray's on the list. Just make a note they're still on the pre-order. And then if anybody else wants one right now, we'll take down your name for whenever more comes in. I do have Armored Saint, March of the Saint. That is $38.99. And Megadeth, Euthanasia. Megadeth is $39.99. Next LP is going to go up right now. This is the Beatles, Not for Sale. This is an unofficial Beatles compilation from 1985, one after 909, medley of hits. Yes, it is. It's unofficial. It's Beatles Studio unofficial recordings. $35 start on the Beatles. Final call on Lita Ford. Over here is Dave Matthews Band, and this is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Just one bid, $35. Nice pickup there, Blaine. And then Jim B gets Psychedelic Soul. Boy, some of y'all psych buyers missed a boat here. Jim B has now made next month's house payment. This is a $70, $80, $200, $300, $400, $500 record. He just got it for $12 over here. Tim Rory got Armored Saint, March of the Saint. That's so to him. X-Wing says, I want the album before this one. That would be a request for Laura to see if she can order it. Chad, are you doing an order for the reissue of 03's Ringo Rama from Friday Music released today, or did I miss it? Comes in both translucent. I don't know if I ordered that because I don't know if I've seen it. Beatles is a $35 start. Lita Ford is a $10 start. No bid yet. Final call. Lita don't want to stand up. Here's Fastway on Target. We're going to put this one up as well for a $10 start. Fastway on Target. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The Ramones. It's alive. The Ramones is a 79 UKOG with the original under sleeve. VG Plus condition. The Ramones is a $35 start. That is OG. I'm putting these away for a while. I got to clear off my table a little bit. So what do we have left? Doucette, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, Whitesnake, Dawkins. Those are $6.99. I'm actually going to put them down in here for right now. Put them right down in there so they don't fall over. I'm going to read through those other ones in just a second, and I'm going to read through this crate of new vinyl right quick, okay? So we almost have filled up our first full crate. I've still got 3 more crates of new stuff to go through, and then I'm definitely going to be recapping because when I started going through the first crate earlier, there was, 144 people. Now there's 197 people watching on all platforms, and we still got cassettes to read through, no bids, etc., etc. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. The last thing I have over here, we sold Cinderella. We sold Armored Saint. Chuck Haley, I will look in that for you. And then Fastways at 10. Fastways at 10. And then there was a question from Javi. Chad Claymore asked for the Contagious cassette. I think I've already pulled that, haven't I? I've already pulled Contagious, right? Yeah, I've already pulled that for him. That's already been pulled, okay? And then, next thing is this. I've got Iron Maiden live in New York, yellow vinyl, 1982, $29.99. Pulp Fiction soundtrack, $36.99. Sold one left. Megadeth is $36.99. Sold two left. Sold 2 left. And then John Prine, new for today, first time ever on vinyl. OG. This is the OG pressing of a John Prine album. First time on vinyl, $36.99. Pink Floyd, live in Britain Dome, 1972, $44.99. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue, $39.99. Faith No More, we've sold one left, $44. Bolt Thrower, $39.99. Those once loyal, still got a couple of those left. Godsmack's $39, and then Megadeth, $39.99 for Euthanasia Megadeth. Oop, and I got a Slayer. Actually, I was going to auction this. It's not cheap for what it is, but I figured somebody would buy it based on what I've seen auction results. But this is $29.99. This is Slayer Thrash Attack. It came from our distributor like this. It's got 2 tracks, Fight Till Death and The Antichrist, both live in 85. That's $29.99. There was only 1 in stock. I was like, seems kind of pricey for a 7-inch picture disc, but also based on what I see auction results for every night, it's probably not too out of a line for a brand new one. Tom Sullivan on a John Prine and Sherry Darnell on a John Prine. Awesome. And I think that officially really fills up my crate. It does. Let me take this over here and let's start filling up another one. Time to end some cassette auctions, etc., etc. There's that. I'm probably going to do all the new vinyl in a row. Just go ahead and knock out all that. Then Hatchet Ed. Then I got all the John stuff. Yeah. So that's what's going on. Chad Snyder on Megadeth. Was that for Euthanasia, Chad? Or was that for Rust in Peace? And then Dan James Kika also wants a picture disc. Any more, George? Honestly, I don't know what's in the next 3 crates. If I told you I did, I'd be lying. I don't want to lie to you. Fastways at $18. That's with stereo. And then over here, Lita Ford did not get a bid, so that's a buy it now for $10. Lita Ford's a no bid, $10 buy it now on that. Matthew Sherrick wants one of the Iron Maiden bootlegs. That's so to Matthew Sherrick. Thank you on that. Nobody bid on the Beatles. That's a $35 buy it now. Beatles Not For Sale, which is a 1985 unofficial, near mint condition. $35 buy it now on that. Going to do all the new vinyl, then move into the other crates, and that way later, when probably a whole new crowd's watching, we can go through all the new vinyl again. Beatles is a $35 buy it now with Chris Bachek. Slayer is technically new if anybody wants it, $29.99 on that. That's called Thrash Attack. Let me turn it the right way up before it falls out and breaks. Todd Doris, you were second on the Beatles. Fastway right now. Javi Soto's out. We're about to sell that for $18 to Gregory. And then one more look at the Ramones, because this should be getting bids. The Ramones, It's Alive. a 1979 UK OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. So this is OG, an OG Ramones album. It's alive, 1979, $35 start. In-game is technically in print, but it hadn't received a pressing, and it's kind of like a Countdown to Extinction. It actually hadn't seen a pressing in years. So we're just waiting for that one. They're back ordered. One day I'm going to say, hey, there's 100 copies showing up. And that will be a big post over in the group, and we'll show them here live. But until then, yeah, I'm going to ask you to actually take these back up front. I just brought them back here for novelty. And if you don't take all these Little Debbies up front and Oreos, I'm going to eat them all, okay? I've got the Vol cookie still back here, but yeah, I might take that on the road with me tomorrow. Okay. Appreciate that. Fastway, $18. Thank you, Sister Jill. Sister Jill. That's because she's my sister. Next thing is, oh my gosh, what do we have here? Crazy. That's how it goes. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz is a 1981 Terre Haute OG pressing in VG condition, $25 star for Ozzy. You may ask yourself, my gosh, Chad, what kind of other cassettes do you have going up for auction? How about Every Mother's Nightmare? Every Mother's Nightmare is going to go up for a $10 start. Over here, we have Paul Brothers on Slayer. Can you do the Slayer pictures? Faith and More Live on Official for $70. All the new vinyl is sticker price, but Danny, if you do want the Slayer picture disc, I will sell it to you. You've got first dibs. If not, it's sold to Paul Brothers. Okay, can't discount any of the new vinyl, especially right out of the chute tonight. This is all brand new stuff, but it never hurts to ask, but it's always sticker price. If some of this stuff doesn't sell in about 30 or 60 days, you'll see it discounted. But usually by then it's all gone, and I've reordered it again, and then it gets reset for another 30 days. And then I'm like, well, if it don't sell, I'll discount it. But then if it sells out, I'll reorder it, and then it gets recycled for the next 30 days. A lot of stuff never gets discounted. Some stuff it does. I could have some stuff sitting around for a month and a half, but it rarely happens with the really good titles. Paul Brothers has, you have Slayer if Danny Thomason passes, okay? So right now, Ozzy has bids, Ramones, and we're looking for a $10 start on Every Mother's Nightmare. Okay, over here is a unofficial pressing of Depeche Mode, also Almost Acoustic Christmas, the KROQ broadcast. So this is live Depeche Mode, a 2 LP from Parachute, $44.99. $44.99. Master Mob wants Depeche Mode. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. And then over here, we got Ozzy at 28. Every Mother's Son is at 10. Nobody bid on the Ramones, so that's a $35 buy now on the Ramones. $35 buy now on the Ramones. Over here is Cypress Hill, self-titled. Cypress Hill is $33.99. Also, 2 copies of the Crow soundtrack. Brandon Lee, The Crow, a 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Final call on Every Mother's Nightmare. Next cassette's going to go up right now. And that next cassette is Heathen, and that's Breaking the Silence, and Heathen is a $10 start. The Slayer picture disc is Thrash Attack, and on the back it is Fight Till Death Live 1985 and the Antichrist Live 1985. And just FYI, it probably needs to be put into a sleeve immediately. One thing, it looks like the picture disc here, probably just because it's loose and it's baggy, it's already seen like some scuffing going on there. Hope you can see that right there, even though it is brand new. Sometimes these kind of small unofficials like that, you don't know what you're getting till you order them. It's kind of like the stuff I've seen, new vinyl that come not sealed in the jacket. I've pulled some out before, and I'm like, man, this almost looks like it's used, and it's brand new. I'm sure y'all experience the same thing. Ramones is at 35, and that is sold to Stanley Richmond. No, it's sold to George Jones. He got it first. I can't believe no one bought this. This is sold to George Jones for $35. Stanley Richmond was second. Ozzy 31, Ozzy 32, Ozzy 33, Ozzy 34, Ozzy 35. Every Mother's Nightmare is sold for $10, and that is sold for $10 to Clay Moore, right? Yep, that's sold to Clay Moore for $10. And then Heathen, this is Breaking the Silence, looking for a $10 start on that one. Ozzy's at 35. So the Crow soundtrack, and then it's usually a companion. Usually if I order the Crow, I order the single soundtrack. Just 2 incredible soundtracks, Singles and Crow. Singles is $38.99. I've got 2 copies, and this is a half-speed master, all analog, David Bowie, Young Americans, $33.99 for Bowie. And check this out, Rush, Pink Pop, 1979 on pink colored vinyl. Rush is $29.99. Now, the next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction for you, speaking of David Bowie, is David Bowie Images, 1966, 1967. This is a U.S. press well, exact year unknown, but it's a compilation, does not seem to have a U.S. reissue. But the 73 OGs are listed, plus a handful with no year info, but labels match OG copies. David Bowie, Images, 2 LP, 66, 67 compilation, $20 start on that. Ozzy's at 37, Ozzy's at 38. So, Paul, I've got you down for the Slayer picture disc, if that's still good with you. That's over there review. Over here, we have Ozzy 36, Ozzy 37. Danny, if you decide you want Faith No More, I have one copy left. We had one of their albums last night, sold out. We have a wait list. It's King for a Day, $59.99. The other one over here I have over here is the Live Unofficial, which is the other one we're talking about. Mitch T gets Rush. That's sold to Mitch T. Ozzy's at $39. What's the Rush? This is Rush Pink Pop 1979. This is Live June 4th, 1979. $29.99. David Bowie has a bid for $20. Ozzy has a new bid for $40. If anybody wants Heathen, it's a $10 buy it now. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Jet Boy. And this is Jet Boy, Feel the Shake. Jet Boy is going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Rainbow, St. David's Hall, 1983. Live, UK, Rainbow, $29.99. Also, I've got two copies here of what? Run DMC. This is Run DMC live at the Apollo, 1986, New York. That's a live unofficial Run DMC, $29.99. Slayer live in Paris, 1991. That's $29.99. And Pearl Jam Versus. That's on clear vinyl. Pearl Jam is $29.99. That is a gatefold on clear vinyl, $29.99. Ozzy, somebody asked what it was. It's an OG copy of Blizzard of Oz. 1981, U.S. Terre Haute with the original on her sleeve, VG condition. Ozzy's a $41 bid right now. Jet Boy's a $10 start. $10 start on Jet Boy, and then the last bid on David Bowie was $22 and then $25. Over here is Master Ma on Slayer. He gets Slayer. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I've got two copies of Cypress Hill, Black Sunday. Cypress Hill is $38.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP. $38.99. Do I have Men at Work? You're probably talking about Ultimate Collection. Good question. If I can locate it, I'll pull it for you, but otherwise, I don't really know if I do. I think it's called their Ultimate Collection. Next is Pearl Jam, Bridging the Gap, Acoustic Broadcast, 1996. That's a gatefold, $34.99 for Pearl Jam. I still got a few of those. Also, we have Pink Floyd, Between the Hopeful and the Damned, live at the Old Refectory. What a cool cover. Pink Floyd there, $44.99 on that one. That one's $44.99. Alonzo on the Slayer waiting list, this one right here. Alonzo on Slayer, Master Ma on Pink Floyd. Bowie's at $25. Nobody bid on Jet Boy. That's a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. Ozzy, the last bid was Brian Elkins at $41. I hope everybody's done because I'm about to sell it. Next thing is three. I've got three more Pink Floyds, actually. My bad. I thought that cover was just incredible. So I have three other Pink Floyds. Alonzo on the Slayer, Live Paris 91. And then I've got two copies of the Pink Panther, and this is on pink vinyl, the Henry Mancini Classic Soundtrack, $29.99. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, Megadeth is $33.99. And then the Rock and Roll High School Soundtrack, this is $33.99. 40th Anniversary Fired Color Vinyl, the Rock and Roll High School Soundtrack, $33.99 on that one. And then the Free Will and Bob Dylan. This is now going up for auction. It's a 1966 Pittman reissue. It's in shrink in EX vinyl. This is kind of unusual to see this one this nice in shrink on a Columbia 2i from 66. That's a $35 start on David Bowie. I mean on Bob Dylan, $35 on that. David Bowie just got a new bid for $28. Ozzy's at $44. Chad Schneider wants Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Are these unofficials? The Depeche Mode was. This one here is from Dear Boss. They make really good bootlegs. And then Pearl Jam is Parachute. So Pearl Jam's Parachute, Pink Floyd's Dear Boss. Run DMC is Cult Legends. And I think... yeah, Cult Legends, and we've been getting a lot of those. Still got both copies of Rainbow. Rainbow is still available. Matt Nichols on the single soundtrack. And then over here, Return of the Living Dead. I have a wait list for this. I think it's Kelly Vlodarchek. Let me set that right over there and double check. I know I have at least 2 extra copies. The classic punk rock zombie soundtrack, splatter vinyl, $39.99 on that. Tool Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool's a 2 LP on clear vinyl, $34.99. Paul Brothers also wants on the Slayer wait list. Ozzy has a new bid for $46. Chad Schneider, it's up to you. The last bid on David Bowie, Eric Van Leuven went out. Kevin Johnson, $28. Bob Dylan's a $35 start, just FYI. Next cassette is going to go up right now, and that next cassette is the Dogs D. D'Amour, or something like that. The Dogs D. D'Amour, and this is King Thieves, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Don Alker on RLD, Return of the Living Dead. That's so to Don Alker. Okay, so let's go out. Let's go through one of these, this crate right here one more time. That was a fantastic selection of stuff. About everything in there I've never had before. First thing, 1 Depeche Mode left, Almost Acoustic Christmas, the KROQ broadcast. That's a 2 LP parachute bootleg, $44.99 on that. We sold one left. I still got both copies of Cypress Hill, $33.99. The Crow soundtrack, 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails, SDP, The Cure, Pantera, Rage. That's $44.99 for the Crow soundtrack. Still got 2 copies of that. The single soundtrack, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. Essentially a grunge soundtrack. That's a 2 LP. We've sold one left with a bonus CD with bonus tracks. JetBlue gets a Tool Absolute Ultra Rare. This is actually supposed to be, these are supposed to be, is that, let me check over here. Let me make sure that's right before I tag that. I may have wrote something down. That seems awfully good price on that. Absolute Ultra. Yeah, these are supposed to be, where did I write that down at? I didn't write down on it. That's why. Yeah, this is $44. I'm going to make sure you still want one. I'll see what I've done. Yeah, all right, so I got a correction. All right, I'm going to reduce one price down and mark one up, okay? Master Ma, your Pink Floyd is going to be $39.99, okay? $39 on this. I'm going to mark through it just so they know, okay? This is $39, $39 on that. And then Tool is $44. I got to make sure JetBlue still wants one, okay? So I see what I did over here. So this is $44. If you still want one, let me know. If not, that's okay. I was about to say, because I think the first time I ever posted the pre-order on those, they were $49. Still wants one. Okay, so $44 on that one. Sean Lee Hooker, you just got a $5 discount on Pink Floyd. I still got 3 of the Pink Floyds if anybody wants one. And then what was the next comment? Stats on Dillard. What is the Depeche Mode and price on singles? All right, the first thing I'm going to do is sell David Bowie. And David Bowie is sold for $28, and that is sold to Kevin Johnson for $28. Ozzy just got a new bid for $48. I was about to sell it too. Brian Elkins, you've been outbid. Nobody bid on the Dogs D. D'Amour. That's a $10 buy now. Bob Dylan is a Columbia 2i label. It's a 66 Pittman reissue. In Shrink EX, a $35 start on Dylan. $35 start on Dylan, and singles is $38.99. David Bowie, Half-Speed Master, $33. We still have both. We sold one Rush. There's one left. This is Rush, Live and Pink Pop, 1979, $29.99. Still got both copies of Rainbow. St. David's Hall, 1983. Rainbow is $29.99. Still have both of those. Run DMC, Live at the Apollo, 1986, $29.99. Depeche Mode. Who asked about this first? Jackie Reynolds asked about it first. This is a 2 LP, Almost Acoustic Christmas, $44.99. It is sold to Jackie Reynolds. Put Jason Fortner on a waiting list. Let's sell Calvin Ward, The Rush, Pink Pop. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Nobody bid on Bob Dylan. He's a $35 buy now. Ozzy's at $50 with Mark Stanley. Still got both copies of Run DMC. Pink Floyd Versus on clear vinyl, $29.99. Cypress Hill Black Sunday. Cypress Hill is $38.99. Pearl Jam Bridging the Gap, acoustic broadcast, 1986. That's a double LP, $34.99. And then Pink Floyd is $39.99. These are not $44. These are $39, okay? There's, cross those out just so we know, okay? I might go ahead and make little, it's kind of hard to see. It's hard to write with a jumbo Sharpie, you know. $39. So that is really cool. Between the Hopeful and the Damned, that's $39.99. Also, we got the Pink Panther on pink vinyl for $29. Rock and Roll High School, Ramones, Alice Cooper, Devo, Chuck Berry, that's $33. One copy left, The Return of Living Dead for $39. And Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. This is a Gayfo 2 LP on clear vinyl, which includes their cover of Led Zeppelin's No Quarter, $44.99 on that. Jason Fortnerat on Pearl Jam, Bridging the Gap. All right, that is sold to Jason Fortnerat. Thank you on that. Ozzy, how much? The high bid right now is $51 of Brian Elkins. It's a 1981 U.S. Terre Haute OG in VG condition. If you ever see anything laying back there in the back, that means it's a live auction. Until I call it sold, it can be bid on at any single time. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Dark Side of the Moon MoFi pressing. A 1979 MoFi pressing, a Dark Side of the Moon. EX condition. The top seam does have some splitting and some chipping. Not bad though, $50 start. We've sold one rainbow, there's one left. Darren Wortman gets one, and now there's one left, rainbow, that's sold to Darren Wortman. Also, we have the single soundtrack, $38.99. Gayfo 2 LP, $38.99. Pink Floyd is a 79 US MoFi pressing, $50 start. Blake, that's one of Moose's favorite albums. He'll tell you that any day of the week. He loves Pink Floyd. Seth's indifferent about them, I think, but they both have questionable taste. Over here is Ozzy. This is a high bid right now, Brian Elkins at $51. Now, Moose, he's not too much of a fan for Ozzy. I don't know why, but he just never has been. And then we have, what's the Rainbow? The Rainbow is a live unofficial. Rainbow is St. David's Hall, 1983. That's live. The Best of Rainbow at St. David's Hall, Wales, UK, 1983. I still have that if anybody wants it. Over here, we got Dark Side of the Moon at 50, Dark Side of the Moon at 65. We're going to bring over another new crate. I can tell a lot of people's finally getting back home for their Friday night dinners, or they're getting settled in because they're hopping in right there in the middle of a crate. And every time I go through a crate, we sell 2 or 3 more copies, because about every time I go through a crate, about 5 or 10 more new people's watching. So let's go ahead and keep going. And then here in a minute, I've got 2 more to go through. Then we'll go through everything, okay? Pink Floyd's at $70 of John McPatriot. I was waiting for one person on Ozzy. He's out. This sold to Brian Elkins for $51. Over here is Pink Floyd. That's at 70. That's at 70. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Def Leppard Pyromania, a 1983 U.S. Pittman Club. It is super clean and shrink wrap. This is a super nice copy. $35 start on that. Kelly Vlodderchek gets the Return of the Living Dead. I have one left. That's on splatter vinyl. Let's put that right there. David asked if I have any MoFi. Right there's your answer, David. You can start bidding away. Just go ahead and bid $250 on that Pink Floyd MoFi. Here's a David Bowie box set. This is $444.99. $444. This is the 18 LP, the last of that David Bowie catalog box set. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron, $449.99. Thank you, Cynthia. We're going to leave that in the original shipping box. G, Tanner, Ed, whoever's watching this sale, I'm going to leave that on the miscellaneous table. Go ahead and get that out of the way. Another big David Bowie box sold. If anybody else wants one, they're $449.99. $449.99. We got 2 more crates of new vinyl to read through. Got 2 Hatchet Ed crates. Let's get started. I got a bunch of on-sale Ace Frehley's in here. I mean, a bunch of on-sale Ace Frehley's in here. I still need to read through this last handful of $6.99 cassettes back here. Don't forget, we still got plenty of cassettes to put up for auction. Let me read through these one more time that were $6.99. Let's start with this handful right here. These are all $6.99. Driving and Crying, Fly Me Courageous, The Bottles, Choir Boy, spelled with a CH, White Line Pride, and then Cheap Trick Self-Titled, Cheap Trick Dream Police, Cheap Trick in Color, and Cheap Trick Standing on the Edge. Those are all $6.99 on those. Mitch T gets the Bob Dylan for $30. Sell that for $30 on that. And then Pink Floyd has a high bid of $85 of Jason Fortnerat. Striper cassettes. Let me see if I can find them right quick. I've told a couple people I would hold off on Ozzy. I've promised 2 people Ozzy and Hanoi Rocks would be slightly later, but if I can find these Stripers you're talking about, I'm about to get into a new tray anyway. Here we go, Striper. Let's do it right here. Let's do Striper, and here is the yellow and black Attack. That's now going up for a $10 start. To hell with the devil and God. Which, boy, I pulled the wrong one. Well, we'll start that one first. Boy, I didn't read the rest of your comment. I'll do that one in just a second. There's that first one. Yellow and Black Attack, $10 start on that. Over here, Dark Side of the Moon is at 85 of Jason Fornerat. Everybody else is out. If you want in, now's the time. Def Leppard, no bid. Back to new vinyl. Ace Frehley, Space Invader, 2 LP. This is on clear and tangerine colored vinyl. $29.99 for Ace Frehley. Space Invader, $29.99, Gatefold 2 LP. Also, we have Trouble. This one is $38.99, an absolute classic. The legendary album from 1990, the pinnacle of Trouble's impressive career. Heavy metal was never better than this. Trouble, $38.99. I've got 2 copies of it. Ween, Live at the Cat's Cradle, 1992. First time available on LP, milky colored vinyl, 2 LP. Ween, Live is $39.99. I've got 2 of those. Pergy has Def Leppard for $35, final call. Randy Klein has not set out on Pink Floyd, neither has John McPatriot, but I'm assuming they're done. It's at $85. Darren Wortman gets Trouble. I hadn't seen that in stock in a long time. There's 1 copy left. Here's another Ace Frehley, and I'm pretty sure there's a waiting list for this. I kind of need to go get my laptop right quick. When I come back, if there's not a new bid on any of those 3 auctions, one of them's about to sell 1 bid, Dark Side's about to sell for $85, and I'm about to make Striper buy it now. I really know get my laptop because I got to mark off this Return of the Living Dead. I got to mark off this other waiting list as well. Don't want to mess up any of these waiting lists. These waiting lists are very important. It's the key to some of our success here. Ordering new vinyl and then basically selling it live and taking pre-orders live. I used to tell everybody, well, I can reorder this, watch next Wednesday, and you'll be back in. I used to do that like back in when I first started doing this. I was like, why do that when we can just go ahead and take down their name? And everybody's like, just mark me down for one whenever they come in, Chad. And then thus the waiting list was born. Feet at Coletco, which is now unmatched. The waiting list. Since then, I've had my same Microsoft Excel spreadsheet I work on every day. Taking off names, adding names, deleting old ones, adding new ones. I've been working on the same spreadsheet forever. What column row am I up to? I think I'm up to column row. So at the top of my spreadsheet, I'm on column. If I can get this thing open. Please open. I got the pinwheel of death. My old MacBook never got the pinwheel. I bought a brand new one, super loaded MacBook, like the best processor, this and that, thousands of dollars, and I get the pinwheel all the time now. I am on, my column at the top says EEW. So that's how high I am on my columns up at the top on the spreadsheet. All right, so here is Ace Frehley. And Ace Frehley, I am looking for a waiting list for Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick got an anomaly. So Matthew Sherrick, thank you. This is so to you. That's so to Matthew Sherrick on that one. All right, let's go back up to the top and see what happened. So first thing, Striper got 1 bid, sold to Hiram Aponte for $10. Def Leppard, 1 bid, sold to Pergy, $35. And John McPatriot says he's out for the second time. I must have missed your first one. I don't think it ever came through. Never to hear back from Randy Klein. This is sold, and this is sold for $85. Next thing is Def Leppard did get a new bid. I missed that. Matthew Sherrick actually did bid $40. Pergy, you're out. Buddy Cordova on Ace. Now, Buddy, do you want Anomaly or do you want Space Invader? There's 2 in there now. Scott Dwallow wants Wayne. My bad, there was a new bid on Def Leppard, okay? Next, Striper cassette is going up right now, and this is To Hell with the Devil. Striper, To Hell with the Devil, is going up right now for a $10 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Fred Carnell gets the other Ween. So right now we have, he's out on Def Leppard, so this is sold for $40 to Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick, you also got an Ace Frehley there. And Buddy Cordova wants Anomaly. Okay, still got Space Invader. There's Striper for a $10 start. Let's grab some more LPs to put up for auction right quick. And next LP we're going to put up for auction is another Aussie. Flying High again. An 81 US Pittman OG, original under sleeve, VG++ EX. Oh no. It's a $35 start. 3 copies of Keb Mo and Taj Mahal, Room on the Porch. Thank you, Jerry Stone. This is new, comes out today. It's Taj Mahal and Keb Mo, and that is $33.99. And I have 2 extra copies. Thank you for Jerry Stone, or I probably would have not even ordered that one. Aussie is now a $35 start. Striper has 1 bid, final call. I have Michael Jackson Off the Wall for just $24.99. $24.99. poster with Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Diary did not come with a poster. It came with an inner sleeve. No poster originally came with Diary of a Madman, but it does have the inner sleeve. Over the mountain, take me across the sky. $40 bid, Jimmy LaCroix's in. And then final call on Striper. Next thing, I've got 2 copies of the original Harry Potter. And this is the reason why I ordered this instead of going ahead and order the rest of them. The original Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone has the Hedwig's theme on it. So if you can hear that iconic twinkling, you know, Harry Potter song, that's Hedwig's theme, and that's on, of course, this original soundtrack here. $39.99 on that one. All right, Pink Panther on pink numbered vinyl. It's on pink vinyl, but it's not numbered. Courtney Duncan on Michael Jackson, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. That's so to Courtney. Striper got a new bid for 11. Ozzy got a new bid for 35. Master Mall on Harry Potter. Ozzy 45. Striper has a new bid for 12. Nick Barger on You're Out. Ozzy has another $45 bid, and our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Dio, a Zoetrope picture disc for the last in line. Dio's a 2024 record store day exclusive, limited to 4,500 Zoetrope picture disc. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. 2 copies of Joan Jett and the Blackhearts' Greatest Hits. I love rock and roll. $24.99 on Joan Jett's Greatest Hits. Just saying, I have that available if anybody wants it. Surely somebody needs that. Ozzy has a new bid for $49. Hadn't placed a Mondo order in a long time, but if you want to send us some titles, I'll go ahead and get that in for you. Deftones is $34.99. This is their newest album. There was a waiting list here for Deftones. That's Deftones. Eric Fisher needed one of these. Eric Fisher, I got you down for one. Eric Fisher on Deftones Private Music, $34.99. Dio, Michael Salazar, make sure you put a number if you're bidding. This is a $55 start. No bid yet. Ozzy's at $49. Nixon on Striper at $14. So Michael LeBlanc, it's back to you very quickly. Ace Frehley, here's another one on sale. Y'all got to, let me remind y'all on something. These Ace Frehleys, the normal MSRP when these came out were around $50. These are clearanced at $29.99. So that's why I've started ordering these again. I think they projected a little bit too high of a price point the first time around on these. So they have greatly had to reduce them. So Ace Frehleys are $29.99. I mean, it's beautiful packaging. They're colored vinyl. It's mastered at $45, but I think the initial price point they wanted out of these didn't quite hit well because, I mean, we sold a bunch originally, but they've had them in stock since they've been out, and now they're basically on clearance. So you can pick them up at a great price. Gerald Whitworth wants Spaceman. Striper's at $15. We have a request for Southgang cassette. That might be over here near Striper. If so, I'll do it in just a second. I'm trying to knock out the Stripers. Before I put up another S title, let me go back over here and put up let's go ahead and put up, let's put up Grim Reaper, Rock You to Hell. That one's going to go up for a $10 start. There's Grim Reaper, Rock You to Hell. I've got 2 copies of the Verve Urban Hymns, and this is the pressing that's a little bit more affordable. Typically it's import, and it's about $20 more, so $46.99 for the Verve Urban Hymns, and that has Bittersweet Symphony on it. Striper has a new bid for $16. Michael LeBlanc, you're back out on that one. And then here's the other Ace Frehley. This is from Friday Music. Now this one's been long out of print, and this one is pretty limited edition from Friday Music. It is on colored vinyl, $44.99. Dio has a new bid for $51. Ozzy's at $50. So Ozzy, it's up to Jimmy LaCroix on Ozzy, and then over here, and then Chad, special request from Jeff Brinley. Yeah, I told him I would wait till after 1 hour, and I'm going to do the Ozzy cassettes and Hanoi Rocks. Yeah, we'll probably sell all the Ozzy's individuals. So, yeah, we're waiting on those. And then over here, we have D-Kong on Ace Frehley Space Invader. Lots of Ace Frehley in here. He wanted Space Invader, so I now just have one of those left. That's so to D-Kong. Grim Reaper has a bid for 10. One of my favorites. Every once in a while, I'll be like, should I order this again? I mean, I always sell them, but I try to keep this in stock. I mean, I hope everybody has a copy just for my sake, okay? 29. And when I was ordering vinyl, when I was going through my own playlist, and I was like, 49 Bye-Byes came on. Oh, man, that's such a good one. 49 buy-buys. I was like, yeah, I better go ahead and order a couple copies. $29.99 on that. Next thing, so we got a request for Southgang and Stage. We got a lot of requests for the S's. Matthew Sherrick wants Space Ace, that's sold, and then JetBlue 004 on Verve and Hems. And now Stripers up to one person, Nick Bergeron. Grim Reaper's at 10, Aussie's at 52. Fred Carnell on Verve, Urban Hems. That is sold. What is the Grim Reaper? It's called See You in Hell cassette, $10 start. We have a bid. And I was on a wait list for Harry Potter, sort of stuff. You can't take me off. You were. Okay, let me make sure. I hope you hadn't been. Let's see here. Harry. Half-Blood Prince. That might have not got to my. Yeah, I bet that didn't get to my my desk. I always call it my desk, like my office. But yeah, so I'm glad you got one live because I don't think that ever came across to me. But good deal. Grim Reaper has another $10 bid. So it was already at 10 with Hiram Ponte. We want to see the Zoetrope over here. This is Dio, the last in line. It's a sealed Record Store Day Zoetrope. So when you play it, it spins and it looks like it's all moving. And over here, that was Spaceman. I just got Space Invader. What just happened here? Let's see here. I just got Space Invader. That was Spaceman. The last few, okay. D-Kong says Ace Frehley Space Invader. Got him for that. And then the next comment was Matthew Sherrick, Ace Frehley Space. And you wanted Space Man, not Space Invader. Okay, so let's put Space Invader back, and now let's do Space Man for Matthew Sherrick. Thank you. Stripers out, Dio's at 52. All right, and then we have two copies of Michael Jackson Thriller for $24.99 and Jimi Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix Experience, $29.99. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We got 4 auctions right now. The first thing I'm going to say is Ozzy Diary of a Madman is the high bid right now. Ozzy Diary of a Madman. And this is with Jimmy LaCroix at $52. It is OG. It's VG++ EX, and it has the original inner sleeve. We're about to sell Ozzy to the high bidder of Jimmy LaCroix for $52. If anybody else wants in, right now is the time. Right now is the time. It's at $52. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. The next person in line on Ozzy, behind him, was the following person, Matthew Sherrick. Matthew, it's all up to you on Ozzy. Okay, in the last couple moments, 3 people have asked what the Dio is. Striper is officially sold. Striper is sold to Michael LeBlanc, and he got that one for $17. Grim Reaper is officially sold for $11 to Jim Cooper. And then Dio, the last in line. Right now, this is a 2024 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive picture disc. It's a Zoetrope picture disc, and the high bid on that is a final call to Don Aukler for $52. Let's bring over another Striper. And I hope the next one he wanted was Soldiers Under Command. If not, then you'll have to remind me again. Here's the next Striper, $10 start on Soldiers Under Command. All right, we're hot and heavy. There's a lot going on. There's amazing auctions. The crates are loaded with full brand new stuff. We have an insane metal, hair metal cassette collection tonight, and I think we have some people dying to bid on some. I'm trying to get them up as fast as possible. Tonight's going to be a short but sweet show. I'm trying to cram in as much as possible as I can in the next couple hours. Next few hours. Okay, next few hours technically. Trying to get as much done as we can. I'll try to get your cassette request in. The problem is with titles like tonight, it's kind of like when we have a Thursday night metal night. There's about 100 over here, and pretty much every one of them everybody wants to bid on. About everyone over here, everybody probably wants a chance to bid on. So we got to make sure we get it in as quickly and efficiently as possible. Some of these auctions tonight I've already sold really quickly because bids just stopped. I may sell something you're like, holy crap, Chad, I wasn't done bidding. I would bid fast and furiously. I would pretend like you're on a timer at all times tonight. Ozzy has a new bid for $55. That means Don Aukler. No, that means somebody else has been outbid. That means that Jimmy LaCroix has been outbid. Okay? Jimmy LaCroix, you've been outbid. Striper, one bid to Nick Bergeron, sold for $15. Dio has a high bid of $60, so did Gregory Roberts. Next cassette is right now. This is Striper, In God We Trust. This one's going to go up for a $10 start. I wouldn't even think about it. You're like, Striper cassette, I'm in for $20. I'll take it. Let's run through this crate one more time. We've only been through this one once. Holy moly, that was a lot of activity. Next is this right here. Ace Frehley Space Invader, $29.99. 45 RPM, 2 LP, clear and tangerine colored vinyl, $29.99. Trouble, 1 copy left. Trouble, we've sold one, there's one left, $38.99. Ace Frehley's at $29, last copy. That one's called Space Invader. Okay, Striper has one bid for 10. I don't know if Kristen was bidding on this one or the last one. Jimmy LaCour's out on Ozzy. Ozzy is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $55. Next LP is going up for auction right now. That is Alice in Chains Unplugged. Holy moly. It's a white vinyl unofficial pressing. Good luck to everybody involved on this. White marble vinyl. It's a 2 LP bootleg. Now, y'all can help me out. In the next 10 minutes, there's going to be between 20 and 30 people ask what this is, because I just put up one of the most desirable records on earth right now. No joke. We got to be one of the most requested and desirable records on earth right now. Alice in Chains Unplugged. So get ready. It is a bootleg unofficial. It's a $50 start. Maybe you can help me out, because they're in the next few minutes, unless I sell it really quickly, that's going to blow some people's minds. Oh my gosh, it's an Alice in Chains Unplugged. Striper's at 15. Nick, you're out. Kristen, you're out. Also got one copy of Ace Frehley Anomaly, $29.99 for Ace Frehley Anomaly. Next auction is going to go up right now. Miles Davis Bitches Brew, a 1970 Columbia 2i VG Plus condition, a $30 start. Ace Frehley has a bid for, Alice in Chains has a bid for $50. Keb Mo and Taj Mahal, Room on the Porch, new album, comes out today, $33.99, 2 left. Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, 1 left, $24.99. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, 1 left, 2 LP, $39.99. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts Greatest Hits, $24.99. 1 copy left of Deftones Private Music, their new album, $34.99. Alice in Chains has one bid for $50, final call. Striper is sold to Michael LeBlanc for $15. That is sold. Alice in Chains has a bid for $60. Nick Bargeron on Taj Mahal. Miles Davis is a $35 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. This cassette is going to go up for a $10 start. Also, Ace Frehley, Trouble Walking. This is $44.99. This is on colored vinyl. Ace Frehley is $44.99. Miles Davis has one bid for $35. That's a final call to Mark Overton. Blaine, make sure if you're bidding, you put a number in the bid. Alice in Chains is $60. Now Alice in Chains is at $70. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is on clear vinyl. It's a gatefold jacket. $29.99 for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Michael Jackson Thriller. That's a gatefold jacket. $24.99. Kristen, your bid came in late on Soundgarden, but Kristen's in on Soundgarden for $15. Going once, going twice. Only one bid on Miles Davis. Final call for $35. And I've got 2 copies of Jimi Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. I stand up next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. We have a 1970 U.S. Santa Maria OG. This is OG, first pressing, 1970, VG Plus condition. One bid for $35, final call. Final call on Soundgarden, that's a $15 start. And Alice in Chains is at $75. That's going once, going twice. And that is, that's Soundgarden. Next cassette is Fastway, Bad, Bad Girls. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. $10 start on Fastway. Melanie Jennings on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And somebody wanted to see what the Trouble album was one more time. Trouble is self-titled, an absolute classic, legendary album from 1990, the pinnacle of Trouble's impressive career, $38.99. Alice in Chains is a white vinyl bootleg unofficial, near mint condition. The high bid's at $77. Soundgarden is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $15. Fastway's a $10 start, going once, going twice. Next thing is Striper, and this one's called Against the Law. Striper is going to go up for a $10 start. Let's go ahead and grab a new crate right now. And we're about to go through crate number 5 of new vinyl tonight. Not before I show you the newest Funko pen. The newest Funko pen is this right here, It, Pennywise, $11.99 for It. That's another Funko pen I have not had until right now. $11.99 on the Funko pen, Pennywise. These cassettes I've already shown about 7 times, so let me move those right over there. Next thing is Fastway 10. Jackie wants trouble. Striper has bids. Striper has bids. I'm seeing bids coming in a lot faster, and everybody's like, holy crap, Chad's selling these every 30 seconds. I might as well go ahead and bid right away. I better get in my bids quickly and fastly and not leave the chat and go feed my gerbil. I better pay close attention, otherwise he's going to sell these before he even tells what it is. Holy boy, I better start bidding right away, quickly. All right, here's a whole nother crate of new vinyl. Let's see what's going on with Alice in Chains. First thing I have is the following. I left off by pulling Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Alice in Chains, $77. Miles Davis got a bid for $40. Alice in Chains got a bid for $78. Jackie got trouble. Fastway got a bid for $10. Miles Davis got a bid for $42. Striper got a bid for $10. What Fastway is that? Fastway has a bid for $12. Striper has a bid for $10. Fastway has a bid for $10. Fastway has a bid for $11. Miles Davis has a bid for $45. Cindy Yarborough gets Pennywise. That's so to Cindy Yarborough. There's one left. And then there is one Return of the Living Dead left. Yes, nobody else has been on Alice in Chains in a while. This is a final call. Alice in Chains, high bid, final call. Melanie Clausen, $78. Haven't heard back from a couple of people. It's a white vinyl unofficial. They're still bidding on Miles Davis. Fastway, $13 of Kristen Driscoll. Striper has one bid with Hiram Aponte. Nick Barger tied him. I haven't heard back from Nick. Nick, I'm about to sell it. Unfortunately, I got damaged Led Zeppelin, so you can get them right now on sale for just $24.99. Sing Split and Sing Split. Sing Split and Sing Split, Led Zeppelin, $24.99 if you want them. I've got Michael Jackson Bad. These are $24.99, $24.99. And we have Ace Frehley Origins, and this is also on sale. Origins Volume 2, 45 RPM, $29.99 on that one. Next thing, Fastway out. Child's about to break time and Spence was. Any trouble left? No, but I can put you on a waiting list. Striper, never did hear back from Nick Bargeron. That's sold to Hiram Aponte for $10. Fastway has a high bid of $11. Nick, you just lost Striper. Nobody bid on the Alice in Chains. This is officially sold. White vinyl unofficial, and this is sold to Melanie Clausen for $78. Wow, great price on that. Fastway over here is with Tom Kelly at $15. Bad Girls, final call on that one. And then Miles Davis. Who wants this? Miles Davis. High bid is Blaine Zapnick for $45. I'm waiting for one person, Mark Overton. As soon as Mark Overton says out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. But if I don't hear back from him pretty soon, I've got to go ahead and sell it to Blaine. There's Ace Frehley. I got Michael Jackson. I got Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl, $33.99. Their fourth album, Stairway to Heaven, Rock and Roll, When the Levee Breaks, etc., etc. 2 copies of Marvin Gaye, In the Groove, $29.99 for Marvin Gaye, In the Groove, $29.99 on that. Miles Davis is officially sold then, and this sold to Blaine Zapnick for $45. And then over here, Fastway is officially sold to Tom Kelly for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now. We're going to sell Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 together. Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 together for a $15 start. GNR is now up for bid. I got Iron Maiden. There's a waiting list for Iron Maiden. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Fear of the Dark is $44.99. This is Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. And let's pull this up. Iron Maiden and Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. The waiting list for Fear of the Dark was the following people. That was Glenn Kesey and Keith Moyers. Glenn Kesey and Keith Moyers. I'm going to have 2 extra copies, $44.99. There's 1. There's 2. Don Ackler wants a Fear of the Dark. That's sold to him. GNR has a bid for $20 with Kristen Driscoll, going once, going twice. Fred Carnell and Ace Frehley Origins. Who wanted a Return of the Living Dead? And let's also make sure that we put Fred Carnell down on the wait list for trouble. Next cassette auction is going to go up right now. Tora. So we got GNR already bid for $20, and then Tora Surprise Attack is a $10 star. GNR has a bid for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Holy moly, this is a 1991 OG pressing. Goodness gracious. Holy moly, an OG Red Hot Chili Peppers. It has an error on the label. Track A5 is listed as Suck Me Kiss instead of Suck My Kiss. An OG misprint label with a promotional record flat. VG++ EX. Wow, this is a cool item. OG Red Hot Chili Peppers, $55 start on that. Tor has a bid for $55. Darren Chrisman wants a Return of the Living Dead. Let's pull that from the previous crate over here. Return of the Living Dead. And that was this last copy sold to Darren Chrisman. We're now sold out of that. If anybody else wants a copy, just let me know. Red Hot Chili Peppers already has a bid for $55. Tor is a final call for $10, and GNR is a final call for $25. Kristen Driscoll, it's up to you. Trouble, here's another one. This one's called Psalm number 9. Trouble is $38.99, and Phil Collins, Face Value. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, $33.99. Kristen Driscoll put Rico. Not for sure what Rico is, but you might want to let me know right now very quickly. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. Led Zeppelin is $33.99. Kristen Driscoll's in on GNR for $30. Red Hot Chili Peppers $65. And Vince Lano wants a bad and off the wall. He wants beat it, just beat it. Bad. Dirty Diana, Smooth Criminal. And he wants Off the Wall. Wait a minute. Off the Wall has Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. I was thinking about Thriller. Okay, so those two are sold. Vince Lano gets Bad and Off the Wall. And let's go over here and pull him and Off the Wall. So there's a Bad, and he wants a Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, as featured in Rush Hour when Chris Tucker's singing karaoke in that bar. Jamone Lee. Jamone. Next thing is this, Red Hot Chili Peppers, 60, 65, 65. Over here, James Young wants a Phil Collins. That is sold to him. There's one left. And then next is a request for Stage Dolls, a request for South Gang, GNR 31. Fred Cardinal wants a Trouble. And Cindy Yarborough, you're going to go on a wait list. So I think that is now my full crate. I have really filled up this crate. I mean, it is completely full. Let's set this right there for them. Thank you on that. Let's grab another empty crate. Cindy Yarborough on a wait list for Trouble. Make sure that's Psalm 9. Fred Cardinal's on a wait list for Trouble, self-titled. And the next thing over here is Red Hot Chili Peppers 75. Tor just got one bid, and that's sold for $10 to Tom Kelly. Thank you, Tom Kelly. You get Tor for $10. And GNR, the most recent bid is $31. Let's move over here, and let's also go ahead and put up another LP. And you may ask yourself, my God, Chad, what else could you be possibly putting up for auction tonight? What about Black Sabbath Sabotage? It's a 1981 Netherlands reissue. Hole in the Sky, Symptom of the Universe, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we got Ace Frehley again, this time 10,000 volts. 29, limited edition, clear and red and blue splatter, silver, $29.99 on that. Also, Pink Floyd Animals is $34.99, and Led Zeppelin 3 is $33.99. GNR, Final Call, waiting for Kristen Driscoll, high bid's $31. Red Hot Chili Peppers out. The most recent bid over here was Kristen Driscoll, $75. Josh Brown's out, Paul Catrich out. He's out on these. So over here, these two GNRs I sold to Travis Woods for $31. Thank you. And now I have an incredible feat. I did not just say I have incredible feet. I said I have an incredible feat. I'm going to take this incredible stack of incredible cassettes, incredible CDs, and Slayer picture disc, and we're going to put all this incredible stuff over here on this incredible miscellaneous table with all this other incredible stuff we're going to be selling for the rest of this incredible night. I love The Incredibles. That's a great movie. Actually, I've never seen it, but Black Sabbath is a $35 start. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $95, and we got Pink Floyd The Wall, $49.99 for The Wall. Now, Javi has asked for a cassette many a times, and I still don't know which one it is. Stage Dolls. Let me see if I can find that for him. There's a lot of requests over here for these S's. Here is Stage Dolls. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Stage Dolls is now up for bid, $10 start on that. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $100. That's more like it. The First Rays of the New Rising Sun, Jimi Hendrix, that's $29.99. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. And then I almost said Jimi Hendrix. Close, but no cigar. Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, 36. John Williams soundtrack with that iconic theme on it. I can't hum it, but I can hear it. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink of this Monster Energy drink. I don't know about y'all, but I feel like I'm in slow motion. I feel like I'm in slow motion. I don't know about y'all. Okay, what's going on with Red Hot Chili Peppers? Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $100 of Gregory Roberts. Kristen also bid $100, so that's still getting bids. Stage Dolls is at $10. Red Hot's at $110. Nobody's bid on Black Sabbath, going once, going twice, going three times, going three, going four, and that's a $35 start. Brad Bolden, we have Return of the Living Dead soundtracks. It's now a waiting list. They are $39.99. $39.99. Let's go ahead and read through these one more time. James Young wants a Mothership. Boy, coming out of nowhere. I love it. Thank you, James Young. He's going to say, Chad, give me one of those Mothership box sets. I'm tired of looking at it. $119.99 for Led Zeppelin Mothership. $119.99 for Led Zeppelin Mothership. What a great, wow. That came out of nowhere. That was like a stone cold stunner. You was not expecting that. Brad Bullen wants on the Return of the Living Dead wait list. No problem. How about we replace it with another Led Zeppelin? Sean Lee Hooker's favorite thing. Right back there. Over here, this is Stage Dolls, one bid for $10. And let's go ahead and finish recapping this crate right quick. The first thing we have is Bad by Michael Jackson. That's a gatefold jacket, brand new, just $24.99. How could you go wrong? Ace Frehley Origins is $29.99. Led Zeppelin, When the Levee Breaks, clear vinyl, $33.99. Boy, talking about a tough OG Marvin Gaye. I'm still looking for a near mint copy. I've been looking for 2 decades. $29.99. Yes, I've been looking since I've been 10 years old. $29.99. Face Value by Phil Collins, $33. You got to have it. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $44. You got to have it. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, you got to have it. $33.99. Ace Frehley, 10,000 Volts is $29. Also, Pink Floyd Animals, you got to have it for sure. $34.99. Chad has bid $35 on Black Sabbath. That's going twice, going 3 times. And Stage Dolls, one bid, $10, and that's sold to Javi Soto. Right over here, Red Hot Chili Peppers has a new bid for $125. $125 on that. So that's where we're at. Led Zeppelin 3 is $33.99. Pink Floyd The Wall, you got to have it, $49.99. Jimi Hendrix is $29. Also, Carole King Tapestry, $24. And Indiana Jones is $36.99. Let's go ahead and put up some more cassette auctions. Next cassette auction I have is the following. We're going to do Easy O for a $10 start. Easy O is a $10 start. Easy O is a $10 start. Easy O, $10 start on that. Next thing is Buddy Cordova on Ace Frehley Origins. Ace Frehley Origins. Ace Frehley Origins was back here. That's so to Buddy Cordova. That is the conclusion of the first read-through of 5 crates of new vinyl. Don't worry, we're going to go through those again. Felt like I kind of went through them pretty fast, but don't worry, we're going to be going through more, and we're going to go through them again. Let's go ahead and get into the Hatchet Ed crates. Hatchet Ed crates. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $125, Paul Catridge. Here's the following bids then. That means Gregory is done. It's up to just pretty much Kristen Driscoll, but we're about to sell it. $125 on that. Chad Schneider, you get Black Sabbath for $35. Let's go through the Hatchet Ed crates. I mean, we got a lot of stuff to go through. Let's see what's over here in the Hatchet Ed crate. Let's see what we got over here, Mr. Hatchet Ed. Boy, I heard him back there last night sharpening it up. I heard it was like he was sharpening it up, and I was like, good gosh, do y'all hear that back there? He was sharpening it up, and I was like, golly, somebody's about to get hatchet. They're about to get hatchet hard, too. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. Red Hot Chili Peppers has a new bid for $133. Christian, you are extremely, 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 extremely lucky you got that one in. I mean, extremely lucky you got that one in. All right, here's what we're going to do. First thing, let's update this right quick. Folks, this is OG, and this is a final call for $133. Chad, just got called on the stream. Do you have any more Cryptic Slaughters? Yes, I have both copies left. Easy O's now at $15. We got a request for South Gang and Sleazebees coming up in just a second. Also over here is this, and this is the final. This is new. This is Helmet. Here's a new auction for you. Helmet. Helmet is going up right now. Helmet. Helmet is this, and this is a 1994 USOG. It's super clean. Did y'all hear what I just said? Let me read that again twice, clearly, precisely, accurately, and understandably. A 1994 U.S. original pressing, super clean, $125 start. A 1994 USOG, super clean. That means this is a beautiful near mint copy. $125 start on Helmet. Paul Catridge has Red Hot Chili Peppers at $140. Easy O is about to be sold to $15. The MT Matt, Steve McGee, it's up to you. First thing in here, it looks like Bachman Turner Overdrive live. It is. Hatchet Ed crate, BTO live, no condition notes, really clean copy, $14.99. This is Chevelle's newest album, Bright as Blasphemy. Chevelle is on ruby and clear color and color with white and black splatter, $33.99. I think that's how many people canceled or put back their pre-order. Please do not pre-order something if you don't want it or you can't pay for it. If you've already ordered it somewhere else, cancel with them. Don't cancel with us. Why not cancel it somewhere else? $33.99. Chevelle, ruby and clear, color with splatter. Red Hot Chili Pepper, $140, $143. Easy O is sold to MT Matt for $15. That's gone. Let's try to find some more of those S titles. A lot of S titles got requested. Here's Sleazebees. Let's put this up. Screwed, Blued, and Tattooed. Sleazebees is going to go up for a $10 start. I have Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons. Looks like it's signed on the front. It's signed $34.99. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl, $36.99. Taylor Swift Reputation, double LP picture disc, $54.99. Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower, $33.99. I've been seeing messages come in there. I probably sound like a jerk when I reply to people, but I've been seeing messages come in. It's like, sorry, I need to cancel this. I forgot I had it ordered somewhere else. And I've been replying to people, why don't you cancel with them? That's my question. Why don't you cancel with them? Why are we being canceled? I don't want to be canceled. Sleazebees is at 10. Sleazebees is at 10. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at 155. Edwin Riviera wants Bastard Son. That's sold to him. No bid on helmet. Final call for 125. Next is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $29.99. Metallica and Justice for All. That's a 2LP remaster, $44.99. And then what was Field? Was that what was just claimed? Phil Campbell. Yep. Bob Riker second. Fred Cardinal third. Sleazebees 15. Melanie Clausen on Godsmack, that's sold. Sleazebees 115. Sleazebees 15. Barry White, No Limit on Love. Barry White is sealed, $19.99. And Lamb of God, Omens. Lamb of God is $29.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, this is with Paul Catrich at 155. Kristen Driscoll, it's all up to you. Sleazebees, Tony Bradford was first to bid 15. Clay Moore's out. Over here, Helmet, I'm about to make it for a buy now, 125 if no one bids. Kiss, The Ritz on Fire, Live, Part 1, unofficial, $29.99. Taylor Swift Speak Now, that's a double LP for $33. And Bullet Boys, 10 Cent Billionaire, that's on clear vinyl, silver vinyl, $34.99. Korn, Untouchables, Korn is $33.99. Untouchables, Sleazebees at 17. Nobody bet on Helmet, you can pick that up for a $125 buy it now. Red Hot Chili Peppers at $160. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That was the guitar riff to Welcome to the Jungle. GNR, Appetite for Destruction, is a 1987 USOG. Original on her sleeve, does not have a sticker with it. That's always tough to get. It is near mint though. Super nice copy, $75 start. Sleazebees is at 17. We got like 3 active bidders, and they're still bidding on Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's now at 160. Paul Catrich, you're out. Helmet is sold to David Baber. John Kaiser was next on that one. I've got 1 copy of Motorhead Overkill. That is blue and green, cut at half speed, $33.99. And the Black Crows, Live at the Greek, the Black Crows is $29.99. Taylor Swift self-titled, $33.99. And then Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, 30th anniversary, remastered, $29.99. I'm going to go ahead and just give a heads up so that way y'all know if I'm going to question anybody ever does this. If anybody ever watching live ever says, Chad, I'll take 1 each of a certain artist, it's happened dozens of times since I've been doing this. Chad, I'll take 1 each of so-and-so artist. It's a 99% chance that person will either A, not pay for them, or B, put them back. I think they get excited, but it happens all the time. Chad, I'll take 1 each of all of your Metallica albums. Sometimes it comes through and somebody does want it, but it's a really bizarre thing. And we go ahead and pull them because I'm like, okay, well, that's like 12 Taylor Swift albums. I'll sell them to. But we see a message like, can I put all those back? And I'm like, dang, because, you know, sometimes we've reordered them, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, why would somebody do that? But that's a common occurrence. Chad, I'll take 1 each of whatever. It happened with Black Sabbath, too, during the Ozzy rush. And we had a lot of people putting those back. I was like, man, just when you see an artist you really like, you got to remain calm, okay? You got to remain calm. My thought is, how do you not already maybe have them? And if you're buying them from somebody, a lot of times like, oh, well, I was buying them for my friend, but they already have them. I'm like, man, why would you all of a sudden randomly buy your friend $500 worth of vinyl? So make sure if you ever see me do that live, I'm going to question your claim. Usually I fly stuff right out of the crate. Sold, I'll sell you everything. But I've gotten really leery lately on Chad. I'll take 1 of all the Iron Maidens. I'm like, holy crap, that's a lot. 1 of every Iron Maiden album in print. That's like 20, 30 different albums, including all the bootlegs. It's like $2,000 or $3,000. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, Chad, I didn't realize Iron Maiden had 37 albums and my bill is $4,900. I'm like, yeah, there's quite a bit. Okay. So let's go back up to the top and figure out what's going on. So Red Hot Chili Peppers 160. So if you ever see me question somebody live, not being rude, I'm being protective of us having to go through this whole process again. Sleaze Beast 17, Red Hot Chili Peppers 160, helmet sold, and then Red Hot Chili Peppers 165, and then over here we have Carlos over on YouTube. Are you a first-time buyer? I have got you down for Blizzard of Oz. Okay, thank you on that one. And then next is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy is $29.99. That's on blue vinyl. And Randy Travis on translucent town vinyl. This is called Now Playing, $24.99. So I'm waiting for Kristen Driscoll on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Paul Catrich has this for $165. Kristen Driscoll, it's all up to you. Now Sleaze Bees kind of got stalled out. I think we're done. It was a heavily requested cassette, very difficult to get on vinyl, and Sleaze Bees is a final call, and I want to make sure we're done. Clay Moore has it for $17, okay? And then over here, GNR was about to be a buy it now. It's an 81 OG or it's a 1987 OG pressing, near mint, looking for a $75 start. Next thing over here, Carlos, thank you, first time buyer. Make sure you do me a favor. In the video of this, in the description of this live video on YouTube, you'll see a link to our website. Please fill out that first time buyer form, okay? And then here is after Edge has purged them all. After Ed has hatcheted everybody, here's everybody that didn't pay for or put back a Van Halen balance, which isn't bad after about 100 and something pre-orders, but I do have a waiting list, okay? I kept the waiting list because I knew with that many pre-orders, some people would say, I'm out, Chad. I don't want this anymore, put it back, which they really screwed up because these are now out of production. You cannot get these anymore. Here's the waiting list. James Rayner, Mark White, Robbie Summerlin, Jamie Wills, and James Davidson. Now, if any of those people, since it has been a while, it's been a while, if any of those 5 people watching right now don't want one, that's okay. I will put it back. It won't be a problem. Because that's been a while. You may have already bought it somewhere else, because I did say they were discontinued. But I had a feeling there would be a lot of people either put it back or not pay for it. And there it is. It's been out since what? August 8th? Yeah, August 8th. So, first time on vinyl, reissued on orange vinyl. James Rayner, Mark White, Robbie Summerlin, Jamie Wills, James Davidson. If any of those people don't want one, that's okay. But I do have extras, and this is the orange vinyl. I'm going to have 2 extras if anybody wants one. Okay, there's 5 sold. There's a good chance we'll invoice those people if they're not watching right now, and they'll say, I've already bought this elsewhere, or I don't want any more. That's okay, because that's kind of an old waiting list. That's now over a month old. Josh Brown on Van Halen, and there's 1 left if anybody else wants one. Sean Holford says he'll take it. Last one sold to Sean Holford. And over here we got Don Alker on Randy Travis, okay? Now, GNR did not get a bid, right? GNR did not get a bid. $75 buy it now. Near mint OG pressing, $75. Sleaze Bees is sold for $17 to Clay Moore. And then over here, Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold to Paul Catrich for $175. Now, what I'll do, if anybody else wants on Van Halen, Jason Fortenrat, Calvin Ward, Fred Carnell. Now, no guarantee, of course, but if we have more that doesn't get paid for or these get put back, then there's a good chance you're going to get one. Here's our next auction, Ministry. This has been asked about 200 or 300 times tonight. This is Ministry. It's the OG 1992 pressing, numbered. OG Ministry, numbered with sticker, VG Plus condition. Ministry's a $50 start. Next thing we have is U2 Live, Out of Control, 1982. That's $24.99. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. Black Sabbath, Live in Brussels, Belgium, 1970. Let me see if there's a waiting list for this first. Black Sabbath. And the waiting list for Black Sabbath was maybe not. It's on purple vinyl. It was Danny Thomason. Danny, I got you down for a Black Sabbath Brussels. This is sold to Danny Thomason. That's from about a week ago. And I have... This is the newest Slipknot Anniversary Edition 2LP green vinyl. That came out last Friday, $49.99. Here's an unpaid auction. It was a new buyer we never did hear back from. Experience Hendrix. It was a Japanese pressing. It might be a Japanese pressing, no Obi. I can't remember. It was $57 though. I'm going to put that right over here. And then there's 2 more things in here. A signed Cheap Trick CD, $50. Autograph, no JSA with that one. It would require a letter. The letter costs more than what the CD's worth. And then Armored Saint, that must have been a CD for we'll say $6.99 for Armored Saint La Raza. All right, that's all no bids and putbacks. And let's go back up to the top here. First thing, so we got Fornerat, Calvin, and Fred Cardinale on the balance wait list. John Kaiser got GNR for $75. John Kaiser got GNR 75. Next thing is Ministry Tracks. Ministry starting bid. What is Ministry? Cameron Lingafell on Slipknot. Alonzo wants on the wait list for Black Sabbath Brussels. Chad, what is the Ministry? Ministry has a bid for $80. More info on Ministry, and Ministry $62. I told y'all this might be the record of the night. I mean, I think since I've been live about 5:30, I've been asking, when is this going up for auction? So this could be a slobber knocker. Next auction is Danzig. Danzig 2 Lucifage. Oh my gosh. This is real. Holy moly. I was expecting a bootleg. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Danzig 2. It's real and it's spectacular, is the note from Laura. It's real and it's spectacular. 1990 UK Euro original, VG++ EX. This is real, 1990 UK. It has the original on her sleeve. A $95 star for Danzig. Nice jacket too. Nice jacket. Danzig is not in print. Very tough to find. That is now up for bid. A $95 star. Should bring $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. Next thing is Buddy Cordova on Armored Saint. This is sold to Buddy Cordova for $6.99, and now Ministry's at $100. Let's take a look at this again. It's a 1992 UK original. It's a 10-inch, a 1992 UK original 10-inch with the original sticker that came with it. VG+. It has a high bid right now with Jason Fornerat for $100. Buddy Cordova got Armored Saint for $6.99. And let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. There's a request for Rain and Blood. I didn't even know we had that. And then Cameron Lingafell got Slipknot. Alonzo on the Black Sabbath Brussels waiting list. Buddy Cordova on Armored Saint. Chad, could I get more info on the Kiss? You can. More info on the Kiss is right here. That's Kiss live at the Ritz, New York, 1988, Part 1, $29.99, and it may be on colored vinyl, but I don't know. Don Alker wants more info on U2. U2 is a live bootleg unofficial, also at the Ritz in New York, 1982, $24.99 on that. Danzig is at 10, Danzig's at 111, Danzig's at 120, and let's read through this Hatchet Ed crate one more time. Let's read through this Hatchet Ed crate one more time, and then I'm going into another. We got insane auctions up right now. Let's put up more cassettes too. Next cassette is what? Rough Cut. Wants You. Rough Cut's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Chad Anderson says he'll take Kiss, and Don Alker says he'll take U2. Excellent. Chipping away at the Hatchet Ed crate. Let's read through that one more time, and then we have another one. It looks like more like OG and vintage type stuff. It also has some unpaid auctions. So first thing we're going to do is this. Bachman Turner Overdrive, live, $14.99. Ministry's a final call for $100. Danzig's at $225 right now. Chevelle, this is their newest album, Ruby and Clear Color with color and white and black splatter. That is an incredible description. I've never seen a record described like this. Ruby and Clear Color in color with splatter and black splatter. What? Sounds like something your English teacher would make red marks all over. She would like scratch out and like draw arrows and say, no, this is bad. Ruby and Clear Color in color with splatter and black splatter. That is $33.99. Rough Cuts at $12. Next thing is Avenged Sevenfold City of Evil 20th Anniversary Origin Word Swirl, $36.99. Taylor Swift Reputation, $54.99 for Reputation. Metallica Hardwired's $29. Also, we got Metallica and Justice 44. John Kaiser, you're out on Danzig. Mega Blast, you're out on Danzig. John Mincemoyer's at $2.25. Rough Cuts about to sell for $12. Definitely about to sell Ministry for $100. Barry White, No Limit on Love. That is actually sealed, $19.99. Lamb of God Omens is $29.99. Taylor Swift Speak Now is $33.99. Bullet Boys is $34. Korn Untouchables is $33. Motorhead's $33. Black Crows, that's a live unofficial, live at the Greek. That's not the Jimmy Page show. 1991's early Black Crowes. That's pretty much the year they formed and came out with their first album. $29.99 for that one. Taylor Swift self-titled, $33. Ozzy Bark and the Moon's $29. I got 2 of those. And 3 Days Grace is $29.99. And that was their self-titled album, okay? Let's go over here. OG or new. Barry White is a reissue. It's a new sealed copy, $19.99. Rough Cut is sold for $12 to MT Matt. As soon as I said that, Kristen bid $13. Already sold it, though. Ministry is sold for $100. Ministry sold for $100. I lost John Durden. I lost John Kaiser. Danzig is sold to John Mincemoyer for $225. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. This is sold to you for $225. That is sold. Let's put that away. And then Jason Fornerat wants KOTN. KOTN, 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 corn. I bet that was for KORN. What Rough Cut? Already sold. Rough Cut. MT Matt was going to keep bidding, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. This is Slayer, Rain in Blood, a 1986 U.S. specialty OG with the original Company sleeve. It has the special cut. Raining in Blood ends in a locked groove. It's near mint minus $195. Goodness, we got some crazy auctions tonight for a Friday night in turbo mode. Slayer, Rain in Blood's $195 start. That's just crazy. I'm putting up stuff like this so quickly, and we're selling them. Boom, 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 boom. Next auction is Ramones, Pleasant Dreams. The Ramones is a 1981 Jacksonville OG with the original on her sleeve. EX edition, a $30 start on that one. Over here, Jason Fortnite not on corn. Who got corn? It was Jason Short. Jason Short got corn untouchables, okay? What are the no-bid cassettes? That's right over here. These are all available. The Dogs D. Moore, $10. Jet Boy, Feel the Shakedown. Feel the Shake, $10 on Jet Boy. Heathen, Breaking the Silence, $10. Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge, $10. 3 Great Whites, Twice Shy, Once Bitten, and The Angel Song, $15 for those 3. Faster Pussycat, $10. Halloween Live, I Want Out Live, $10. And Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, $10. That would be like $1,000 if all that was on vinyl. That is $10 a piece on those. These 3 for $15. Okay? Over here, we have Slayer $195, another $195. MT Matt wants Jet Boy, and that's sold to MT Matt for $10. Let's put that right over here. Jet Boy also got Wake, and that was Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Jeff Brinley, you're next. Let me know if you want self-titled. He already got the other one. Okay, and David Polkey wants all 3 Great Whites for $15. Earlier tonight, when those wasn't getting bids, I was like, yep, not everybody's on the chat yet. Kristen Driscoll, you're going to get Faster Pussycat if Jeff Briley doesn't get that other one. All right, one more Hatchet Head crate. Let's knock through this one. And then we can probably go into, we'll probably start recapping the newest new vinyl from tonight because it was an overload and I went through it turbo mode so we can go through as much stuff as we can. And we're going to go through this. This looks like Ed's been helping me sort these, but there is some sealed stuff in here. There's unpaid auctions, and there's OG stuff as well. All right, here we go. So Jeff Brantley does get Faster Pussycat. That just leaves Dogs D. Moore, Heather and Lita Ford, and Halloween, okay? All right, there's that. Next thing is this, Slayer. The last bid on Slayer just came in for $200. What's the starting bid on the Ramones? It's already got 2 bids, 2 $30 bids. John Kaiser was first, okay? Now Slayer's at $250. I'm loving these gigantic jumps. Fantastic. These are very tough to get albums. This Slayer, oh my gosh, don't get me started on it. Here's our next gang. Our next gang, our South Gang, our next cassette is South Gang, Tainted Angel. South Gang is going to go up for a $10 start. Here we go. What's in here? Hatchet Ed. These are all priced as marked. We've already sold them once. Let's try to sell them again and actually get payment for them. Bob Mould, Circles of Friends. Bob Mould is a 2020 record store day. That is $24.99. Cheryl Ladd, Dance Forever. Cheryl Ladd is $19.99. Also, Elton John, Best 20. This was a Japanese pressing. It's a compilation. Probably was buy it now, but I don't really remember. Let's just say a $35 buy it now on that. UFO was sealed. No price. Let's just re-auction that later. Sorry. And then this is a Japanese, no payment. Dad loves his work. Let's say $25 on that one. And then Morticia's Lovers, Rock and Roll Overdose, a 2002 Canadian, $19.99 on that one. So the most recent comments are the following. We have Slayer at 200, Slayer at 250. We got Slayer at 255, Slayer at 260. Kristen Driscoll wants the Dogs D. Moore. That's sold to Kristen Driscoll for $10. The Ramones, $35. 265, Slayer 265, and then Master Ma put BM, and BM was for Bob Mull. That's sold to Master Ma 666, South Gang 10, South Gang 10, South Gang 15. Jason was second on Bob Mull, and then over here Thomas Clark was next on Bob Mull. I claim Bob Mull's never invoiced. Probably the sticky note fell off of it. Probably the sticky note, and everybody's like, should we ask Chad? Every once in a while they'll come up and say, Chad, do you remember who claimed this? And I'll be like, yeah, it's Sean Lee Hooker. I was like, all y'all got to do is ask. I'm not going to buy it. I think when they lose a sticky note, sometimes they're like, oh no, we got to tell Chad. He's going to be mad. We got to ask Chad who bought this record. I'm like, don't just ask me. Just ask me. Of course, behind the scenes, I'm a vicious CEO. Y'all should see me behind the scenes. I yell and scream and fire people. We have Slayer at 275, South Gang's at 21. UFO is going to be auctioned later. There's no price on it. It was sold at auction. Jeff Brindley wants the Halloween cassette. That's sold to Jeff for $10. Does UFO have Michael Schenker? We're going to sell that one later. South Gang's at 25, Slayer's at 280, and then Slayer's at 285, and then South Gang's at $25. I'm like, folks, we are running a operation here. Attention to detail. We're going to not mess up, okay? We got to very much focus. This is important stuff here. These people are watching. They demand perfection. I demand perfection. I want everybody in time, on time, except me. I can be late because I'm the CEO. Blues at Sunrise, Albert King. EX Condition, $36.99. Mr. Wrong, Sam Frazier sings country. Sealed, $9.99. And The Pineapple Thief, Tightly Unwound, $24.99. Over here, we have Slayer at $300. What's the Ramones bid? That's a great question. The Ramones has a high bid of what? It has a high bid. Boy, it's been a long time. Jason Fortner at $35. We're about to sell it. Next thing over here is this. South Gang's at 35 with Jeff Brindley. Chase Arnold on AK. AK was Albert King, so to Chase Arnold. More Elton John info. Slayer's at 310. Slayer's at 320. And we have Pink Floyd, the Division Bell puzzle. $24.99. How did somebody not pay for a puzzle? That means your fingers get chopped off. Black Oak, Arkansas, Live Mother, $19.99. And Songs My Father Left Me. The poetry of Hank Williams Jr. set to music and song by Hank Williams Jr. $29.99. And we have On Top, the Four Tops. On Top is in shrink wrap. The Four Tops is $19.99. Fred Carnell on Morticia. What is the Ramones title? More info on the Ramones. What is the Elton John? Jason Fortner wants Pink Floyd puzzle. And what about South Gang? The last bit on South Gang, Tony Bradford's out. This one sold for $35 to Jeff Brindley. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is update the Ramones. The Ramones is a 1981 USOG Jacksonville press. It has the original sleeve. It's an EX edition. It's called Pleasant Dreams. It's called Pleasant Dreams. John Kaiser just bid $40. Slayer's at $340. Folks, this is a beautiful OG with the lock groove. This is the real deal, beautiful copy of Slayer. That's why it's at $340 and rising, okay? It's $340 and rising. It's not stalled off yet. This So Heart of Mine, the Isley Brothers, a 66 Rockaway press, $34.99. Also, Peppermint Harris, I Got Loaded, that is sealed for $17.99. And Jimmy Reed, the Boss Man of the Blues, a 64 stereo, $44.99. Let's put up another cassette. Next cassette is going to go up right now, Queensryche. Oh my goodness. It is Queensryche Rage for Order. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck to all those involved. Next thing is this. It feels heavy. It's Herbie Hancock, the New Standard, sealed $39.99. Herbie Hancock. That is a quote from Chris Farley. $39.99 for the New Standard. Slayer's at $360. Ramones at $45. And we have the Mystic Moods Orchestra. This was in a $6.99 crate. It's a quadraphonic press, Highway 1, $6.99. Jeff, give me 1 second. You've already seen those, actually, Jeff. You've already seen those. Jeff, Party Till You're Broke, Rufus. I used to do that myself. Party till you're broke, $6.99. Actually, I've never done that. Any over here, we have, Jeff, you seen all those last night. Jeff Brindley is locked in for these cassettes. This is like Christmas morning for Jeff Brindley. He's seen all these cassettes. It's like, oh my gosh, he was on a flight. He was on a plane earlier yelling at the pilot to put the pedal to the metal. Jeff Brindley was on his plane going, hey, pilot, can we speed it up? There's no traffic up here. Go as fast as you can. There's no cops up here. I got to get back to Coletco and buy these cassettes. Do you realize what's going on? Chad's going live. We got to buy all these cassettes. Herbie Hancock is sold to Fred Cardinal. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Slayer's at $3.80. Over here is Queensryche, no bid, looking for a $10 start. Radio Free Europe, that must have been delayed because it didn't come in. And then the Ramones, the last bid that came in on the Ramones, the last bid was Jason Fortenrat at $45, John Kaiser, you're out. Next was another $6.99. Nirvana, Secrets, that's not Kurt Cobain, that's a different Nirvana, $6.99. And then here's another $6.99, Asino Don something something. This is Dr. ID and Juicy Reet Meat. I don't know what I just said, but it's $6.99. And we have Earthquake, Why Don't You Try Me, $6.99 Earthquake. That was actually a Jerry Seinfeld thing. That's one of those stand-up bits he's doing when his show starts. He's like, y'all ever been on a plane and these pilots are like, hey folks, we're going to be making up some time, blah, blah, blah. And Jerry Seinfeld's like, why don't they just make up time all the time? We're flying, folks. Like, there's no cops up here. Go as fast as you can all the time. You know, it's not like you're going to get pulled over up there in the you know. Next thing is Geronimo Black, $6.99, Geronimo Black. And we have Gentle Giant, Three Friends. It looks like somebody didn't pay for a bunch of their $6.99 records. I don't know who this is, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. Sonny and Cher is $6.99. And Impressions, Mike Oldfield. This was also marked down to $6.99, and Susie Quattro was VG condition, $9.99 on that one. Also, Menace to Midnight, Lincoln Park, that is sealed for $33.99. Nobody bid on Queensryche. This is a $10 buy now. I'm going to put that right over there. Slayer, John Kaiser's out. Chase Arnold's hit $400 on this, and John Kaiser bid $50 on the Ramones. All right, over here, we have Gentle Giant, sold for $6.99 to Topographic. Lewis, some cover damage up here, but that's sold. Empty mat on Queensryche for $10. That is sold, and now let's get some of these Aussies rolling. I know who's watching. So we know we can put up these Aussies. Here we go, folks. Golly, look at all these. Holy moly. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and just knock this one out right now. Goodness gracious. Molly gets golly. That is the Randy Rhoads tribute. $10 start on that one. Jeff Brindley second on Queensryche. Next thing over here is Ed Revere third on Queensryche. And then over here is out on Ramones. Next thing we have is Susie Quattro. This was sold at auction for $25. No, I took an offer for $25. It was sealed for $29.99. Craig says you can't make up time going against a headwind in a plane. We won't go there. Billy Joe, the Nylon Curtain, that is $25. Also, we have Memphis Slim for $15. That was an auction, which was the minimum bid. And then the Sonny Boy Williams and the Yardbirds, VG, that was $15. Wow. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on all of a sudden. First thing is Ozzy has bids for 10, 12, 10, 10, 12, 10, 10, 10, 12, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 12, 12. The Ramones is officially sold to John Kaiser for $45. And Slayer, Chase Arnold, $400. All done. Hammer Up. OG 1986 specialty, company or sleeve, the special cut, near mint minus, a top copy, rare, highly desirable. Not much more I can say about this. It's a final call for $400 to Chase Arnold. There is Ozzy. Ozzy's at 15. And now what do we got going on? 5 people wanted Queensryche. We sold the Ramones. Ozzy's already up to $15 with Jeff Brindley. And then Master Ma on BJ for Billy Joe, $25. What Susie Quattro was shown earlier. Susie Quattro is called Rock Hard in Shrink VG $9.99. This was a Hatchet Ed. This is a pre-owned crate, even though there is some sealed stuff in there and a couple unpaid auctions. How about we go ahead and do UFO? So this was in this crate. It's an 86 USOG sealed. Somebody didn't pay for it, and I don't have the price. So let's put that up for a $15 start. Corrosion Conformity is going to come up right now. Aussie's at 18. Slayer is sold for $400 to Chase Arnold. Here's what I still have left over here in the auction crate. Now, I'm not talking about the 300 hair metal cassettes I have. I'm not talking about the 500 hair metal cassettes I have. I'm not talking about the 2200 hair metal cassettes I have. I'm talking about LPs that are tagged for auction tonight. I got Cosmic Messengers, which is the Grateful Dead. I've got Getty Green Sampler, Project Pat. This is Killer Memphis Rap. I got Grim Reaper. I've got Carcass. I've got the Ramones. I got the 13-4 Elevators. I got the Velvet Underground. I have Prong. I have Riot. I have Prong again. I have Sepultura, Pantera, Corrosion of Conformity, Cinderella, a few Japanese pressings, and cassettes galore. Corrosion Conformity, Deliverance. This is a 1994 US OG pressing. A 1994 US OG pressing. The D side is etched. It looks like it has their signatures on it. Very cool. It's etched. It looks like it has inscriptions and their writing. The corner does have a bend right up here. That's the only thing Laura has denoted as far as a flaw. It's got just a light crease right up here. Let me take it out of the jacket and make sure it's not prevalent on the back. Yeah, a little bit right in there. That's about the only thing wrong with this one. Conservatively graded EX, and this is a $15 start. Excuse me, I take that back. A $125 start. A $125 start. There is Corrosion and Conformity. Man, we're going to have a busy night tonight. Goodness gracious. All right, so first thing I have is the following. We had the following here. Aussie 20, UFO 15. Now earlier, Henry's Choice said more details on Elton John. Before I take your offer, Dave C., Henry's Choice asked me earlier when I was flying through these, like I was at the Daytona 500 of record selling. This was Elton John Best 20. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and it's $35. If Henry says pass, then we can talk about a price. I'll leave that right now for consideration. Dibs go to Henry's Choice and Dave C. UFO 18, UFO 20, UFO 22, and then we have UFO 25. We have a request for Pantera. We got a request for Cinderella. We got a Aussie bid of 22, CLC 130, and UFO 27. Before I start going through this crate again, I'm going to tell y'all what's going on, because I know a lot of y'all go on and off throughout the night, so you may miss this. I don't want somebody to get on later and be like, what happened to the show? I have estimated 2 hours left on tonight's show. There are still 4 John crates. There are still 4 John crates. And I'm going to try to recap the new vinyl. I think I can do that in the next couple hours and get all these auctions sold. The reason is I'm meeting the Vol crew at 7, 8 a.m. in the morning to go to a football game. I do not want to go up there with no sleep. I tried that last week, and I stopped early last week. I stopped at like midnight. I realized that wasn't early enough because I got to make the videos. In the morning, y'all are going to be looking for videos, 6 a.m., 9 a.m. And then Saturday morning, because I probably won't be able to come back and do it tomorrow night, I've got to go ahead and make Sunday's videos. So whenever I'm done, I've got to make these videos. I've got to clean up, and I got to get Paul set up for tomorrow night. Paul will be doing the show. Laura's going to have insane auctions like this again tomorrow. Paul's going to be running the rest of the cassettes. There's no way we're going to finish all these cassettes tonight. He'll do some. It's up to him, though. If he don't want to sell them, he won't sell them. I'll let Paul do whatever he wants. Just FYI. So just want to let everybody know what's going on for tonight and tomorrow. So there's about to be a lot of action in the next 2 hours. Y'all heard the cassettes. Y'all heard about the albums. And John's got new arrivals, and Laura's marking stuff. Okay? So I don't want to go to the biggest football game of the year sitting in X1 in Neyland Stadium, and I feel like a zombie, which is usually how I feel. Because about when those games kick off, I'm usually probably in a deep sleep. So I'm on a really weird schedule, so it really screws with me if I don't prepare ahead. I've got to tonight. Okay, so there's that. Let me update everybody's bids. First thing is Aussie at 22, Corrosion Conformity 130, Corrosion Conformity 135, 135. The Conditions EX, Corrosion Conformity 150, and then over here, First thing is Ozzy. What is the high bid on the Randy Rose tribute? Ozzy Randy Rose tribute. Chris Frazier has it for $22. UFO is sealed. It's at $27. Everybody else is out. Next thing, I'm going to make sure Henry's Choice doesn't want that. If not, we'll talk to Dave C. Cheryl Ladd was $19.99. Dance Forever. James Taylor. This was a no-bid Japanese pressing. We'll do that for $25 if anybody wants it. Also, Mr. Wrong, Sam Frazier Sings Country. Sealed, $9.99. The Pineapple Thief, tightly unwound. Pineapple Thief is $24.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, Live Mother, $19.99. Songs My Father Left Me, Hank Williams Jr., $29. We have Four Tops on Top, $19.99. This So Heart of Mine, the Isley Brothers, $34.99. Peppermint Harris, this is I Got Loaded, sealed for $17.99. Jimmy Reed is $44.99. Now we have some $6.99 records that didn't get paid for. The first one's Mystic Moods Orchestra, $6.99. Rufus, Party Till You're Broke is $6.99. Nirvana, Secrets, that's not Kurt Cobain, $6.99. Also this here is Dr. ID and Jusic Reet Meat, that is $6.99. Corrosion Conformity, $165. Ozzy is officially sold. Ozzy is sold, and Ozzy is sold for $22 to Chris Frazier. There it is. Dave C., if you want this, I'll sell it to you for $28, okay? $28 on that if you want it. CLC's at $190. We have Earthquake, $6.99. We got Geronimo Black, $6.99. Sonny and Cher is $6.99. Mike Oldfield Impressions was $6.99. And then Lincoln Park is new and sealed. That is $33.99. That needs to go in a different crate. And then here's some stuff I either took offers on or we auctioned. This is Susie Quattro, Live and Kickin'. 2 LP white vinyl, $25. Memphis Slim was a 74 US reissue and Shrink EX, $15. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds, a 69 US VG with seam splitting, that was $15. And Susie Quattro Rock Hard was VG, $9.99. Our next cassette is Ozzy Osbourne, No Rest for the Wicked. Oh man, Miracle Man. $10 start on that. Next is Nirvana with $6.99. Yes, Fred Carnell on Earthquake. Fred Carnell on Earthquake. Fred Carnell on Earthquake. That's sold to Fred Carnell for $6.99. Thank you, Fred Carnell. Chad Snyder wants the $9.99 Susie Quattro. That's sold. UFO got a new bid. That is with Steve McGee for $30. Final call on that one. Nirvana was $6.99, and that is sold to Denise Ofdahl. Ozzy has a bid for $10. And now we got Fred Carnell. We got Fred Carnell. We got Fred Carnell saying he'll take the live Susie Quattro for $25. Pam was next on the other Susie Quattro. Mark Overton wants Elton John. Let me make sure Dave Seretna doesn't want it. CLC 195, CLC 195. Ozzy's at $15. Final call on the sealed UFO for $30. And then Diego wants Sonny Boy Williamson for $15. That's so to Diego Sanchez. Still some great stuff in here, including one unpaid auction, the only one that has not sold tonight except for these over here. Memphis Slim for $15. And then we had Mike Oldfield, Sonny and Cher, Geronimo Black, that record, Rufus, Mystic Moods Orchestra. Those were all $6.99. And then Jimmy Reed, Peppermint Harris, the Isley Brothers, Four Tops, Hank Williams Jr., Black Oak, Arkansas, Pineapple Thief, Sam Frazier, and Cheryl Ladd. All right. And there's that. And I think it's only fair that the Billy Joel was sold for $25 that I get Elton John for $25. Billy Joel, Sean Lee Hooker, well, it still had a sticky note on it. It has a sticky note on it that said that I sold it for $25. I really don't know what this one last sold for. I'm pretty sure it was $35. That's why I marked it $35. But if you don't want it, somebody wants it for $28, or you can have it for $28. I'm pretty sure it was $35. And then Ozzy is at $23, and then What Jimmy Reed is right here. The Boss Man of the Blues, this is a 64 stereo, $44.99. This is The Boss Man of the Blues with more of the best. It's a 64 stereo, $44.99. CLC's at $210, Ozzy's at $25. And then UFO over here is at what? UFO over here is at Steve McGee for $30. I feel like I was missing somebody on that one, okay? So Dave, these at some time were sold at auction. Who knows? Elton John might have sold for $43. Ed just pulled the price tag off, so it's not really like they're all the same price. I'm kind of making up prices on the fly. I said $35 on this. That's typically the average price of what we sell these for. So that's why I marked it $35. It actually has no price. Or I can just put it back up for a $25 start, and it could sell probably for $25. It could sell for $57. Aussie's at $30. UFO is sold to Steve McGee for $30, and Corrosion of Conformity is a final call. COC John Kaiser, $210. Okay, next thing is going to go up right now. In the LPs back here, we have Pantera. This is the Great Southern Trendkill. This is a 1996 USOG Super Clean, $275 start. My gosh, a 1996 USOG Pantera. I don't think we've ever had that come through. $275 start on that. Jeff Brindley has Aussie for $30, final call. Okay? Oh, man. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Let's do this right here. Got those, got these, got these, got that. Okay, first thing I want to do is let me restack all this back here. And this, and this, and this. All right, now I hope I didn't miss somebody's claims for these cryptic slaughters earlier. So let me go back to this one right here, okay? Aussie. The last bid on Aussie is Jeff Brindley sold for $30. That's sold. And then COC. The last bid is a final call to John Kaiser for $210. Pantera, this is something you could almost say rare. This is a 1996 USOG Super Clean Near Mint, $275 start. That's now up for auction, okay? Next thing is this. Let me show you these one more time quickly. You may or may not have already seen these or not. Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death. Flotsam and Jetsam's on colored vinyl, and this is $34.99. Okay, so Dave's passing for this at $28. So the next person was Mark Overton. Mark Overton gets this for $28, okay? That's sold for him for $28. Next thing is Foreigner 4, $29.99. Foreigner 4, new stereo remix, includes the hits Urgent Jukebox Hero. So this is new for today. Foreigner 4 is $29.99. That's a gatefold jacket, $29.99. New for Friday. It's a new remix. Also, we have Skid Row Subhuman Race, $39.99. Pantera's at $275. Final call. Lord just dropped off a new arrival crate. Here is Corrosion of Conformity. COC is sold to John Kaiser for $210. We got more cassettes to put up as well. Pantera's at $275. Next auction is Aussie Ultimate Sin. This one's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, I've got Stephen Piercy Overdrive. That's on red marble vinyl, $29.99 on that one. And Flotsam and Jetsam, No Place for Disgrace, $44.99 on music on vinyl. Super Joint Ritual, this is $38.99. Used once and destroys, limited to 1,000 on green vinyl, $38.99. Grateful Dead Blues for Allah, limited edition 7,500, $34.99. And we have Cryptic Slaughter, Money Talks. Black Ice with Splatter, limited edition of 1,000. Cryptic Slaughter was $29.99. What is the Pantera? It's a 1996 USOG near mint condition. It has one bid for $275. We have Ginger, King of Everything, $33.99 for Ginger, and Cryptic Slaughter Convicted. Cryptic Slaughter is $29.99. Black Ice with Splatter, limited to 1,000. Next auction is the Grateful Dead, Cosmic Messengers. The Grateful Dead is an unofficial 1986 Swedish bootleg. This is the Grateful Dead live at Stony Brook University in New Jersey, October 30th, 1970. VG Plus, a $25 start. Pantera is rare, it's official, it's real, it's OG, it's near mint, and it's about to sell for $275. No one's bid on Aussie. Final call for $10. Anybody else on anything in here? We got Cryptic Slaughter, we have Ginger, we have Cryptic Slaughter, and we have Grateful Dead, we have Super Joint Ritual, we got Stephen Piercy, Skid Row. Was there a waiting list for Skid Row? Somebody special requested one last week. I think we tagged it, and that was about the only time I remember seeing that record. Foreigner 4 and Flotsam and Jetsam, Dreams of Death, $34.99. Pantera 300, Pantera 300, Pantera 350, Aussie 10, Aussie 10. Grateful Dead's also now up for bid. Anybody else on anything in here? That was the very first crate I went through tonight about 2.5 hours ago. Just make sure everybody's seen everything in there. I'm going to now start stacking these way over here so I know exactly where they're at, and so I can find them again later. It's very much important that I don't misplace any of these. I'm going to go ahead and knock out this one. And then I'm going to go ahead and either go through this lower crate or go ahead and go through this new arrival crate over here. First thing is this, Iron Maiden live in New York. That's on yellow vinyl at $29.99. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is $36.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36.99. Pink Floyd live, Brighton Dome 72. That's the first time they did Dark Side of the Moon live. $44 on that. Alice in Chains is $39.99. Black Gives Way to Blue. Faith No More live, Hollywood November 1990. $44.99 on that. Boat Thrower, Those Once Loyal. Boat Thrower is $39.99. I've got a couple of those. And we have Godsmack self-titled, $39.99. Hoopy 31 wants a Flotsam and Jetsam. That was over here in this crate. Now, which one do you want? Do you want No Place for Disgrace, or did you want that first one I had, Dreams of Death? Let me know on that one, okay? And then Hoopy 31 also on Iron Maiden. That's sold to Hoopy 31. That's over on YouTube. And Kristen Driscoll from the last crate wants a Stephen Piercy. Okay? That was called Overdrive. Now there's 2 copies of that left. Let's move this right over here. Now, next thing is this. Ozzy's at $15. Pantera's at $410. John Kaiser's out. Grateful Dead has 2 $25 bids. The first $25 bid was Dustin Honing, and then Mellon and Jennings, you also bid $25, okay? And then, no, I'm answering just the Iron Maiden. Okay, so no Flotsam and Jetsam for Hoopy, but you do want an Iron Maiden live. Kristen Driscoll got Stephen Piercy. Okay, Ozzy's at 17. I'm going to take this crate off the table then. Let me go do that right now. Let me condense these over here. Let me get these back in order then. This one needs to go there, and then this one needs to go here, and then this one needs to go here. And now we have an empty crate. Perfect. All right, let's see which one we want to do next. About time to change out crates. And then over here, Ozzy has a high bid of David Polkey for $17 and Kristen Driscoll on Skid Row. Kristen's getting my steps in. Let me walk back over here and pull that for him. So, Tim, I'm pretty sure if you asked for one of these, I'm pretty sure I tagged somebody for one of these last week. So you might have already been invoiced for one, but there's Skid Row. If you need one, let me know. And then Grateful Dead's at $27. And Ozzy, David Polkey, 17. It's really just up to Clay Moore on that one, okay? All right. And then let's go right over here to this crate. So we got a lower crate, and then let me see what's going on over here to balance this out. See if we have a check condition crate I can breeze through right quick. Very always a possibility, always with great stuff. See if I can get to it over here. I'm sure John can't wait. John usually uses a certain kind of cart to put his records on. I don't like this one myself. It's hard to navigate it. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. All right. So these are new. The next 2 crates are going to be new check condition stuff. And then the next crate is going to be the lower crate. That's going to be our next 2. So the next 2 are pre-owned, new arrivals. That's what's coming up right now. This one, of course, is sticker price. The other one will be sticker price. And we got a bazillion auctions still to run in cassettes. So let's get started. Chad's about to chug this bottle of water, too. All right. Here we go. Ozzy is sold for $17 to David Polkey. Done. Grateful Dead is sold to Dustin Honing for $30. And a Grail here. First time I've ever had this. Sold to Chase Arnold, $455 on Pantera. The Great Southern Trendkill. Sold. Next auction is going to go up right now. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. A 1992 USOG EX++ near mint minus. OG EX++ near mint minus, $175 start on Pantera. $175 start on Pantera. Next auction is Grim Reaper, See You in Hell. This is a Music on Vinyl 2013 press. Grim Reaper is a $25 start. First thing in here, really cool record. Leonard Nimoy presents Mr. Spock's Music from Outer Space. VG Plus, $29.99. Leonard Nimoy presents Mr. Spock's Music from Outer Space. Steely Dan, Katie lied. Black Friday, VG Plus, $24.99. Daddy Don't Live in That New York City No More. Dr. Wu, $24.99 for Steely Dan. Also, Supertramp is EX, $17.99. And The Who Are You? VG, $9.99. Pantera's EX++ Near Mint Minus. EX++ Near Mint Minus, it's OG, it's $19.92, and it's a $175 start. Grim Reaper's at $25 with Jim Cooper. Let's slide this crate right over here and let's grab another Ozzy cassette. One Ozzy cassette after another. We just filled up that crate. Next thing is Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Grim Reaper already has two $25 bids. Next LP in here is the Moody Blues, Go Now. VG Plus, $12.99. Rolling Stones Undercover, VG Plus, $24.99. Kathy gets Spock. Leonard Nimoy there. Let me grab a new empty crate over here so we can start filling up another crate. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. And we have Kathy on Spock, Grim Reaper 28, Ozzy 10, Grim Reaper 30, Grim Reaper 30. Nobin on Pantera, looking for a $175 start. Queen 2, VG Plus $24.99, Gatefold top loader. The Rolling Stones with the lenticular cover, their Satanic Majesty's Request, VG condition, $44.99. That is a stereo copy. Ozzy has two $10 bids with Chris and now Jeff. Also, Supertramp Breakfast in America, Gold Stamp promo, $17.99. Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Janis Joplin, Gatefold 2 LP, original label, VG, $14.99. What is the Steely Dan? We have a VG Plus $24.99. Volker should be UK. Don't think there's US press till this is Pantera. This is a 1992 Euro OG. If that's not what I said, that's what I meant to say. 1992 Euro OG. 1992 Euro EU OG. I might have just been saying OG. I might have said US. It's Euro. That was not released in the United States. If you were, the day that album came out, and you was in the United States of America in a record shop and you wanted to buy that on vinyl, you couldn't even get it unless you told somebody that owned the store or a dealer, hey, can you import that for me? Otherwise, it was not even available in the United States. That's how hard it was to find back then. That's why you don't see it in collections. That's why when we have it, there's usually all-out war. The bidding usually looks like the cover. Right now, this one only has one bid for $175. This has been difficult to find for 32 years. It was import only. Maybe if you walked in a record shop over in London, you might have found one if you were lucky. If you were lucky. Ozzy's at $33 of Kristen Driscoll. Pantera does have a bid for $175. Grim Reaper's at $31. Ozzy's a final call. Next is Neil Young After the Gold Rush. VG condition $14.99. The Doors is VG condition $14.99. The Best of Sam Cooke. This is VG $14.99. Pantera has a new bid for $180. Pantera has a new bid for $180. Next is Jethro Tull Aqualung. Jethro Tull is EX edition $17.99. And three-window coupe, the Ripcords. The Ripcords is a promo label, promo stamp on the back, a white label promo, $19.99. What is the Pantera condition? EX++ Near Mint Minus. EX++ Near Mint Minus. EX++ Near Mint Minus. It's a 1992 Euro OG. I don't think I've had very many of these ever before. Now it's at $195. Ozzy is officially sold. Ozzy is sold to Jeff Brindley for $11. Next thing is Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is officially sold to Kristen Driscoll for $33. Over here we have Pantera at $250. That's more like it. I've been waiting for a big jump like that. Here's our next auction. Cinderella, a 2020 Euro reissue, limited to 1,000 on translucent blue vinyl. Cinderella's a $65 start. Pantera $275. Next over here is Eagles Live 2LP 1980. That is EX $34.99. Fred Cardinal wants the Ripcords. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Thank you. Ozzy, Chris Frazier, your bid came in a little late on that one. Next thing is Pantera $275. Next auction is Ozzy. This is going up right now. Ozzy, Just Say No. Ozzy's going to go up for a $10 start. Just Say No. Cinderella, Pantera $325. Next is Harvest by Neil Young. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. VG Plus Plus $24.99. Do you have Rolling Stones Live Archive LA 75? No, I don't. What is the Cinderella Queen A Day at the Races? VG Plus $24.99. Also, the Police Regatta de Blanc, VG $12.99. Final call to get a bid in on Ozzy. Bruce Springsteen is VG Plus $14.99. Pantera is at $350. Pantera is at $400. Julian Cannonball Adderley, VG Plus $14.99. John Coltrane plays on this album. Melanie Jennings wants in on Queen, Day at the Races. That's so to Melanie Jennings. Dwight Yoakam, Hillbilly Deluxe. This is an original BMG Music Club pressing in shrink wrap. VG Plus $24.99. Ozzy has a bid for $10. We're about to sell it. Master Mall wants CA for Cannonball Adderley. Cinderella Heartbreak Stations, a 2020 Euro reissue, limited edition of 1,000 on turquoise colored vinyl. We have Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Cinderella, I'm looking for a starting bid of $65. Over here, we have Joe Walsh, So What? This is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Johnny Paycheck, She's All I Got. EX Condition, $9.99. Over here, we got Pantera $350, Pantera $400, Queen, Ozzy 10, Cannonball Adderley, Ozzy 10. It's called Just Say Ozzy. Marsha Collins on Police. Marsha Collins on the Police. That's sold. Ozzy out. Pantera $425, Ozzy 13, and Pantera's at $450. How much is a pack of inner sleeves? $26.99. This is called Just Say Ozzy by Ozzy Osbourne. I'm not for sure what I said earlier, but according to Dave C., that's not what I said earlier. Simon & Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. VG Plus, $9.99. Ozzy's at $15 with Chris Frazier. This is Pharoah Sanders, Tahood, What? 1968, VG Plus, $64.99. $64.99. Also, we have Blue Mitchell, Bantu Village, 1969, VG Plus $14.99, and the Tremolos, Here Comes My Baby, VG Plus $14.99. What is the Cinderella? Conditional Cinderella, Cinderella condition. More info on Cinderella. Squeeze, East Side Story, Tempted by the Fruit of Another, EX $22.99. Ozzy $475, Pantera $475. Jim Hines on Johnny Paycheck. That's so to Jim Hines over on YouTube. Pantera's at $500. The Great Buddy Holly, EX $17.99. Two of a Kind, Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton. This is EX $23.99. Ozzy's at $18. This album up for bid is Cinderella Heartbreak Station. This is a limited edition of 1,000 on turquoise clear colored vinyl. It is sealed. It's never been opened. It's brand new, near mint minus. Honestly, it couldn't get any better. It could not get any better. I'm looking for a $65 start. No one's bid. It should already be at $200 or $300 right now. It does not have a bid. Ozzy's at $200 with Chris Frazier. James Cagney in Yankee Doodle Dandy, EX $12.99. How much was Neil Young? VG Plus $24.99. Cinderella $65. Cinderella $65. Also the Byrds, To Everything, Turn, Turn, Turn. A mono original Columbia 2i, $14.99. A new level. Mouth of War. Walk. Oh my gosh. Wow. Spit on his arm. That's my best Phil Anselmo voice. Pantera is now at $600. Cinderella is now at $80. And Ozzy is a final call. Ozzy, Chris Frazier, $20. Next thing is this, the Meters. This is a 69 Rockaway press. Wow, VG $74.99. Sissy Strut, don't see that one too often. What is the condition of the Byrds? That's VG $14.99. And we have Merle Haggard, The Fighting Side of Me, VG Plus $9.99. A Queen, A Night at the Opera, VG Plus $24.99. What a great walk. Can I just go put this on and listen to it right now? Kevin Johnson, that is a tough album to get right here. The Meters, oh my gosh. That is so to Kevin Johnson. Thank you on that one. Ozzy's at $21. And we have Ozzy at $21. That's still going. And then Cinderella's at $80 with Steve McGee. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. That was a great check condition crate. A lot still left in there. I mean, there's insane. I just can't believe it. Okay. Here it is. We got Chuck Edgar on Queen. There it is. And then over here, that's sold. Pantera, that's called blankety hostile. Run on, run on. It starts off almost too fast for me. The way it starts off, that's almost where I draw the line on speed, the way that song, but then it kicks in that groove. I'm like, okay, this is good. But it starts off a little bit too fast for me. At that point, I have a cutoff when it comes to speed. Okay, I can only listen to stuff that's so fast. There's a couple songs from Pantera. It's just like the line gets drawn, and the vocals, like that first song on Great Southern Trendkill. Wah! I'm just like, whoa, okay, this is a little bit too much for me. But man, like A New Level, sign me up. When I first heard that live, of course, I didn't get to see, I saw the Pantera tribute band that's going on, but the first time I heard that live, I was like, oh my gosh, what is this song? And then I'm Broken. I became a fan after I watched them live. I would still not be listening to Pantera if I hadn't have seen them live. This is a final call to John Kaiser for $600. Final call to John Kaiser for $600. Cinderella still getting bids. Ozzy's at 23. Here's what's left in here. If you need a price or information, these are all check condition sticker price. Check condition sticker price. The air horn's warming up, making sure everybody's done. I think we are, though. Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound? The Who Are You? The Moody Blues, Go Now? The Rolling Stones, Undercover? Queen 2? The Rolling Stones, Their Satanic Majesty's Request? Supertramp, Breakfast in America? Big Brother and the Holding Company? Steely Dan, Katie Lied? Neil Young, After the Gold Rush? The Doors, Weird Scenes? And then the best of Sam Cooke, we have Jethro Tull, Aqualung, Eagles Live, Bruce Springsteen, Dwight Yoakam, Steve Martin, Joe Walsh, Simon and Garfunkel, Pharoah Sanders, Blue Mitchell, The Tremolos, Squeeze, The Great Buddy Holly, Porter and Dolly, James Cagney, Yankee Doodle, Neil Young, The Byrds is in mono, and Merle Haggard. John Kaiser, thank you on Pantera. This is sold to you for $600. Mouth of War, that's another good one too. All right, there's that. And let's put that away. Let's get out the air horn. Fair warning to anybody left in the store. I think it's just Laura. The air horn's coming out. So it's loud even if you're like in the back of the store. It'll still scare you. You'll be like, holy crap, what was that? Give me a heart attack here. I can hear it. It's amazing. I can't hear myself on Laura's laptop until something really loud happens. Okay? And then I can hear it back there. All right, so first, next claim. Chad, remember the Pantera demo tape for Tennessee Music Executive? You something a while back, forgot to tell you it sound. I don't really remember that, but back then, probably when I was selling that stuff, I probably knew about this much about Pantera. I didn't really start listening to them until I seen them open for Metallica. I always thought it was like too heavy for me. I always thought it was, and then I started listening to them. I was like, wow, where has this stuff been literally my whole life? It's now like my go-to workout music at the gym. If you want to lift weights, you put on I'm Broken. Oh my gosh. You'll want to start trying to lift a little bit heavier every time. Sam Cooke on Hessen, thank you on that one. How much is Santanic? VG $44.99. You can get some Santanic here. VG $44.99 on that one. Chuck Yeager wants Queen 2. Queen 2 was VG plus $24.99. What is the Pharoah Sanders? Pharoah Sanders was called Tawhid. Tawhid is a 68 VG plus $64.99. And then over here, we have this. We have Hessen got Sam Cooke, and then over here is this. Ozzy, I hope we're done. I've got to sell it. Whoever has the high bid gets it. And this is so, Chris went out good. This is so to Carlos Gillian, new YouTube buyer tonight, $23. And then Jersey Devil had Cinderella for $82. Okay, and he outbid somebody. Okay, Steve McGee maybe. If Steve McGee had set out, this is sold to Jersey Devil for $82. Steve McGee, you are out on this. It's at $82, okay? $82 on that. Hessen, you got Sam Cooke. All right, there's that. Next thing, we have a request for the lower crate. That just delayed it another 10 minutes. We'll go ahead and put up another auction. Next thing is this, the Ramones Subterranean Jungle, an 83 German OG, super clean condition, $35 start. The Ramones Subterranean Jungle, $35 start. I was at Dallas, Nashville, Denver. Okay. Cinderella out. This is sold. Cinderella is officially sold to Jersey Devil for $82. The Ramones is now up for bid. Let's go ahead and grab another cassette. We're going to do these three Aussies together. We're going to do Aussie Blizzard, Diary, and Bark at the Moon. The first three together for a $15 start. So let's do the first three Aussie albums together. $15 start on those. Now up for bid. Ramones has a bid for $35. There's that. All right. Take this off the table. That was our first crate of technically new pre-owned stuff for tonight. Let me sit that right there. Let's breeze through these right quick. You may have missed some of these earlier. There's some very popular stuff from just moments ago. Here we go. And then we have, let's knock these out right quick, okay? First thing I have is Cypress Hill, self-titled for $33.99. The Crow soundtrack, that's a double LP, $44.99. David Bowie, Young Americans, $33.99 for David Bowie. Run DMC is $29.99. That's a live unofficial. I've got two of those. Pearl Jam, clear vinyl. I seem to recognize your face. Hessen on the Crow soundtrack. There's now one left. Aussie cassettes are at $20. Ramones has one bid for $35. That's going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to be Sepultura Roots. Oh my goodness. Rare. 96 OG Sepultura Roots with the original under sleeve. $95 start on that. Rare. We have Cypress Hill Black Sunday, $38.99. Pearl Jam, Bridging the Gap, 1996. Pearl Jam, $34.99. Pink Floyd Live, Between the Hopeful and the Damned, live at the Old Refectory, 1969. Pink Floyd is $39. The Pink Panther soundtrack on pink vinyl, that is $29.99. The Rock and Roll High School soundtrack, $33. Tool Absolute Ultra Rare is $44, clear vinyl. The single soundtrack is $38. And Rainbow, live at St. David's Hall, 1983, $29.99 on that. Aussie cassettes are at $25. Sepultura is at $100. And the Ramones, that's with JK over on Twitch, right? $35. I'm about to sell it to you. Here we go. As soon as I fan my shirt and cool myself off. There we go. All right. Let's go through the lower crate. I instructed to mark nothing but classic rock from the 60s and 70s. No, I'm joking. Let's see what she's got here. Interesting. Cool. Awesome. Yes. Ooh, nice. Ooh, cool. What's the sticker? Oh, man, what a sticker. That's pretty cool. Wow. I can pick anything I want to put this on. This could get super duper interesting. This could get super duper interesting right here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Holy moly. Oh, my gosh. You've got to be kidding me. This is outrageous. Oh my, wow. Unbelievable. Can you believe this? Just look at this. Unbelievable. All right, here we go. Let me put the lower crate sticker right over here. Whoop, I messed that up. I have trouble writing. I always have. I have very bad trouble writing. Have trouble talking, writing. No trouble reading, though. Okay, here we go. My brain's always going too fast to write. I try writing so fast. Sometimes I write like I talk. Y'all should see what it looks like. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Okay, here we go. I got to get some oxygen. I'm going to pass out at any given second. Any minute, y'all could just hear me hit the floor, okay? Just it's going to sound like a bag of potatoes hitting the floor, and you're going to be like, oh, well, Chad's gone until he wakes up from a sugar coma. Let me try to get some chocolate milk here in a minute. All right, now we've been total full throttle all night, except for this lower crate. This lower crate is about to get dragged out, and this is going to take the rest of the show, okay? We're going to really make sure we go through these things in detail. I'm going to show a record, and then it's going to sell. Then I'm going to show the next record, and it's going to sell. It's going to be like that all the way till we're done. There won't even be a recap, okay? So I hope you're ready. One more thing over here. Here we go. Ramones, Subterranean Jungle. The Ramones is a 1983 German OG pressing, near mint minus. The Ramones, Subterranean Jungle, near mint minus. The most recent bid on the Ramones, near mint minus. This is from a long time ago. Golly. When was the last time somebody placed a bid on this? Yesterday? It was JK. They've had it for almost 12 minutes. This is sold for $12 to JK over on Twitch. No more bids on that one. Okay, here is Ozzy. Ozzy, these three Ozzy cassettes are at $32 with Jeff Brindley. Everybody else is out. We're selling these all together, all right? $32. It's up to Kristen Driscoll. Sepultura is a 96 euro OG with the original on her sleeve. It is near mint, and it's at $1.45. That's 145 US dollars. The next thing we have, JK was Twitch, YouTube. Yeah, JK Twitch, JK YouTube, same people. Okay, same person. Now, did I miss any other claims? I did from the last new vinyl claim. Jim Hines wanted a rainbow, and Fred Cardinale wanted a Pink Floyd. That was over here from that last crate. Jim Hines got a rainbow, and Fred Cardinale got a Pink Floyd Brighton Dome. Or no, he got old reflectory, okay? Those were the last two crates from the previous claim. Here we go. I can't believe no one else was bidding on the Ramones. Before we go any further, let's get started with this crate. We have Aqua Lung by Jethro Tull. It's in quad. It's a pretty desirable quadraphonic press. EX condition, $27.99 for Jethro Tull Aqua Lung, sitting on the park bench. Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams, a 12-inch single, 4 mix, in shrink, EX condition, $9.99. Culture Club, from luxury to heartache, VG Plus condition, $9.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. Aussies are at 33, now Aussies at 34. Kevin Johnson has Sepultura for $145. Mike Straws, it's up to you. Next is this Memphis rap album. It's a $19.99 USOG white label promo. Side A is radio edits, all clean. Side B is the standard mix, it's explicit. That's where they're cussing and saying bad and naughty things. VG Plus, Project Pat, Getty Green sampler, $25 start on that. Henry's Choice is in on Jethro Tull, sold. Chris Gardner is sold on Culture Club. Marsha Collins was second. Now we just need somebody on Debbie Gibson. Come on, Debbie. We have Yes, Fragile. This is VG with a note from Laura. Laura loves Yes, and Chad loves Yes. Laura and Chad love Yes. It's a gatefold jacket. It's in VG condition. It's $14.99. Project Pat's at $20. Kristen Driscoll, you're out on the Aussie cassettes again. They're at $34. Mike Straws is in on Sepultura at $150. Next is Jim Sedal. You were second on Jethro Tull. Project Pat has a bid for $20. What is the Debbie Gibson? Debbie Gibson is called Only in My Dreams. 12-inch single, 4 mix. EX, $9.99. Kansas, Monolith. Kansas is in VG condition, $12.99. Original inner sleeve, Kansas, Monolith, VG, $12.99. Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant is VG plus $12.99. Civilian. Don't forget, they are a prog group. Laura has a note on the back. Prague, VG plus $12.99. Christian's back in on the 3 Aussie cassettes at $36. That means Jeff Brindley, you're out. Final call on Project Pat for $20. Sepultura's up to one person now. Kevin Johnson. It's up to you on the Sepultura. Next LP is Paul McCartney and Wings. Venus and Mars is all right tonight. VG, $12.99. Gatefold, it does have the original inner sleeve. Where is it? Anytime, any day, you can hear the people say. That is Listen to What the Man Said. You gave me the answer. Sepultura, $155. Great Wings album there. Also, we have Tangerine Dream, A Stratosphere. That is EX, $17.99. The note from Laura says, fantastic ambient. Fantastic ambient. EX, $17.99 on that one. So where are we left over here? Give me 1 second. 1 second. Let me click on something over here. I have Project Pat now at $25. Okay. And then the Aussie cassettes are sold to Kristen Driscoll for $36. Thank you, Christian. Those are sold to you. Next thing in here is Jim Sedal got Tangerine Dream. Sepultura is sold to Kevin Johnson for $155. Project Pat is with Alex Perez at $25. Next auction is Prong. It's going up right now. Prong is called Cleansing. Special Tour Edition in colored vinyl with exclusive Prong stencil. This is a 1994 Euro repress. It's a special tour edition they did on red vinyl, and it includes a stencil. A stencil, folks. A stencil. This is $55 start. This is now up for bid, and includes a stencil. I'm going to show you what that looks like. It's in here. You got to be careful with these sometimes so they don't chip and break, but there is the Prong stencil, okay? There's that. If I can get it back, that's what I was saying. You got to be careful with these things. Yep. See, I was about to mess it up right there. They're die cut, and you got to be very fragile with these, okay? So there's that, and there's these. Let's go right over here. We have Tangerine Project Pat 30, and we have Project Pat 35. Next in here is Primus Rhinoplasty. Primus is EX $32.99, rhinoplasty. That's when somebody gets a nose job. $32.99, rhinoplasty. Also, we have the Sidewalk Stroll Mono Booster, the Sidewalk Stroll, 95 French pressing, a garage album, $14.99. The Dead Kennedys. a 2002 reissue EX condition, $19.99, and Muck and the Myers. Muck and the Myers is a 2008 UK Beat Garage VG Plus, $9.99. Let's take this incredible stack of incredible cassettes we've sold in here, okay? I'm going to take this incredible stack of this incredible cassettes we've sold right around the corner, and we're going to get up some others here. We've got this entire collection to try to knock off tonight. Going to try to knock it off. It's going to be a hit job on all these cassettes here tonight, but not before we do this right here. I want to make sure everybody's paying close attention. Metallica, Master of Puppets, do what? You heard it here first. I was about to say, that didn't look like the right cassette. That's the first one I've opened up tonight because I've been peeking at them from the back, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like Master of Puppets. Ride the Lightning is going to go up for a $10 start. One of the best cassettes so far of the night, and it didn't have the right one in it. Ride the Lightning is a $10 start. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. $10 start on Ride the Lightning. That could be bid on for a while. All right, let's go back to the top. Project Pat, 35. Projects at 40. John Kaiser on Dead. Dead Kennedy, so to John Kaiser. George Ellis on Primus. Prong has a bid for 55. Jim Sadalk on Sidewalk Stroll. That's so to Jim Sadal. Then Stephen A. Young. Project Pat out. Prong 56. Project Pat. And so Prong is at 60. Right? Prong is at 60. JK wants Muck. All right, so let me make sure I know where we're at on all these. Here's where we're at on all these. Project Pat, the most recent bid. Oh, man. Project Pat, the most recent bid. PP on this one. Turd Ferguson has it for $40. Prong is at 70. Metallica's at 12 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 already different bidders. Now 7 different bidders. Okay. The Metallica, no. The one I just threw in the trash was a Judas Priest. Okay. That was the last check condition. That was the last check condition record in the crate, okay? The rest of these are all EX Plus or near mint minus. Colonel Les Claypool's Fearless Flying Frog Brigade. Les Claypool is a limited edition of 3,000, a record store day exclusive on green vinyl, 44. Shakedown is all over that. I could even spit out the details. Prong is at 67. Metallica cassettes at 15. Ride the Lightning, Creep in Death. Japanese Psychobilly now, $14.99. Japanese Psychobilly now, limited edition 500. It is what it says it is, $14.99. Metallica's at 25 with Carlos. Next is the Black Keys, the big come up on purple vinyl, $24.99. Now, we have this one here, the rap single, was sold to Turd Ferguson for $40. John Durden on the Japanese Psychobilly. Prong is at 76. And the Ride the Lightning cassettes with Carlos at 25. I knew that one would get up there quickly, fastly. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction, without further ado, is the following. 1, 2, 3. This one and this one. Instant Led Zeppelin collection. And Through the Outdoor, Coda, Led Zeppelin 1, Led Zeppelin 2, Led Zeppelin 3, and Presence. 2, 4, 6 Led Zeppelin cassettes, a $35 start. Their first, their second, their third. No 4, no houses, no physical, no song remains the same. But then it comes in for the last 3. Presence, In Through the Outdoor, and Coda. Also, Ride the Lightning, still getting bids. Next thing is Metallica. It's got a new bid for $30. Fred was next on Japanese Psychobilly, but he was first on the Black Keys. Scott Dwallow next on the Black Keys. Led Zeppelin already has bids for $30, $40, and now $45. Prong is at $78. Queen Sheer Heart Attack is a half-speed master, sealed at $29.99. Queen Sheer Heart Attack. CCR Chronicle is also sealed. It looks like the shrink is kind of dinged and dirty, but it's a brand new record, $19.99. 2014 reissue. Also, Loretta Lynn, looking good. Loretta Lynn is a sealed original, $12.99. Lush Life, John Coltrane, $24.99. Coltrane is on purplish vinyl. Very cool, actually. Don Alker on CCR, sold. Prong is at 80, Prong is at 82. The last bid on the Metallica cassette was Jeff Brindley at 30. If anybody else wants to bid, go ahead. If you're done bidding, say out, because I'm trying to remember some names. The more outs I start seeing, that means that it looks like we're done. First thing is the next thing. Mac Davis's Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, a pristine copy for $9.99. Mac Davis's Greatest Hits. Also, we have Blue Oyster Cult, a 2015 music on vinyl pressing, $29.99. Prong is at $85 of Mark Stanley. John Durden is finally actually watching to actually claim a Mac Davis record. The last three people had to buy for him because he decided that taking a nap was more important. Fred Cardinale is first on John Coltrane. Next is Prong. Mark Stanley has it for $85. We're about to sell it. It's up to John Kaiser. Metallica is officially sold. How much? Jeff Brindley, $30. Over here, this is Led Zeppelin. The most recent bid on Led Zeppelin was Matthew Sherritt for $45. I'm going to make sure mortgage guy Rob is done. I'm going to make sure Chris Frazier's done. The most recent bid was Prong 87, now Prong 86. And then Fred Cardinale on BOC. Brian C. next on BOC. Next record in here was the following. This is Tarja, the Seer EP on green vinyl. Tarja, $24.99. Hot Liquid Magma. Next, we are going to put all these up together. Whoa, 1. Whoa, 2. Whoa, 3. Whoa, 4. Whoa, 5. Whoa, 6. $55 start. A instant Motley Crue cassette collection. Decade of Decadence. Dr. Feelgood, Girls, 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 Theater of Pain, Shout at the Devil, and Too Fast for Love. All those are going to go up for a $55 start. Led Zeppelin cassette lot is sold. Zeppelins are sold for $45 to Matthew Sherritt. Goodbye, Zeppelin. There's Motley Crue, now up for bid. That entire instant collection. Next is the Dark something. This is sealed, $14.99. 2004 German press, Garage. The Dark Rees Key. I don't know if that's right. Cruise at 65. Prong is a final call to Kevin Johnson for 80. John Kaiser has it for 87. Kevin Johnson's You're Out. Just FYI. Okay? Next is a soundtrack by Ennio Morricone, The City of Joy, music on vinyl, numbered on transparent colored vinyl. We believe it's unopened, $19.99. It's the Rarities. It's the Rarities, okay? Not Dark Rees Key. It's the Rarities. There it is. Also, we have, whoa, what do we have? It's Russian. Thank you, Laura. We got some Russians here. It's Vladimir, of course. I think half the country's named Vladimir. Vladimir Perzakov. The name of the album, unknown. It's a new wave synth LP from the United Soviet Socialist Republic. Some Russians there. $9.99. We have Chris Knapp on the Something Something German record. There's that. Final call on Motley Crue. Those are at 65 of Matthew Sherritt. We're about to sell all of them. The Condition of Queen, Queen Sheer Heart Attack was sealed. Yeah, sealed, $29.99. Okay, and then Prong here is sold. Prong is done, and this is sold to John Kaiser for $87. Oh, Vladimir. It's like Bob here in America. Vladimir, Bob, same thing. Bob Putin. Okay, this is sold, and over here we got Travis Wade on Vladimir. Jim Sedal was second, and we have next another auction, and this is Riot, and this is Immortal Soul. This is a 2011 OG Riot, a limited edition blue vinyl. It does have a small seam split at the top. Very common for these modern records of the last 20 years. $50 start. All, this is near mint. Both discs are near mint. $50 start on that one. Okay, let's sell all the Motley Crues, and these are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $65. All right. United Soviet, the USSR. I like saying it all out. The United Soviet Socialist Republic, USSR. Laura had it abbreviated. Okay, now we got a request for Hanoi Rocks. This isn't just any request. This is a big request. 3 Hanoi Rocks cassettes going up together for a $30 start. Hanoi Rocks Self-Destruction Blues, Hanoi Rocks Oriental Beat, and Hanoi Rocks 2 Steps from the Move. 3, a $10 start. $10 start. Here we go. All right. Stephen Chesney on Queen. You got it. Awesome lore crate as usual. Riot and Hanoi Rocks. We have Natalie Archangel. Natalie Archangel is a 1987 U.S. Gold Stamp promo, $9.99 for Natalie Archangel. Also, we have Debbie Gibson Out of the Blue. Debbie Gibson is sealed, $19.99. We got a couple notes from Laura. Only in My Dreams, a smash hit, Only in My Dreams. Shake Your Love, another smash hit. And this is the sealed original, $19.99. Hanoi Rocks, $30. I went ahead and, besides putting those up at $10 a piece, they're all together with Jeff Brindley at $30. Nobody's been on Riot. It's a final call. Somebody wants to know what the high bid is. I have a request for Chad to sing Mac Davis, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me. How much can I bill your invoice for? I'm going to start charging. You know, if you want me to sing 10 seconds of something, it's going to be $19.99. This is a 2011 German OG, $50 start. $50 start. What I need to do is start there's an option for y'all's invoices. There's a tip option. I need to start telling Ed to turn that on, and everybody can start leaving me tips for my singing. That'd be a great idea. Jeremy Rourke on Debbie Gibson, then Pergy, then Hendry, then Stephen Freehugh. 4 people on that one, but we only have 1, and that's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Next is Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. 2012, $19.99. Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. Riots at $50 of John Kaiser. And this looks like Prong. Is this Prong? No, 21 Pilots. Isn't that the logo for Prong? Maybe not. 21 Pilots, scaled and icy, $19.99. $19.99, okay? And then we have Hanoi Rocks. Hanoi Rocks is all 3 sold to Jeff Brindley for $30. Okay, that's sold. First thing over here is Riot's about to be sold to John Kaiser. The tip would be to stop singing. Wow, that's brutal. John Coltrane on Ryan Mustaine. And we have Kristen on 21 Pilots. Thomas Clark was second, and Fred Cardinal next on Coltrane. All right. There's that. Next auction is Carcass. Carcass is going to go up right now. Golly, look at all the stuff that comes with this one. Carcass is Carcass is reek of purification, Oreos. This is a 2013 UK, limited to 1,500 on yellow marble vinyl. It has a poster and insert with the original inner sleeve. Some of these have sold for as much as $200. It's got this like bloody medical looking tag, name of deceased, place of death, cause of death. It's in this like black baggy type thing. It's pressed on vomit colored vinyl. Looks like vomit. $45 start, okay? Next thing, and I claimed the first Coltrane. I've already pulled that. Whoever bought it, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you, but yeah. Okay, Putrefaction. Oh my gosh. Exactly. John Kaiser gets Riot for $50. Carcass has a bid for $45. All right, we have more requests coming, but not before I get to pick my own. I want to do requests too. You know, this show isn't all about y'all. I get to pick out what I want to sell too every once in a while. We're going to do these two right here. We're going to do LA Guns going up for a $10 start. You heard me right. LA Guns, a $10 start. Buy now, cry later. Land of Blood and Sunshine, an indie psych stoner rock, $19.99. $19.99. We have a request for an England cassette. I got LA Guns for a $10 start. 2 bids on Carcass. Stone Temple Pilots Core, Dead and Bloated, sealed, $24.99. Mark Stanley, All Over the Stoner Rock. That was faster than Lickety Split. Joshua Cross just missed it. He just threw his phone across the room. I can't believe I missed the Stoner Rock. Whoa. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, a 2003 reissue, $29.99. LA Guns 10, LA Guns 12. Joshua threw his phone across the room. I know it. I can sense when y'all are angry. Next cassette, England. I don't even see that over here, but I do see Queensryche, and we're going to put this up for a $10 start. Whoa, look at this one all of a sudden. Queensryche is a $10 start. Let's lay that right there. Fred Carnell wants Land of Blood. I think that's the one that just got claimed, right? Yep. All right, next is Genesis, Seconds Out. Genesis is a double LP live, a Netherlands press, $34.99. Wow, look at that. Beautiful copy, $34.99 for Genesis. LA Guns at $17. Carcass is at $60. America Alternates and Rarities. A limited edition 6500 on Soapsud Green colored vinyl. Wow, some great songs on here. Riverside, Sister Golden Hair, Horse of No Name, I Need You, Ventura Highway. Alternate mixes, $24.99. Stephen, we've already sold Pilots. Lamb of God, Sacrament. Lamb of God is a limited edition of 500, double LP, $44.99 for Lamb of God. John Anderson, Tokyo, Oklahoma, a sealed original for $9.99. What label is Queensryche on? EMI. This cassette, EMI, $10 start on that. LA Guns is at $20. Carcass is at $75. Hold on a second. Carcass 60, Carcass 70, Shaw, England. Okay, I'll get that on deck for you. LA Guns 20, Carcass 75. Scott Yoakumstaller on Lamb of God. X-Wing was next. Queensryche is at 10. The Black Keys Brothers, $22.99 for the Black Keys Brothers. Also, we have Queen 2, $34.99. Gatefold top loader, Queen 2. That's a very nice copy. And we have Chicago, Born for This Moment. This is a studio album, I think. Yeah, it's Chicago XXXVII, 10, 20, 35, 6, 7, 8, 20, 30, Chicago 38. Wow. Seal, $29.99. We have Mark Riley on the Black Keys. That's sold to Mark Riley. Carcass is at 80. Final Call on Queensryche for 10. And Final Call on LA Guns for 20. I think it's up to MT Matt on the LA Guns. He's out, so yeah, about to sell that one. Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, Better Than Live. sealed for $24.99. And John Coltrane, Stardust. Coltrane is sealed, a 2019, $29.99. Chris Kirkley on Chicago. Jackie Reynolds on the John Anderson, sealed original. David Jennings on the Queen. Carcass has a new bid for $90. Master Ma on John Coltrane. Tom Sullivan next on Coltrane. We have Medusa, heavy metal on orange vinyl, $29.99. Very interesting looking there. Bumblebee Slim, back in town, sealed 2013 reissue, $9.99. And Ava Marie in Palindar, Tarja, Turin. I don't know what I just read, but it's $19.99. Queensryche is sold for $10 to Buddy Cordova. Also, we got LA Guns, sold for $20 to Jeff Brindley. And now Carcass is at $95. Fred will start on Coltrane. Let's read through these again. Shy England, that would be in the S's. This is the MOPQR, probably out of here. And we have the Storm. We got Scream, Shotgun Messiah, Billy Squire, Saxon, Sabu, Sex Pistols, Shy England, Misspent Youth. Yep, I remember this cover. I've seen that before. Shy England, Misspent Youth, $10 start on that one. Carcass is hit $100. Over here, I have the 13-4 Elevators. The 13-4 Elevators is a compilation of studio outtakes and some live tracks. It is an unofficial, and you get, of course, a very psychedelia-looking cover from the 13-4 Elevators, $25 start. That's now up for bid. This one tray of cassettes, here's some of the artists I still have. Queensryche, Rainbow, Rez, Quiet Right, Raven, Riot, Rush, Roxanne, Roxgain, Runaways, Rap, Sabu, Sarara, Saxon, Sex Pistols, Shout, Spinal Tap, Shark Island, Sammy Hagar, Storm, Screen, Shotgun Messiah, Steppenwolf, Michael Schenker, Billy Squire, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Crocus, Kicks, Kingdom Come, Killer Dwarfs, Legs Diamond, the London Choir Boys, Lynch Mob, Law and Order, Love and Hate, LA Guns, Lillian Axe, Lizzie Borden, Malice, Massey, Motorhead, Metallica, Mr. Big, Nazareth, Night Ranger, Robert Plant, Poison, Predator, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Princess Pans, maybe? What's in this tray? David Lee Roth, Eddie Money, Electric Ankles, Gorky Park, Judas Priest. How about Judas Priest times 20? There's about 20 in here. Keel, Kane Roberts, Jet Boy, Jay Giles, NXX, Golden Earring, George Satellite, Girl Squirrel, Great White. Golly, and there's more where that came from. Holy moly. Whoo! Okay, so next was Carcass 95, Carcass 100. We ed and Riviera on Tarja. We have Shy England at 10. And then, how much did I pay for the Queen I blindly bought? $34.99. Is America sealed? Henry's Choice. The America Alternatives is sealed, yes. $24.99. 13 has a bid for $25. And then I have Carcass at 105, Carcass at 120, and we have requests for Killer Dwarves. Okay? There we go. 13 floors at 27. The lower crate sticker was not claimed. The lower crate sticker was not claimed, so this crate's definitely due another thorough read-through. Okay? And then there we go. All right, well, there was a couple questions here, and then America sealed, and I buy, Bob, to answer your question, I buy, of course, a lot of new stuff, and then I'm looking for a lot of really rare, I'm looking for, I mean, at this point, obviously in the business I'm in, obtaining throughout the year hundreds of thousands of albums, I'm looking for really rare, bizarre stuff and upgrades. So yeah, I took home 7 records last night. Monday night I took home about 5. So yeah, I'm buying 10, 15 records a week, probably. I pull that stuff all the time. A lot of stuff I take home, make sure maybe I can find it, bring it back. I bring a lot back though, because I'm like, oh, I already have this, I already have that. But oh yeah, I'll be hunting stuff for years. I'm looking for stuff that hadn't sold on Discogs or eBay in the last decade. you know, I'm looking for beyond rare. I let go of stuff here every night that I don't have that I could easily keep. Those Panteras, I don't have those. I've got the Rhino 2 LP remasters, but I would have loved to have kept those Panteras. I have to let stuff go. The rate in which we buy incredible records, I would have the world's greatest record collection, but I would also not have a functioning business, okay? I would also not have a functioning cash flowing business. So I have to make tough decisions every day when Laura sends me those hot pictures of what we're about to let go back here on the auction block. So y'all own a lot of stuff that I don't, that I probably should have kept, that I've sold to y'all. And I take turns collecting. I'm not just into vinyl. I'll be buying records. I'll get into a movie poster kick. Here lately it's been autographs. It'll turn back into comic books before long, and then all of a sudden I can't think about anything but records. So I take turns. So I kind of take turns on what I collect. But obviously, dealing in it every day at 8 hours a night every day, I get to see a lot of stuff sell that I'm like, holy crap, why did I let that go? And two so far tonight for sure would have been those Panteras. So yeah, that's just like, dang. I mean, we haven't seen those in a couple years or years. They were mint. So Eddie Van Halen sold, yep. Yeah, but we're in a unique situation here. I get the access to a lot of really rare stuff, but I have to also think about running a business, so it's overwhelming. Hold on a second while I'm stretching. My eyes are burning too. That's why I turned off some of these lights earlier. I'm going to turn them off again. It happens every once in a while. These lights get way too bright on me. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here before I recap this. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is reset and say that Shy England is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. But obviously my passion's in vinyl and music. So, and I'm also kind of preparing for one day when I have a lot less time, when maybe I'm not working 10 days a week. I like buying audiophile stuff and putting it away and not even listening to it, because I know at some point I'm going to be at a house or an office one day where I have a lot more time to listen to vinyl, and I can listen to it as much as I want. So I kind of stash stuff away for that. All right, so Carcass, this is, did the other bidder say out? Yeah, we don't have much time left. I got to kick it into turbo mode. Carcass is sold to Hessen over on Twitch for $120. I'm only going to be live for about 50 more minutes. We got to move. We got to move. 13 for elevators. This is sold to Robert. Thank you, Robert Warner. That's sold to you for $30. I've got 2 autographed Metallicas. I'm going to keep one and I'm going to sell one. They're $10,000, and I really don't want to take any less. 10,000, 10,000. I'm going to sell one, whichever one. It's a tough decision. One of them is going to go in my personal archive. I may end up selling both of them. If so, then I'm on the hunt to buy another one. They're out there. They're just very expensive. They're out there. They're just very, very expensive. I mean, you know, if they're going to cost you a lot of money. And these has been looked at by pretty much the best autograph expert in the country. So without, I would say it's good. Without a doubt. 100, I would put 99.9%. All right, Rock's Gang is going to go up for a $10 start. Henry's Choice got America. The Laura Crate sticker hasn't been claimed. Let's get going. That was a good chit-chat there. Here we go. First thing we have is Yes, Fragile. Lauren Chad loves Yes. VG Condition, I'll Be the Roundabout, $14.99 for Yes, Fragile. Also, we have Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams. Debbie Gibson's in Shrink Wrap, EX Condition, $9.99. Kansas, Monolith. Kansas is in VG Condition, $12.99. Gentle Giant, VG Plus $12.99. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, VG $12.99. That was the last check condition record. That was the last check condition record. Shakedown on Yes, Fragile, VG $12.99. Also, Loretta Lynn, Looking Good. That is sealed for $12.99. We have Tarja, the Seer EP. That's on green vinyl, $24.99. Eno Morricone, City of Joy, 1,000 transparent colored vinyl. That is $19.99. I don't have any more Dick Dale autographs to my knowledge. Natalie Archangel, $9.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core, sealed for $24.99. Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, $29.99. Genesis Second Out is $34.99. Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, Better Than Live, sealed for $24.99. And Medusa Heavy Metal, $29.99. Also, Bumblebee Slim, sealed for $9.99. Nobody Bid on Rock's Gang, that's a buy it now for $10. Pilots. Oh, when Steven said Pilots earlier, he wanted Stone Temple Pilots. See, I thought you were trying to get 21 Pilots and it had already sold. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's so to you. Joe DeGaldo, you were second on that one. He actually claimed it earlier and I missed it. How much for moving pictures? None of the cassettes are available for buy now. I'm requesting them, putting up for auction, and you can bid on them. So I'm going to start selling those in lots. But here is our next two Motorheads, okay? Motorheads are going to go up, both of them together. This is Sacrifice and March or Die, both Motorhead cassettes for a $15 start. Next thing is Jeff Brinley got Rocks, and that was Rock's Gang, sold for $10. Rolling Stones is a foil cover. It's got this foil cover. It's a 2003 reissue, $29.99. Now, the lower crate sticker has not been claimed, so what we're going to do, I'm going to take this crate off. I'm sure now that people know it's still not been claimed, we may have more claims come in. I got to go ahead and start going through the other new arrival John crates, and we still got auctions to put up, including cassettes. I've got to stop the show in about 45 minutes. So we got a lot to get through. So 45 minutes, 3 John crates. I might be able to do it. They're all going to be buy it now best offer. And we got all kinds of hair metal cassettes to do. You got to keep reminding me on what you want to bid on. Okay, you got to keep reminding me on what you want to bid on the cassettes. I'll start putting them up. That's the only fair way I can do it. If I told everybody right now they're buy it nows, the comment, it would be insane, and I'd have some upset people because they'd be like, well, holy crap, Chad, I've been waiting all night to bid on this, bid on that, this and that. Somebody asked for DVDs. I'm about to show those. DVDs are about to be shown for $9.99. Dio is $329.99. Dio is $329.99. Next comment, can we please get the live Lizzie Borden up? Fred Cardinale got Tarja. Fred Cardinale got Tarja. So let's go ahead and pull that for Fred Cardinale. So to Fred Cardinale. Lower crate sticker still has not been claimed. That's so to Fred Cardinale. Edwin wants Tarja in Kansas. Kansas has been claimed. The lower crate sticker has still not been claimed. This is sold to Edwin Riviera, Dio's $329, Motorhead $15, any Motley Crue cassettes. We've already sold them all. We have Metallica. Courtney wants DVDs. Was there a couple Japanese? I'll say any of these you want for a $15 buy it now. Bob Dylan Gold Disc, ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Rolling Stone Still Life, and Footloose. Those are $15 buy it nows if anybody wants them. That's the only 4 Japanese that's never hit the auction block. These DVDs are $9.99 each. Let me make sure. Let me take a quick look at them. Yep. There's a couple on here that's probably worthy of auctioning, but I'm just going to make them $9.99 each. Hope everybody's ready. First thing I have is Van Halen video hits. Van Halen Live Without a Net. Poison Live Raw and Uncut. AC/DC Let There Be Rock. Monsters of Metal. The Ultimate Metal Compilation Double DVD. Black Sabbath with Rob Halford, Iron God, and Rock and Roll Over Kiss, Cobo Hall, 1977. All those DVDs are $9.99 each. I asked for Tarja a few minutes ago. Fred Cardinale, Tarja is already sold to Edwin Riviera. He might have claimed it earlier and I'd missed it. Let me scroll up and see if I can find it. There it is. I missed that earlier. So actually, Fred, you did not get Tarja. Both of those go to Edwin Riviera. That was my bad on that one. Next thing was Steve McGee wants Medusa from the lower crate. Let's go ahead and pull out Medusa from the lower crate. Let's work down this way and see what happened. First thing is this right here. Any Motley Crue, Metallica said, was there a couple Japanese? Can I see the DVDs? What is that, Bob Dylan? And then over here we have Medusa. So does Steve McGee. Gerald Whitworth gets the Rolling Stones out of the lower crate. Or was that, Gerald, which was that for? Was that for the Rolling Stones Japanese? Or was that for the Rolling Stones out of the lower crate? Joy Fino gets Footloose for $15. Sell that to Joy Fino for $15. Mark Stanley on BS. Now, what was BS for? Was that for the DVD? Mark Stanley, or was that for Bob? Oh, he's talking about Bob Dylan. This is called Go Disc. It's a Japanese pressing, $15 on that. So what was the next comment? We got to figure out what Gerald's RS was for. I'm going to wait for that to come in. And then we know for sure Joy Fino gets Footloose. Mark Stanley put BS. We're going to see what that was for. That was for the DVD. All right, so let me go ahead and tag that. First DVD here sold $9.99, and that was Mark Stanley, okay? Fred Cardinal second on Footloose. Travis Woods wants the Debbie Gibson single. That was back here in the lower crate. All right, so that's sold to Travis Woods. Let's put that in there. Chris Frazier on MM, Monsters of Metal. That's sold for $9.99. Mike Straws on Van Halen. Mike, there's two different ones. There's Live Without a Net and Video Hits. Next is 850 Johnny. Johnny Hancock gets the Poison DVD. That's sold to Johnny Hancock for $9.99. Jim Hines wants Bob Dylan. I got to make sure that X-Wing 81 doesn't, okay? And then next thing is, if not, it goes to Jim Hines. Leslie Phillips gets the Kiss DVD. This is sold to Leslie Phillips for $9.99. And then Butch Van Halen. Looks like they're already sold. James Young next on Kiss. Scott Dwallow next on Kiss. Ivan R on MOM. Monsters, that's already been sold. And then over here, Mark Stanley got the Black Sabbath. I've already done that. Gerald Whitworth wants the Rolling Stones Japanese pressing. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Next thing is X-Wing does get Bob Dylan, and he gets that for $15. That is sold. That means over here, both Van Halen DVDs are sold to Mike Straws, and that just left AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, for $9.99. Both Motorheads have one bid. Jeff Brindley, $15, and those are sold to him for $15. That's been more activity in the most recent 3 minutes of my life I've ever seen. Let me go ahead and show a few more DVDs so I can clear off the table and take all this stuff sold around the corner. We got Tommy Lee Goes to College, $9.99. AC/DC Family Jewels, $9.99. AC/DC Plug Me In, $9.99. And Heaven and Hell Live, Radio City Music Hall. Heaven and Hell is Dio, and then members of Black Sabbath. Those are all $9.99 each. Hadn't even got started with this new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Here's all these cassettes. These are all sold. All the DVDs I just shown are $9.99 each. Let's try to get some more of these cassettes knocked out. There's only about 30,000 pending requests. I'm trying as fast as humanly possible to figure out where they at, pull them up, and put them up for auction. I know somebody right here wanted me to run this one right here. That's Lizzie Borden, and we're going to put this one up right here. The Murderous Metal Roadshow, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Lizzie Borden, The Murderous Metal Roadshow, Lizzie Borden's going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is Robert Warner gets Heaven and Hell for $9.99. James Young next. All right, and now here comes the last handful of DVDs. Are y'all ready? Let's push all these back here. I've got Cinderella in Concert, Europe, The Final Countdown Tour, 1986 Sweden, Rainbow live in Europe, 1977, Asia, Fantasia live in Tokyo, Triumph live at the U.S. Festival, and Great White live in Raw. All those are $9.99. Does your outfolds fit double albums and gatefolds? Yes, very easily. Buddy Cordova says AC/DC 15. Well, there's 3 AC/DC DVDs, Buddy, and they're $9.99 each unless you're making an offer. Lizzie Borden's at 10. Any more Japanese? No. Travis Woods gets Cinderella for $9.99. Lizzie Borden 11. Lizzie Borden 15. Cindy Yarborough next on Cinderella. Mike Straws on Great White, and we still got Triumph, Asia, Rainbow, and Europe. Those are all $9.99 each. Over here, he wants live AC/DC. Well, there's one called Let There Be Rock, Plug Me In, and Family Jewels. I think they're all live. but I may be wrong. Kathy DeMoss on Triumph Live DVD for $9.99. Thank you on Kathy. All right, let's do some buy now best offer right quick. First thing I have in here is Seals and Croft Down Home, $9.99. Also, Grover Washington Jr. Inside Moves, $9.99. Renaissance Shersgate, this is $9.99. Put down Michael Thrower for a pack of outer sleeves. Pack of 100 outer sleeves is $29.99. Sell that to Michael Thrower. Thank you. Lizzie Borden's at $15. Cindy Ed Riviera already bid $15. Let There Be Rock, eyes out of focus. Okay. He wants Let There Be Rock for $9.99. That's sold. Next in here is the Cars Panorama, $24.99 for the Cars. Led Zeppelin 3. Nice. It's a 5-digit Rockaway press, $44.99. Melanie wants the Rainbow DVD. That is right here. That's sold to Melanie. That's so to Melanie. Next thing is 60s Dance Party. This is $9.99. Leslie Gore, Freddie Cannon, Bobby Rydell, Dale Shannon. Now Lizzie Borden cassettes at $20. Now the next cassette I have over here, I do have another Metallica Ride the Lightning. I do. If you missed out the first one, here's another Metallica Ride the Lightning. It does have a couple cracks there in the jewel case. Metallica's a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Patty wants the Europe DVD. Let's go ahead and sell this to Patty. Now we're just down to a few DVDs. Patty gets Europe for $9.99. Lizzie Borden's at $20. These are all buy it now best offer. Chicago 17 is $14.99. The Roaring Silence, Man for Man, Blinded by the Light. Super clean copy, $19.99. The Dean Martin TV show is $9.99. And we have The Who is $24.99, odds and sods. The Art of Noise, Peter Gunn, Dwayne Eddy, $14.99. Also, Soul Direction. This is a compilation of soul music. Sly and the Family Stone, Taj Mahal, Inez and Charlie Fox, $19.99. Metallica 10, Metallica 10. Can I see the no bids? There are no bids. And then over here, we have Europe DVD live in Sweden. Europe has already sold. This is a Hatchet Ed no payment. James Taylor, okay? I said I would do $25 on that. Signed Cheap Trick CD was $50. That's from a Hatchet Ed crate. And then Jimi Hendrix is at $57. Joy Fino, the Psychedelic Souls earlier was a $15 start. No bid, and then Jim B convinced me to take less because he's going to sell it on Discogs for $190. So, unfortunately, Jim B got an absolute steal on that one. I think he convinced me to sell it to him for $12. He's already flipped it on Discogs for $194. He hadn't even got it in the mail yet. Metallica's at $15. Samuel Kopich on Renaissance. This is sold to Samuel Kopich for $9.99. Joy Fino says, I'll take the James Taylor, sell that to her for $25. Great deals being handed out. I mean, stuff basically so cheap you're getting paid to buy it. Getting paid to buy some of these. Joy Fino, that is sold for $25. And then over here, Lizzie Borden. That was a super rare record. I know it. I can't believe no one bid earlier. Lizzie Borden over here. Ed Riviera's out. That is Lizzie Borden. It's called The Murderous Metal Roadshow. It has a high bid of $20. We're about to sell it. Next thing is Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden is $19.99. There's only two advertised records left. Everything has sold. Far as advertised auctions, this is all sold. This is all that's left. Prong and Velvet Underground. We're about to put those up right now. We have Travis Woods on Art of Noise. That was with the Peter Gunn. And my crate's full. Let me swap these out right quick. Folks, Jim B watches this sale. He has 4 monitors. He's got eBay. He's got Discogs. He's got the live stream on Facebook and YouTube where he can rewatch it. He's got multiple keyboards. I mean, he's in a room studying this show just like locked in. He bought a brand new Ferrari with his profits. Unbelievable. Next over here, Peter Gunn's already sold. Next is Metallica, and then we have what? Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl, $14.99. This has the original on her sleeve. Super nice copy of that. So right now, the high bid on Metallica is already at $15 of Chris Frazier. Lizzie Borden is sold, and this is sold for $20, all right? There's only 4 DVDs that didn't sell. Asia, AC/DC, and Tommy Lee Goes to College. Details on Velvet Underground. I'm about to put it up for auction right now. The other night, we had 4 Velvet Underground records in crates that didn't get claimed. And I was like, what is going on? White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. A 1968 East Coast OG. Don't let this one slip through tonight. There's been some stuff I'm like, why isn't this getting bids? It's happened several times tonight. Here's another one. This album in near mint condition has sold for as much as $350. It's an original East Coast pressing with a Verve inner sleeve, VG condition. A VG Plus copy has sold for $138. We're looking for a $35 start on the Velvet Underground. This should get bids for $35, $40, $50, $75, $80, $90, $180, $190. I mean, it should just take off like a rocket. It's only a $35 start, okay? Jared Whitworth said he'll do the Sign Cheap Trick for $40. Sold to Jared Whitworth for $40. Sold Sign Cheap Trick CD, $40. Next. Outrageous, Richard Pryor. For adults only, Richard Pryor, $14.99. We have Inside Star Trek. Look at this. Shrink with the Gene Roddenberry hop sticker, $19.99. Also, Peter Frampton Comes Alive. Gayfo 2LP, $29.99. Jimmy Buffett, Hot Water. Jimmy Buffett's an 88 pressing, $39.99. And Sweet is $24.99. Chris Frazier gets Metallica. That's sold to him for $15. Thank you. Next auction is going to go up right now. We got Rat, self-titled. Rat is going to go up for a $10 start. Rat, self-titled, $10 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. What is the next one, you may say? Shotgun Messiah. This one is called Second Coming, $10 start. Shotgun Messiah, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. Billy Thorpe is $19.99. Webb Pierce, Webb, a 1959 Decca, $14.99. And Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Patti Smith, $29.99. The Church, Starfish. The Church has the original on her sleeve with it. $49.99. Velvet Underground, $35.40, $50, $52. Rat has a bid for $10. Rat has a bid for $12. Shotgun Messiah is a $10 start. And Little Feet down on the farm. Little Feet's $24.99. Yes, Relayer. Yes is $19.99. Wow, there's some nice records in here. Thomas Clark on The Church, Starfish. Velvet Underground has a new bid for $55. And then we have Prong carved into stone. Prong carved into stone is a 2012 German OG limited edition orange marble vinyl. Only 1,500 copies were made. It has a CD that's never been opened. It is Prong, and that is now out of print and a $35 start. I have one Funko pin left, new for tonight, Pennywise from It. That's $11.99. Okay. Velvet Underground, 55, 60, 60, 56, 65. Next in here, this is a new buy it now best offer bin, even for Johnny Cash, just $9.99. I don't know if I want to discount that one any. Johnny's $9.99. David Jennings gets Yes Relayer. Hadn't seen a copy of that in a while. Prong already has a bid for $40. Actually, Ed Riviera offered first. Edwin, if you want it for sticker, it's yours. My bad. If you do, just say yes. If not, it's sold to David Jennings. You can say yes to yes, or you can say no to yes. Shotgun Messiah is at $10. Rat has a high bid right now. Rat has a high bid right now. Rat has a high bid right now of $12 of MT Matte. Velvet Underground. The most recent bid on Velvet Underground is 60, 60, 60. Prong is at 45. John Durden offered 7 for Johnny Cash. I should counter at 15, and then we can meet in the middle at 10. I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 7, though. It's marked for $9.99. Next is the Who live at Leeds. I was talking about this the other night. This is the gatefold jacket with all 11 documents. So it comes with all the replica stuff. It's a gatefold, $44.99. Edwin said yes to yes, so he does take yes at sticker price. This is sold right here to Ed Riviera at sticker price. Thank you on that one. Next thing I have in here is Merle Haggard, My Love Affair with Trains. That guy loved trains, $14.99. The Association is $14.99, Inside Out. And Humble Pie's Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Humble Pie. Stephen A. Young wants the Who live at Leeds, complete with all the documents. Kevin Johnson next. Jim Hines wants a Pennywise pen. That is sold. I still got Deadpool, Spider-Man, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I still got Spider-Man, Deadpool, and Teenage Mutant Blah. Okay, let me reset for a second. Okay, next thing is this. We got Prong at $50. John Kaiser's at 73 on Velvet Underground. Shotmunk, breathe, Chad. You can do this. Rat. Rat is sold to MT Map for $12. You got it. Now I got to take all this stuff in here because I have ran out of space. Okay. All right. let me take all this in here. I just had a total meltdown. My brain just said, it's like that episode of Family Guy when Peter Griffin tries to sprint and it goes into his brain. And it's like engineers, and they're in there, and they're like, "What is he doing? Is he trying to run right now? He hadn't had an ounce of water in years." And he said they got juices from the hot dog. Okay. We got a pen, 2 more pens sold. Spider-Man and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Very cool Funko pens. So these are sold to Ryan Mustaine. That leaves me with Spider-Man and Deadpool. Spider-Man and Deadpool. 1 Spider-Man and 2 Deadpool. I've ordered more, but these things are starting to like sell out, and I'm having a harder time, actually getting them. So let me stack all this right there. Thanks, everybody. Sorry for my total meltdown right then. It happens about once a night. What y'all can't hear is when I mute my mic and I scream. Okay? So that's what happens. I'll mute my mic and I just scream as loud as I can. All right, Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat. This is now up for bid. It's a 68 U.S. East Coast original. Always desirable. Lou Reed in the Velvet Underground. This is in VG. Chris Knapp has it for tied with John Kaiser. John Kaiser came in first at $75. Chuck Haley, to answer your question, the 60s dance party is $9.99. $9.99. Over here, Shotgun Messiah, the last bit on this cassette was Clay Moore at $15. And then Prong is at $60. Prong is called Carved into Stone. It's a 2012 German OG on orange marble vinyl, limit of 1,500 with an unopened CD. Mike Straws just bid $61. Now there was something else as well. Scott Oman got Richard Pryor, which I don't see too often, for $10, okay? That's sold for $10. Now, we also have Steely Dan Gold, $34.99. Steely Dan Gold, really nice copy, $34.99. Jethro Tull War Child, Bungle in the Jungle, $17.99. The Soul compilation, Soul Direction is what it's called. It's a foreign press in mono, $19.99. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is $19.99. Chuck Haley said $7 on Dance Party, sold to Chuck Haley. There are some great records left unclaimed in here. This is Cream's debut. It is a reissue from RSO, but it's a beautiful copy in shrink, $29.99. That means Shotgun Messiah, Jason Widener's out, so that is sold to Clay Moore for $15. Let's put that right over here. First thing is this. We have Donna on Soul for $12. That was Mark 19. I'll sell it to you for $15. Stephen E. Young says, give me the Steely Dan. That's one of the few compilations where you can get the song FM, no static at all. That's on that one. Next auction is Lillian Axe. Lillian Axe cassette is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Bob Seger's Stranger in Town, $24.99. It was one of those Hollywood nights. Pure Prairie League, $14.99 for dance. Marshall Tucker Band Carolina Dreams is $24.99. And we have Hank Williams Jr. live at Cobo Hall, Detroit. And this is $29.99. That's on this gold and turquoise colored label, $29.99. Velvet Underground's at $79. Chris Knapp's out. Prong is at $70 with Mark Stanley, right? Prong is at 70. Mike Straws, you're out. Donna's pending on the Soul. Greg Preston says 23 cream. That's something I'll go ahead and do for Greg Preston, $23 on that. And then over here, we have the animals, Animalism. $19.99 for the animals. Boy, that's a nice copy. $19.99. Velvet 80, Velvet 83. And then can I get Go Dogs? Go Dogs. Is that a claim? And we have Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volumes 1 and 2. That is $44.99. The OG Gatefold 2 LP. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat, $26.99. And Berlin Pleasure Victim is $24.99. Berlin has the original on her sleeve. $24.99 on that one. We have Velvet Underground at $87. We have Lillian Axe with Clay Moore for $10. And then over here we have the Judds. This is Winona and Naomi, the Judds, $19.99. Tracks on David Lee Roth, So to Ryan Mustaine. Tracks on Animalism. This is All Night Long, Shake, The Other Side of This Life, Rock Me Baby, Lucille, Smokestack Lightning, Hey Jip, Hit the Road Jack, Outcast, Louisiana Blues. That's All I'm to You and Going Down Slow. Now Velvet Underground's at $90. And now Prong is moving to a final call. Mike Straw's out. This is with Mark Stanley at $70. Just FYI. Lillian Axe is at $10. Velvet Underground $90. How much was Arthur? How much is Berlin? All right, so Arthur. Berlin is $24.99, and the Arthur soundtrack is $19.99. Next is Slade, Sladest, $19.99 for Slade, Sladest. Robin Trower and City Dreams is $19.99. The English Beat, What Is? English Beat's $24.99. And Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. Sinead O'Connor is $49.99. Man, there's some great albums still left in here. Okay, so first thing, Lillian Axe is a no bid. That's a $10 buy it now. Next to is Lizzie Borden. We're going to sell both Lizzie Bordens together. Love You to Pieces and Visual Lies, both for a $15 star. Those are now up for bid. And then over here we have Tracks on Soul Direction. Velvet Underground's at $92. Okay, everything in here is best offer. Don't hesitate to make a offer whatsoever. Donna wants to know the tracks on this Soul compilation right here. Donna. This has Johnny Johnson and the Bandwagon, Stone Soul Picnic, Inez and Charlie Fox, I Ain't Going for That, Taj Mahal, Dust My Broom, Pretty Purdy, Funky Donkey, The Times People, Ray King Soul Band, Knock on Wood, Sly and the Family Stone, Life, Peaches and Herbs, Something You Got, The Glories, Give Me Freedom, Cliff Nobles and Company, The Camel, The Chambers Brothers, In the Midnight Hour. Clay Moore gets Lillian Axe for $10. Okay, I completely missed that. I'm really missing Craig. I wish Craig would wake back up out in California and help me out with some track listings. Michael Snared wants Berlin, unless John Durden says he wants it. Okay, we have a request for Hank Williams Jr. tracks. Lizzie Borden's at $15, Velvet Underground's $110, but Prong is officially sold. Prong is sold to Mark Stanley for $70, okay? Now, we have another request for tracks, Hank Williams Jr. This is a rare occasion, me reading off track listings, but I'm willing to do it to try to sell some records right now. Usually I ask Craig, and we have this right here, tracks on Hank Williams Jr. Jambalaya, Detroit City, Games People Play, Standing in the Shadows, Foggy Mountain Breakdown, You Win Again, She Thinks I Still Care, Darling, You Know I Wouldn't Lie, I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry, Your Cheating Heart, and I Saw the Light. $29.99. Donna's going to try to Soul Direction for $15. How much is Berlin? It was $24.99. $24.99. Conditions on Peter Frampton. Peter Frampton was going right back here, and that was for Comes Alive. Is that right? Let's go back on that. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. Was that the one that was in here? Peter Frampton Comes Alive. Moderate light ring wear on the jacket. The vinyl is clean. $29.99. So Berlin is sold to Michael Snared. Animalism, I will sell that to you for $15. Really nice copy of that. And Lizzie Borden, both cassettes, final call to Cindy Yarborough for $15. The Velvet Underground is an OG copy of White Light, White Heat. It is a 68 East Coast OG with a company inner sleeve from Verve, VG. John Kaiser has it for $110. Final call. Mortgage Guy takes the Animals for $15. Also, I don't mind ever doing this. Most of the time, when somebody's looking for a track listing, usually they're looking for a certain song. Now, if you, just a quick cheat code and time saver, if you're ever looking for a name of a song, ask me. I'm really good at knowing what songs are on what albums rather than reading them all off. So I'm pretty good at saying, if someone's like, does Hank Williams Jr. have family tradition? That's a big question usually. Does it have family tradition? And I was like, no, this is like 20 years before that song even came out. So I don't mind doing it. I love when Craig's watching, but I usually know what songs people's looking for. They're usually looking for certain hits, and I'm like, it's not on that one. Not on this one. Not on that one. Lizzie Borden, both of these sold to Cindy Yarborough for $15. Okay, and I'm going to read through these. There is some crazy stuff still left in here. Who asked first on Peter Frampton? James Young did, and then Buddy Johnsey has made an offer. I'm going to make sure James Young doesn't want it. Buddy Johnsey has offered $25. Here's what's left in here. Seals and Croft, Grover Washington Jr., The Cars, Panorama, Led Zeppelin 3, Chicago 17, Manfred Man Band, and House. I knew it. That's what I was about to say. But sometimes I mess up. I'm like, no, it doesn't have House of the Rising Sun, and then no one wants it. But I'm like, man, the Animals have some great songs. Same thing for Hank Williams Jr. Hank Williams Jr. has like a 50-year career, so he has a couple very, very big hits. Most of those were kind of in his 80s part. But yeah, you just got a great album there. I love Eric Burdon and the Animals. Also, we got the Dean Martin TV show, The Who Odds and Sods. Eric Burdon is here. This one's $19.99. Another Eric Burdon original studio album. That one's $19.99. Also, Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl. Wow. I know my Star Trek people's not watching when this doesn't get claimed. Inside Star Trek in Shrink with Hop Sticker mentioning Gene Roddenberry and Shatner and Mark Leonard and DeForest Kelley. There's that, passed on Frampton. So Buddy Johnsey, you get Frampton for $25. And I'm assuming whoever asked about Hank is passing, right? Who asked about Hank? Brian Colsar, if you're passing, Sherry Darnell says she'll do 26 on it. Now, we have Sherry for 26, looking for 80 Hank. I knew it. I'm a pretty good predictor of track listing. You know, I only sell records 8 hours a night every night. Tonight, it's only 5 hours, or 4.5. But over the years, I've developed a keen sense for tracks people's looking for. They're called hits. They're called hits. Jimmy Buffett, Hot Water, $39.99. Squeeze, Streets from a Stranger. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. Webb Pierce, Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Little Feat, Down on the Farm. Merle Haggard, The Association. Humble Pie's Greatest Hits. And Jethro Tull. Time for a few more cassettes. Led Zeppelin is either a 75 or a 77 reissue. We know that from the catalog number and the address at the bottom. It's probably a 75, 77. It's $44.99. Okay? First thing we have is Star Trek for $10. And then we have Star Trek and Arthur for $28. I'm probably not going to really discount this. I'm waiting for two certain people to be watching, and they would have already bought it at sticker price. But I will discount Arthur. How much is Patty? Patty is $29.99. And then let me see how much Arthur was. So Razman, here's what I'll do. Arthur, so 20. If you want this, I will sell you John Griffin, both of those for $30. Okay, that'll be $10 off essentially. If Razman, if you want Star Trek, it will be sticker. Okay? Now, what about Velvet Underground? I hope we're done because I got to sell it. And Velvet Underground is sold to John Kaiser for $110, okay? There's that. There's that. And let's put this away. Very nice. That's always desirable. Buddy Johnson on BT. And BT back here was Billy Thorpe. I'll do that one for $15. And then Sherry Darnell, Jimmy Buffett for $35. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. All right, so these two are pending. And then Joe DeGaldo, Manfred Man for $15 if you want it. Johnny Griffin said sold. That's these two for $30. So just make Star Trek sticker and put Arthur in for $10. $15 on that. Now we're chipping away at some of the stuff I could not believe didn't sell. Here comes some more cassettes. Next cassette is going to go up right now. We got 5 Scorpions cassettes for a $35 start. 5 Scorpions cassettes for a $35 start. Scorpions Savage Amusement, Scorpions Love at First Sting, Scorpions Animal Magnetism, Scorpions Blackout, and Scorpions Hot and Heavy. $35 start. I bid 111 on Velvet Underground. He did bid 111 on the Velvet Underground. John Kaiser, you were outbid on the Velvet Underground. This is still active. The Useless Eaters has it for $111. We're not done. That's at $111, okay? Now down here at the bottom, we got Joe DeGaldo on this for $15, man for man. Buddy Johnson got Billy Thorpe for $15. 5 Scorpions cassettes. Velvet Underground's back up for auction. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Pure Prairie League. Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. The Judds, Slade, Robin Trower, Sinead O'Connor, and The English Beat. He's back in on Velvet Underground at 114. Useless Eaters, you're out. Zeppelin was $44.99. $44.99. Okay. Velvet Underground's at 114. Now, what we're going to do is this. I'm going to go through one more crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I think that's what we have time for, okay? That's what I'm about to do right now. Another crate, Buy It Now Best Offer. Billy Joel is $44.99. Billy Joel's $44.99. I can't believe for the first time ever we had a Laura crate and a sticker didn't get claimed. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that sticker inside of the album jacket, and if it ever does sell in the future, I will remember, and it will be a surprise of a lifetime for somebody. This looks like a pretty solid crate to go through Best Offer. Thanks everybody tuning in late. This could be the last crate of the night. Hope y'all ready. Velvet Underground's at 117. These Scorpions cassettes could be bought for $35. Nick Bargeron must not be watching. English Beat, and does it have mirror on in the bathroom? English Beat is $24.99. The first track is Mirror in the Bathroom. Yes. Michael Snare asked the price. Thomas Clark asked about the tracks. Zeppelin. Zeppelin is sold to George Sheriff for $37. They're still battling out over Velvet Underground. All right, Zeppelin is sold. Let me find that in here. I've passed by it 30 times. There it is. One of the few times they were actually shown on the album jacket, and they didn't do really that crisp of pictures. They tried to keep their image pretty mysterious. That's about all you got of them. There's a few snapshots here on the pinwheel of them. There's Bonham. I think if you turn it, there's Robert. There's John Paul Jones. And then Jimmy's coming up. There's Jimmy. All right. Okay. Killer Dwarfs cassettes. Killer Dwarfs cassettes. I've got 2 Killer Dwarfs cassettes here for you. $15 start. This is Method to the Madness and Dirty Weapons. Okay? So, I'm assuming nobody wanted the English Beat. All right, let's get started. These are all buy it now, best offer. I have Frank Sinatra Sings for Only the Lonely. Sinatra is $14.99, Orange Capitol label. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Simon & Garfunkel, $14.99. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Stevie Nicks is $19.99. Original on her sleeve, a really clean copy of that. Also, Grand Funk, Closer to Home. I'm Your Captain, $24.99 on Grand Funk. We have Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, $32.99. Unfortunately, Lisa Mussman wrote her name on the cover, but that's just $32.99. Velvet Underground's at $121 right now. The Killer Dwarfs cassettes are at $16 with MT Matte. $16 of MT Matte. That's going once, going twice. We have Jackson Browne Running on Empty, shrink wrap, has the booklet, has the original on her sleeve. It's the summer of '69, and I was 21, and I called the road my own. Wow, what a great song. We have Steve Miller, So Did David Jennings for $27. That's So Did David Jennings for $27. Over here, I have the Big Chill soundtrack. Big Chill soundtrack, the original motion picture soundtrack. Man. Marvin Gaye, The Temptations, Smokey Robinson, Procol Harum, Aretha Franklin. That is loaded. Such a good one there to listen to. $19.99 on that. Killer Dwarfs cassettes is sold to MT Matte for $16. Thank you, MT Matte. We sold that. Grand Funk is sold to Michael Snared for $18. And the Velvet Underground is up to John Kaiser. The Useless Eaters has it for $121. Next is Pure Prairie League, Can't Hold Back. $14.99. Can't Hold Back, Pure Prairie League. Donna got the Big Chill for $14. Fantastic soundtrack. Also, we got Alan Parsons' project, Turn of a Friendly Card. Alan Parsons is in shrink, nice copy, $19.99. Next is over here, Buddy Johnsey said JB for $15, and then Kevin claimed it a sticker. Buddy, if you want it, it's $19.99. If not, it goes to Kevin. And then Nathan, your bid on Killer Dwarfs came in very late, unfortunately. Back in on Velvet Underground for $125. $125. That's with John Kaiser and Stephen Freyu. I just shot myself in the foot. I just shot myself in the foot over $6. Donna, you owe me $6, okay? Remember that. We have Jimmy Buffett, Last Mango in Paris. Jimmy Buffett is $19.99. $19.99. Elvis Costello Spike, $34.99. Sorry. I just tried to eat an Oreo without chewing it. English Beat is sold to Thomas Clark for $18. Velvet Underground's at $126. John Kaiser, You're Out. Richard Pryor, Holy Smokes. Richard Pryor, Nasty Comedy Record, Raunchy, $14.99. We have Cocktail soundtrack, an original and shrink, $19.99. Starship, Beach Boys, Little Richard, John Cougar, that's $19.99. But if you want Jackson Browne, it's yours, a sticker. Also, we have Farewell to the First Golden Era, The Mamas and Papas, $19.99. Also, we have the Who, Mitty Bitty Big and Bouncy, $19.99. $19.99. $19.99. An Amazing Who compilation. Donna trying to make an offer right after she owes me $6. What's up with that, Donna? Trying to make an offer on Richard Pryor right after she owes me $6. Buddy Johnsey said he will take Jackson Browne at Stinker over here. Now we have Velvet Underground at $128. Richard Pryor. I will sell you Richard Pryor for $12. $12 on Richard Pryor. These are brand new arrivals. These just got put out today for the very first time. No one has looked at these until y'all have right now. Diana Ross and the Supremes, Greatest Hits, 2 LP, 20 tracks, $24.99. Velvet Underground's $129. Cocktails, $15. Oh my gosh. I'm having to shoot myself in the foot, one after another after another. What is the details on Cocktails? It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, has the original on the sleeve. It's near mint. $19.99. Over here, Pure Prairie League, Firing Up, $14.99 for Firing Up. Over here, Buffett is at $18 of Sherry Darnell. This is sold to Sherry for $18. Last prior went for $10. Yeah, but it shouldn't have. That one should have went up for auction. I've never even seen it before. It should have been marked for $24.99. Emmylou Harris, $14.99. So here's the deal on cocktail. Josh Brown, if you want this, it's $19.99. If not, it goes to John Griffin for $19.99. If not, it goes to Tom McEwen for $19.99. Buffett is sold for $18. Velvet Underground's $135. And Robert Palmer, maybe it's live. Robert Palmer is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. A beautiful copy. Donna, you got to meet me halfway. I was at 15. You said 10. What about 12? That's halfway. Meet me halfway there. That's all I'm asking. One time, I've already had to shoot myself in the foot over $6. I almost shot myself in the foot right then again. I'm almost down to just no feet. Devo, freedom of choice. Crack that whip. Whip it. Girl you want. $29.99. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. 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 It's a great album. Devo, freedom of choice. John Lennon, double fantasy. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. 1999. Carol, why are you going to bed? You should be awake buying Rolling Stones bootlegs I'm about to put up. And then we got Josh Brown, sold, $19.99, sold on cocktail. Useless Eaters has Velvet Underground at $136. Boy, these bids on Velvet Underground is crazy. I need to just update y'all on what's going on. We got a war back here for Velvet Underground. I almost sold it. I missed a bid. And then Useless Eaters, $112. Or Useless Eaters, $111. Listen to these bids. $111, $114, $115, $117, $118, $120. Over here, we have bids for $125, $126, $128, $129, $135, $136. That's been the bids in about the last 15 minutes. That's remarkable. That's remarkable. John Kaiser, Devo, $23, sold. What is the track listing on Mamas and Papas? Mamas and Papas is right here. Farewell to the First Golden Era. Monday, California Dreamin'. That's all you need to know. That's it. $19.99. That's all you need to know. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. $34.99. Shout. Let it all out. Jimmy Buffett, Havana Daydreamin', $19.99. John Kaiser, Velvet Underground, $140. The 16 #1 hits of the late 60s. Whoa, look at all this from Motown. Stevie Wonder, Diana Ross, Temptations, $19.99 for that. Over here, David Jennings said, take it. That's on Mamas and Papas. Great decision over there. Velvet Underground, $141. That's what we call a bidding war. It's still getting bids, still getting bids, still getting bids, still getting bids. Next auction is Riot, Born in America. This is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that one. Tears for Fears was near mint minus. Beautiful copy. The best of the Guess Who. American Woman, $19.99. These Eyes, dun 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 dun. Cry Every Night. 4, Dean Martin. It's a 2 LP, $19.99. Also, we have Chet Atkins, the first Nashville Guitar Quartet. Chet Atkins, $9.99. Carly Simon Spy. This is $9.99. And we got Neil Young, Old Ways. Neil Young is $39.99. All right. I'm going to sell this to Donna for $15, but I know she's going to say here in a minute she'll take Richard Pryor for $12. That's basically half price. Travis Wade's on Tears for $28. I'll wait for Denise to make a move. Useless Eaters, you have the high bid at $141. Right now, we're looking to make sure John Kaiser's out. Daniel Amos is $19.99. Daniel Amos. Over here, we have Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. The original Columbia 6i label, $9.99. Ride in the Storm Out. REO Speedwagon, $19.99 on that. Denise passes on Tears for Fears. Travis gets Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Thank you, Travis. And I even sung it for you. You're welcome, Travis. You're welcome. Also, Stevie Wonder Original Music Aquarium, that's $29.99. And The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang has some a little bit of cover wear, $24.99. Now the Velvet Underground's at $142. Now the Velvet Underground's at $142. Riot's a no bid. That's a $10 buy now on Riot if anybody wants that. ELO, Out of the Blue, $29.99. I turned to stone. $29.99. Velvet Underground, $143. That's one of my favorite albums. Tears for Fears. No, We can work it out. Mother's Talk. Mother's Talk. So many great songs on there. And talk about the weather. Riot is sold to MT Matt for $10. Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, $19.99. Velvet Underground, $143. And Don Quixote, Gordon Lightfoot, $12.99. Ron Duffield, second on Riot. Wow, Riot. Why didn't nobody bid? I was waiting for y'all to bid. Nobody was bidding. You got to get it. You got to bid to win, folks. Here we go. Queen's Riot going up for auction. This is called The Warning. Now, if you want this, make sure you bid, okay? It's a $10 start. Otherwise, somebody else is going to beat you to it. Over here is jacket on the Guess Who and vinyl grade. Guess Who back over here is what? Now, this is a reissue because it's not a gatefold jacket. It's on the black label. The vinyl's nice. The cover's VG because it has a ding up here. $19.99. Velvet Underground is up to John Kaiser. Useless Eaters has it for $143. Don't forget, near mint copies of this have sold for as much as $325. Wow. Queen's Rock is a $10 start. A Gathering of Flowers. The anthology of the Mamas and Papas. Wow. This has lyrics, rare and candid photos, personal recollections. This is like a Mamas and Papas box set, $34.99. And then Now Velvet Underground's at $145. Now Velvet Underground's at $145. When you sing it makes me want to buy. There we go. We have Sinatra, Basie, Historical Music First. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. We have the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, $39.99. That's on the blue London label. We have Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You Songs from the Wood, $19.99. Bo Dean's, $14.99. And yes, Fragile. Whoa. Whoa, $19.99. Whoa, nice looking copy here. $19.99 for Fragile. Whoa, Velvet Underground, $146. B-Sides gets Queen's Rock for $10. Whoa, or excuse me, that's a bid for $10. Hold on a second, my bad. I pulled the trigger too early on that one. That's a bid, $10. Going once, going twice though. If nobody else does, you're about to get it. Hold on a minute while I chug this water. All right, well, Topographic, Mike Bartlett, no better person to get a Yes album than Mike Bartlett for $15. John Kaiser's out on Velvet Underground. That's sold to the Useless Eaters for $146. Queen's Rock is sold to B-Sides for $10. And now, this was probably where I'm going to wrap up the show. I'm going to read what's left in here. If you're done, if you want something, let me know. We sold all the advertised auctions. That was the last one. There's still another crate over here from John. Paul will either show that tomorrow or I'll show it on Monday. But I've got to read through these one more time. Topographic also on REO for $15. And over here is at $15, and that is sold right here for $15, okay? What are the cassettes in the back? I'm going to try to show you what did not sell, what's still available. That's where the lower crate sticker is. No one ever claimed that one. That's crazy. And here are these for $6.99. Scorpion Savage Amusement, April Wine, Nature of the Beast, Black Oak, Arkansas, David Gilmour, About Face, Thomas Dolby, Aliens at My Buick, and Bobby Brown, Dance You Know It. We also sold a ton of CDs last night. There is a post that's up in Whole Lot of Records. If you missed all the CDs last night, Donna and everybody else that usually buys CDs, we went through a whole box of CDs last night. All the leftovers are posted in Whole Lot of Records at just $6.99. Edwin Riviera on the Scorpions for $6.99. If anybody wants anything else in here, right now's the time to ask me about it. Frank Sinatra, Simon and Garfunkel, Stevie Nicks, Pure Prairie League, Alan Parsons, Elvis Costello, The Who, Richard Pryor, Dinah Ross, Pure Prairie League, Emmylou Harris, Robert Palmer, John Lennon, Jimmy Buffett, Dean Martin, Chet Atkins, Carly Simon, Neil Young, Daniel Amos, Tony Bennett, Stevie Wonder, The Pretenders, ELO, The Outlaws, Gordon Lightfoot, The Best of the Guess Who, Mamas and Papas Anthology, Sinatra, Basie, Rolling Stones, Hot Rocks, Jethro Tull, and Bo Dean's. David Jennings on Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You Songs from the Wood. And then over here was the no bids tonight for as cassettes. It was 7 Scorpions for $35. And we have Lita Ford Lita Ford for 10, and we had Heathen for 10. That was the only thing that technically went up for auction that didn't sell. Only one Japanese pressing not claimed, and it's $15. It should be $35. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2 with Dancing Queen. Dancing Queen. Donna has beat me to death on this Richard Pryor. She's already took sledgehammers to my knees, and now I'm down on the ground, and now she's punching me. So I'm going to go ahead and sell her the Richard Pryor for $10. Please have some mercy. That is sold to Donna for $10. Eddie Bruce on the ABBA for $15. What a great buy on that one. $15. There's that. Is that the track with Ozzy on the Lita Ford? Gotta let dancing. No, not on that one. Eddie Bruce wants the David Gilmour cassette About Face for $6.99. Hey, you know what I have time? I have time to go to Wendy's. I think I'm going to go down to Wendy's right quick before I start doing. The reason I'm ending is, we're leaving for the game at like 7 a.m., but I'm going to probably be here for 2 more hours. I've got to clean up and get everything kind of situated for Paul. That takes longer than you think. And then I'm going to be making the Saturday morning video, which I've got to make the discount flip crate. I got to pull them. I got to price them. I got to sort them. Got to shoot the video. Got to upload it. Also, the 6 a.m. video. And then, because I won't be coming back here tomorrow, I got to go ahead and do Sunday. So I got to film 4 videos before I leave here tonight. So they're scheduled and uploaded. If not, then y'all are going to be tuning in at 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. And everybody's going to be like, where's those vintage discount crates? That's going to be y'all's exact reaction. And I'm going to be like asleep. And they're supposed to be automatically uploaded. So I got to film 4 videos and upload them before I can leave here. Henry's Choice gets the Supremes for $16. B-Sides gets Heathen for $10. Edwin wants Scorpion Savatage. Savage Amusement. I've already sold you that for $6.99, right? Yeah, that's another one. That's a different one. I've already sold you one, so that's another one. Okay, and then over here we have Heathen, and then that, and then Leslie Stevie Nicks for $13. What was this, Mark? $19? Boy, this is such a nice copy. Leslie, $15. Original under sleeve. Can't believe no one's got that. Such a nice copy. $15 on that. And then Nathan Carter got Lita Ford for $10. The other cassettes, Paul may get to them tomorrow if it's up to him, if he wants to deal with auctioning cassettes. If not, then I'll resume the rest on Monday. Okay? And sweet. Okay? Anybody else? I think I'm going to slide down to the old Wendy's right quick. It's weird stopping at 10 o'clock, but I don't want to be a zombie. What y'all got to know is it's going to be hard for me even to fall asleep when I try to get home, but it's so hard going to these games. So the best I can do is try to end early, and if I'm asleep by 1 a.m., it'll be a miracle. Maybe 2 a.m., and I need to wake up by 6. Yeah, I probably need to wake up by 6. As we got to drive to Knoxville, I got to meet them, and then drive to Knoxville. So if I'm asleep by 1 or 2, it'll be a miracle, and I'll be up by 6. So that gives me maybe 5 or 6 hours to sleep. Maybe 4 to 6. Maybe 4 to 6, okay? I will sell you a Sing Split Led Zeppelin for $24. Yeah, Sing Split Led Zeppelins for $24.99. I'm going to go ahead and just go ahead and discount them. $24 if you want one. And we have next thing over here is this. Leslie said sold on this for $15. And then Joe DeGaldo said he'll take a Zeppelin Sing Split for $24. Yep. I hadn't ended a show this long in a long time. Don't worry, I'll still be here working for y'all. This way y'all have one or two things. I can go for another 2 hours and there won't be videos for the next 2 days. But if I do that, it'll be much more difficult to explain to everybody that there's no videos for the next 2 days. So, plus Paul will be like, man, what is all this mess back here behind me? There's stuff everywhere, man. What crates can I try to tag stuff for Paul, like don't go through these, go through this. These are already posted. Don't pull anything out of here. This is the newest stuff. This is the oldest stuff. Ambien. No, I've never taken any kind of sleeping. I don't really take anything. Eddie, I forgot Eddie Bruce is on. Eddie Bruce. Eddie, you coming up for the game? I'm assuming you're not, but if you are in Neyland tomorrow, I'd like to finally meet you, but it might be hard. It's hard to navigate around that place. There'll always be people at these football games or concerts, and I'll be like at a stadium, and they're like, hey, Chad, I'm up here in section 203, and I'm like, golly, I don't know, that'd take me a half hour to get up there. That's how it is in Neyland. It'll be like, hey, I'm up here in section KK or section GG. I'm like, oh my gosh, that'll take me 45 minutes to walk up there. But I'll be in X1 row 19. Okay. Read the titles in the lower crate, so I have an attempt at the lower crate sticker. This always happens. I start in the show, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, we can't allow Chad to do this. Let's keep requesting and buying stuff. Let's keep requesting and buying stuff, because I know if we keep buying stuff, he's not actually going to pull the trigger. Gentle Giant, VG Plus $12.99. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, VG $12.99. Loretta Lynn, Looking Good, sealed for $12.99. Ennio Morricone, CD of Joy, unopened $19.99. Natalie Archangel is $9.99. Genesis Seconds Out is $34.99. Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, sealed $24.99. Bumblebee Slim, Back in Town, sealed for $9.99. And the Rolling Stones, their Santana's Majesty's Request, this is $29.99. Okay? Somewhere in there, there is a lower crate sticker. Okay? It's written on this piece of paper. It's written on that piece of paper. There's your attempt, X-Wing. Big game tomorrow. Probably an emotional game after everything that's happened this week. It'd be a big, high motion Tennessee playing the Georgia Bulldogs, one of the best teams of the last 5 years. We hadn't won in 7 years. If we were to somehow upset them, there will probably be students and possibly Chad down on the field. Okay, especially if it's a close game and we win in a big way, like the last time we beat them, which was in Georgia, which was an absolute miracle. But there will probably be students tearing down goalposts if we win that game tomorrow night. So, there's that. And then everything that's happened with Charlie Kirk this week, I'm sure the national anthem and all that probably be pretty emotional. Flyover and all that stuff. Whew. 8 in a row. Yeah. We'll just say 7, Eddie. We'll just say 7. Sherry Darnell on the Rolling Stones. Congratulations, Sherry Darnell. Rolling Stones, Santanic. Congratulations, Sherry Darnell. What a way to end the show. She said Stones, go Vols, and she gets a lower crate sticker. What an amazing way to end the crate. I figured that matched up pretty cool with that psychedelic cover. Awesome, great pull right there at the end, Sherry. Now I'm wanting to not one get claimed, and then if one doesn't get claimed, we can finally hide it somewhere. And then it can be shown later. That would be awesome. Hard the game is canceled. No, it's not canceled. They're going to play that. There's too many millions of dollars on the line. Do you realize how much money is bet on that game tomorrow? Oh my gosh. There's no telling how much money is on that game tomorrow across the nation. Golly. All right. Bumblebee Slim. I got to keep that at $9.99. I got to keep that. These are sticker price. But if you do want it, Donna, that's a deal. Sealed, brand new for $10. And then that means we're even. If you buy that, then we're even. That's after you making me shoot myself in the foot over and over and over tonight. All right. Anything else? X-Wing says he'll take Bumblebee Slim and give it to Donna. Wow! Anybody else want to buy anything else for gifts? Bumblebee Slim purchased by X-Wing 81 and it's gifted to Donna. There we go. Now it's so X-Wing 81. And there we go. And Donna, you just got a free record. Anybody else on anything in here? And Donna was already getting mad at me. And Donna was getting mad. She's getting frustrated at this point. She's like, dang it, what is this guy doing to me? She saw one Richard Pryor sell for 10, and she's like, that's it. You sold one for 10, you're selling me that one for 10. You shouldn't have sold the other one for 10 if you don't want to get 12 out of this one. The show is over. I got to get to Wendy's. Good night, everybody. Tune in tomorrow for Paul. See y'all tomorrow. He'll be here at 6 o'clock. He'll start at 6 o'clock sharp. He'll start at 6 o'clock sharp. Okay? I'm going to start telling John to mark all the Richard Pryor albums $34.99 like they should be. Golly, some of those are hard to find. After the night's Fandango, Richard Pryor albums have increased 300%. Good night, everybody. This is killing a lot of people right now. They're like, I can't believe Chad's doing this. I can't believe Chad's doing this. He's doing this. He's doing this to us. He's ending the show. He's sneaking off. I can't believe he's doing